It brings up
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, here it is. Yes, thank you.
Oh, we do. And that's what we do. And they can do. That's what I said.
That way you're done first.
And the 14th, all the candidates should know that it should be an all-day thing. An all-day thing. Like, in other words, if the finalists, or in order for the community, I think it should be a because I don't think we want to say, you gotta be there between 10 and 12. I think it should be in the evening. Oh, you think so? I do. I think it should be an evening. That's how we did Sabre. That's how I did my job at Flood. I mean, that's how. And that, yeah, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Just as long as you give a fairly big window so the different factions can maybe.
Yeah, I think that gives you
Right.
still, if they want daytime people, they still have that 4 to 5 window.
Right.
And then you've got.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so I can add that into the proposed timeline.
Yeah. And all the candidates.
Exactly. And so part of I just have to do that.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah. I'm not sure. The only question I had was the short window. Like, why do you have to have a Like, I get that the fifth. But.
So part of it is because we have to have all that into your packet.
Yeah, I know. I get the fifth. So you have the quarter. So you have to be 10. Why wouldn't we open it to Friday?
My proposal was Thursday.
Right.
So then Friday allows us to be able to compile and then Monday is when we have to get all of the department approvals because our staff reports are actually due for that day.
Right.
So we're condensing 3 weeks into one day.
Right.
So that would be. So that's the only. I mean, if you guys want to do through Friday, that's fine. And
Yeah.
we can get everything up and on the weekend and get it all ready to go. I just want to make sure we're not.
I think
gonna
that
drop anything.
kind of makes sense. Because I don't think, we don't even have a form, do we? For tomorrow? Get Neoma and.
Yep. I can get a copy. I have one hard copy that's going to go on the projector while we do the vote, but I can get a copy.
Right.
So I'll do it on our break.
I'm Naomi Dewar. I'm the vice mayor for the city of Reno. Unfortunately, the mayor cannot join us here today. She's actually out of state, so we welcome you this morning. We're so pleased to see everyone. We always look forward to these meetings every 2 weeks. So much happens, and there's so much on the agenda. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I know this will be a surprise, but I'm going to ask Mr. Dick Scott if you could lead us in the pledge.
Thank you. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor. Breckus? Dewar?
Here.
Delgado? Weber? Jarden? Shivi absent. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, and I'll just note, we have lost our councilman, David Bobsian. His last day was Monday, so he's not joining us here today. He's joined the governor's staff, working on energy policy. We had a nice farewell for him on Friday. We will deeply miss him, and we'll be talking later on the agenda about how we'll be moving forward to fill that position. And just a note, we're planning to have that conversation at 4 o'clock today, if anyone's interested. So, and that is so the mayor can actually join us by remote, so she can participate in this important conversation. We're going to move next to public comment. And so, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor. Our first public comment is from Mark Markell, followed by Jerry Mifsud.
Thank you. Good morning, City Council. And Madam Vice Mayor, City Council, where the heck's the city manager?
She'll be back in a minute.
Gosh, my name is Mark Markell. I'm a concerned Reno resident. First of all, I want to let all you people know I had a card on down my head, so I'm now there. I'm God-powered, and He lets me come to these meetings. That's why I come here, because God, because I want to show people what happens what can happen when you ride with a drunk driver. I was 24 years old back in '89, and we were doing 100 miles an hour, and we rolled 8 times. There was a car exiting the freeway, and we swerved to miss it and hit a curb, rolled 8 times. I was ejected, and the car landed on my head, put me in a coma for a month, and I was in the hospital for 6.5 months. But I'm here today so other people, I'm hoping, will learn what can happen when you ride with a drunk driver. It's just stupid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We always appreciate you showing up. Madam Clerk?
Jerry Mifsud, followed by Peter Bryant.
Good job.
6-1, ladies on the city council. Boy, what a sign of the times. Good morning. You're outnumbered, Oscar. My name is Jerry Mifsud. I happen to be on the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board. I was here in the beginning of the month thanking the city council and the different department heads that helped me put in the first senior-related street sign in the city of Reno. We're on the map. It's a sign of the times because seniors are the highest growing population in the United States. But where I got that street sign put on is at a dangerous curve, and now I've been promised by Mr. Flansburgh that speed bumps are going to come prior to that curve. But it's Silverado Boulevard that I'm after. Now I've spoken to Oscar, and I've spoken to the mayor. I've given them presentations with many different objectives. The objectives on Silverado Boulevard, which is a straight path, a runway, a speedway that's unimpeded. We have to break the pace of that car. And I offered a couple of suggestions. The bottom half, close to 9th Street, has no crosswalks for people either cross as neighbors or people to even go across the street and catch a bus. If more crosswalks were put on the lower half of Silverado, close to 9th Avenue, plus a center sign, like you put on the one that has the senior crossing sign, you have a center sign in the middle of the crosswalk. Plus, if you put a stop sign. Now, I talked to Mr. Flambert about the criteria to get a stop sign. I know that criteria. It has to be at crossing streets. And Carville and one other street that crosses into Silverado are the potential for that. The mayor and both Oscar like the idea, emphasis on the word like, and I want to see that follow through. We have to break the pace of that car. It's driving into a neighborhood of over 600 seniors, and Oscar and I have realized that we have the highest population of seniors in Reno right in that neighborhood. We have to protect them. We move slower. And so when we go through a crosswalk or have to even jaywalk across the street, that's a danger. We have to, this is a sign of the times. I've said my fellow seniors have been there and done that. That's yesterday. I now say we're still here and we're not done yet. How do you like that? I got a few smiles. Now, I know I have seniors in the audience. These are proactive and active seniors. There's many of us, many seniors, that don't have that ability. They have what I call diminishing capacity. We have to give them the most peaceful time of their life at this stage in our lives when we're gonna pass on. I happen to live on a street called Paradise Drive. Do I need any more encouragement in knowing that this is my next step? I want to thank you very much for your time. Welcome, Bonnie, to the City Council. Thank you for your time.
Madam Vice Mayor, our next public comment is from Peter Bryant, followed by Tammy Holt Still.
Good morning. My name is Pete Bryant. I'm with Reno Firefighters Local 731. Just wanted to talk briefly this morning about a couple fire service related items on the agenda. As you're well aware, through the economic downturn, our entire city has suffered on responses and staffing and various different, in all areas of the city, we're all well aware of what's happened. Three specific things regarding the fire service. Our apparatus is in dire need of replacement. Our staffing levels are at 1999 levels, almost 20-year difference in time and development, and we're still staffed at 1999 levels. And the third thing is our infrastructure, our stations themselves. With the destruction of our central fire station for the ballpark, we've moved into 2 temporary stations that are still in need of repair now and possible replacement. But without going into too much detail, the main reason I wanted to come up here today is to discuss item D2 on the agenda. And of the 3 things that I mentioned, the apparatus, the staffing, and the stations, the apparatus is now being addressed. Chief Cochran has a viable plan that's been endorsed by the Financial Advisory Board to start getting our fleet replaced. So on behalf of Reno Firefighters Local 731, I'd like to endorse approving that item. We feel that either the base case scenario or the ramp up scenario are the 2 best options, because we feel that if the third scenario, that is the ramp up and delay, when we hear delay, that's kicking the can further down the road. And unfortunately, with our fire stuff, we've been kicking the can down the road. So we need to get it up and running, get it back to a great fleet. And then with the staffing, as you get into budget discussions, starting now in through the budget cycle, just wanted to remind everyone of our staffing levels and to consider upping the fire department staffing as you get into your budget discussions.
All right. Thank you so much.
I'll be here available for any questions throughout.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Tammy Holt Still, followed by Zoe Bray.
Tammy Holt Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. The water's still there. We're still here. As a matter of fact, that was yesterday. In a 24-hour period, we gotten over a ½ inch of rain. Total for the month, we've got 3.24. The lake came up, certified by an engineer, 11.5 inches. That lake is out of control. we still need due diligence out there. We still need to work hard. I did go to Councilwoman Weber's Saturday meeting thing. It was great to have some conversation. We'd still like to have a one-on-one with her because there's issues that we don't feel that we want to ask questions on that, you know, we want to speak more one-on-one. So anyway, this is an issue. I can tell you right now that they are pumping around the church over to Red Pine. They started doing that on Sunday, but after being at the Washoe County meeting yesterday, they pretty much got chastised, and now there's a pump at Arkansas that is pushing water over the HESCO barrier to take away the water from the Red Pine field. So they were robbing Peter to pay Paul, and then they were going to let Paul drown. So now we've got them taken care of also for the time being. But we are down to a Dirt Deodore, which if you look out on the Lemon Valley page, that's showing the ride on Dirt Deodore, which is rutted, washboard, washed out, major holes, and then the only way to get into that area is through Chickadee. So they're down to really one way in, one way out. For county, that's horrible just due to the fact that that takes longer for the fire department to get there. Now, of course, the city's butted right up to it, so you guys get to hear about it too. Some good news was that on flood, Commissioner Jeannie Herman is now back on flood, which is a really good thing to try and maybe bring that back to a whole. And the commission has changed around at who's head and who's vice chair, so we'll see how that goes. So I look forward to working with you guys some more. Thank you. And 11 inches is a lot of water.
A lot of water. All right, thank you, Tammy, for staying on it. Madam Clerk?
Zoe Bray, followed by Deanne Radcliffe.
Hello, dear Vice Mayor, council members, everybody here. I am Zoe Bray, and I'm very proud to say that I am the person, the artist exhibiting in the Metro Gallery right now. The portraits that I am showing are portraits I have been working on for the past few years, actually since 2011 when I left Europe to move to Reno to take on a position of university professor in art and anthropology. They are portraits of people that I have met here of Basque descent. And this is a very personal project that's dear to my heart as a recent immigrant and also of Basque lineage. But it's also an important project for me because it's about trying to understand the experiences of emigration, the different processes of settling into a new country, becoming American, and specifically in this case for the Basque people, which, as you know, have been an important part of the history and heritage of our state. And it's also an important project for me in terms of trying to understand the different processes, personal experiences of immigration, and at the same time the possibilities of retaining attachment to a culture and an identity from somewhere else at the same time as being American. So I really hope that you're able to have a look at it when you come out of the chamber. I'm really grateful to be showing this exhibition here at City Hall before I ship them off to France, where they will be showing in the local National Museum, and then touring different parts of the Basque Country in France and Spain. And at that point, I'd like to emphasize again the importance of supporting the arts for promoting diversity and open-mindedness. And thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the show when you come out. And actually, I believe you will also have fun looking at the show because you might possibly recognize some of the individuals in the portraits. So thank you very much.
Zoe, thank you so much. And I did have a chance to look at some of the portraits. They're amazing. And the Basque culture is a critical underpinning of our entire state, you know, this entire region. So thank you for doing what you do. Thank you for bringing that to us. Madam Clerk, next.
Deanne Radcliffe, followed by Lauren Huft.
Good morning, members of the City Council. My name is Deanne Radcliffe. I'm a resident of Verdi, and thank you for your work and for hearing my presentation today. Today, I am here to ask for your assistance. In the grand scheme of life, my presentation is a molehill, okay? I promise I get that, but I'll tell you my journey and why I'm here. So there's really one primary road in Verdi. There's Highway 40, and when you exit Highway 40, you are immediately greeted with these signs for the developments in Verdi. So these are the DR, so there's 2 housing developments in Verdi that we all are aware of, West Meadows, right, or a DR Harton project, and the other is Meridian 120 or Bates Homes. And unfortunately, these signs are placed in right-of-ways, and they are a violation of Nevada revised statutes, and they're also a violation of both city and county code. So these are Highway 40 signs. So I'm going to start on Highway 40. We're going to snake through Bridge Street and head up South Verdi Road. So, sorry, boy, those look really dark. So I took these photos on Sunday, mid-morning anyway, so you can see, hopefully, anyway, there's lots of signs, again, right off the roadway edge, and again, a violation of NRS 405.110. So I started service requesting these via Reno Direct roughly 5 months ago. I had deleted lots of these from my email, but I had the original one. So here's my service request, again, dating back to August 15th. I have put in many more requests too. I think my most recent was around 12/15. So here's again just a copy of that from my email. Again, I did another one on 9/28, just stating that these signs are not legal. Here again, we're snaking. We have DR Horton on Highway 40, Bates Homes, which we know is way up by I-80. They start their signage down on Highway 40. So, and again, these have clear landmarks. They're at the corner on the left-hand side of Bridge Street and Highway 40. And again, multiple signs, and they put them up usually Saturday morning, take them down Sunday. So again, right over here by, as we go from Bridge Street down to South Verdi Road, again, back sort of in that back area, and then you can't see in the top one, but that's what it says there was a big famous train robbery there. That's a little historical marker, and we have the Bates Home sign right in front of it. Again, they're on the on-ramp as we head towards Boomtown. And then the lower right is up very near where I live. That's the off-ramp right by Boomtown. And again, those are a violation of state and local things. This is again up by the warehouses at the end of South Verdi Road and near where Cabela's is. Again, far more than a half mile from their project, which is the allowable for the city. The county code, again, says that they have to be 15 feet off the roadway on South Verdi Road, and they're clearly not. Here's just a copy of the NRS. So in addition to doing all these Reno Direct requests, which I continued to do because they were up every weekend, I contacted Washoe County, and they did a great job addressing or starting to address what they did. They also contacted NDOT. I met with the NDOT gentleman in that area, Paul Peterson, super nice guy. He gave me a copy of this happy little sticker. Anyway, so that's why I'm here today. Again, I understand it's a molehill, but it's been 5 months. I know development is going to be coming in Verdi for the foreseeable future, and I would love to have the developers sign some kind of agreement that my children and I do as we start school that says they're going to follow the school rules or the city rules or whatever that looks like. So that's why I'm here. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay. Let me just ask, Councilwoman Jordan, did you want to comment at all?
No, my comments were that you've already notified NDOT, so Tess, if you're within my earshot, maybe we can follow up with the developer and talk about the Bates and Ryder. Thank you.
Thank you very much for
Thanks.
coming. Okay.
Our
Madam
next
Clerk?
public comment today is from Lauren Huft, followed by Cesar Manera.
Hi, my name is Lauren Huft, and I'm an artist. I'm a full-time artist. In fact, this May, I'm going to be celebrating my 25th anniversary of doing tie-dye as a livelihood here in Reno. Yeah, tie-dye. I'm a tie-dye artist, and I get to do this thing. And I also I have a lot of little jobs that I do, and one of them is I work for Art Spot Reno. And I'm a city docent. I give art tours talking about public art. And I need to thank you guys, because you guys support the arts. I have a city council. I have people who support us, who say, yeah, let's do this thing. Let's have art be part of our tourist space. Let's do this. And I get to be that person. I get to go out and talk about the art. I start at City Plaza at Believe. I get to talk about Jeff Schomburg's piece and how the city helped to buy that. and then I go north. And I never know what I'm going to have on my tour. I never, ever know. But it's about a 2-mile walk. Naomi, you've come on my tour. I invite all of you to come on my tour and learn about the art here. And so this last time, the first Saturday in January, I gave a tour, and I had a woman on my tour by the name of Betty. Betty is a wonderful person. She comes out to a lot of art things, and so she was on my tour. We get over to a mural that's on the Monte Carlo Weekly Motel. This is important that you know that it's a weekly motel. The owner of the Monte Carlo has said, yeah, let's put murals on this. But there's one on there in particular that I personally love. It's done by David Young Kim. He's out of Oakland, and he is of Korean descent. It's a Korean girl. It looks like a black and white photo, and she's laughing. Her mouth is open, she's smiling, she's wearing a traditional Korean garb, and she's young. She looks to be about maybe 12, 13 years old, and that's all done in black and white. Above her are 3 flowers, and it looks like those are maybe carnation or mums, and those are done in pink. And above it is the word comfort. Comfort. She was a comfort girl from World War II. During World War II, Korean girls were either kidnapped or sold into sex slavery. The artist picked this particular motel to draw this, to paint this mural, because of the fact that Reno has such a high sex trafficking issue. Art pulls this information out. So as I'm telling the story of this mural, Betty says, that's my granddaughter. 12 years ago, Betty's granddaughter was kidnapped while playing at Wild Island. 4 days later, she was found, taken into sex trafficking here in Reno. Art does this. We get to hear the stories when we see things. We get to find out what's going on. And I'm one of those people that gets to find this out. So I want to say with gratitude, thank you for supporting the arts here. Jenny, I also run Reno Artworks down on Dickerson Road. Please come see us. I'd love to give you a tour of what we're doing on Dickerson. Thank you.
Wow, thank you for sharing that story. It's very moving. Very heartrending, actually. Thank you.
Cesar Manera, followed by David Oberg, followed by David Pualas.
Good morning, Vice Mayor Dewar. My name is Cesar Minera. Good morning, City Council. It was a pleasure for us to be here last week. We felt very proud of the fact that we had over 50 pastors that came 2 weeks ago, actually. And all we're trying to do is tell our City Council that we are here to serve. We want to come alongside and be praying for our community. It was just recently, last week, that I guess the whole community was very concerned with some of the issues that we were experiencing, creating a lot of panic and a lot of concern. And if I can just read one passage of scripture out of the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 7, that says, "Seek the peace and prosperity of the city in which you live. Pray to the Lord for it, because if it prospers, you too will prosper." So that is all I think we're trying to do, keep our city leaders in God's mind, asking for his wisdom, asking for his blessings. And again, we're just here to serve. And Pastor Dave Oberg and Pastor Joey Bach, they are here, and also if they would like to speak for a second, okay?
Sure. Yeah, I'm David Oberg, Senior Pastor here at Faith Life Christian Center in Reno. And I just wanted to offer a blessing and a prayer over this meeting. And those who want to participate, if they can bow their heads and join us. Dear God in heaven, we come before you and we request your presence today in this Reno City Council meeting. We give you honor and respect, and we acknowledge you as our creator and our provider. It is you who are omnipresent. You are everywhere. It is you who's omnipotent. You are all-powerful. It is you who's omniscient. You know everything. And as you said in your word, that if we would acknowledge you in all of our ways, you would establish our thoughts and order our steps. So God, as we proceed in this meeting this morning, we ask that you would guide the thoughts and the actions of our city leaders so that they may be productive and successful in this meeting. Lord, Please help our mayor and our city council members to fulfill their responsibilities and to accomplish the goals that are most beneficial to our community and in alignment with your ways and your will, while displaying your character for the common good of all who live in our city. Thank you, Lord, for all others who serve in this community, and we ask that you guide and protect them as well. God, I thank you for your faithfulness to hear and answer as I submit this prayer, respective of all other faiths. Without compromise to my own, I do ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Just want to say good morning and thank you guys for all you do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
David Poulos, followed by Sam Dene.
Good morning. My name is David Poulos, and I'm a owner of a piece of property on the bounding line adjustment for West 4th Street. I have more questions than just comment, but my comment is that we've been running a business on this particular parcel for 50 years, and we've kind of let that property go into somewhat of a homeless shelter now, and we're basically concerned that this boundary line adjustment is going to put our particular property in jeopardy. So my main question would be is that does this boundary line adjustment affect the other part of the property, and what is the plan for that? Also in here it says there's a joint ownership of this property. I'd love to know who is the other party that is part of the joint ownership. Okay, thank you.
I know I was. Sir, what street was this on? What ward?
4th Street.
4th Street downtown? Or?
Keystone and 4th.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
All right. Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, our next public comment is from Sam Dene, followed by Gordon Gossage.
Sam Dene. I'm not really sure what it means, but I'm going with hashtag Sam Dene, the heart and soul and the body and mind of Reno government. Everybody's heard me say that many, many times, and it is the truth. Whatever hashtag means, I hear it everywhere I go. I guess somebody out there might understand what it means. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I spent many years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation, and ever since my airline, Pan Am World Airways, the greatest airline of all time, was blown out of business by the terrorists and then thrown under the bus by our own government and driven out of business, I've been coming to the government meetings here in Reno since 1994, and I noticed that our beloved basketball coach got headlines and a big picture in the paper. A new milestone, they said. Wonderful. He's coming up on his number 100 victory, which I think he'll get tomorrow night, or tonight, I mean. Well, it's interesting that the Reno media wacko freaks are so scared of Sam that Sam is coming up on a milestone of his own. This right here is my 7,000th public testimony defending the citizens of Reno against the government. Nice smiley face. Against the government, but mainly against the media wacko freaks who are scared. The yellow-bellied, lily-livered, yellow-bellied Reno Gazette wacko freaks who are scared to death of this 160-pound senior citizen is only doing the best he can for Reno. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I'm responsible for 92% of the good things about Reno, and I love my beloved adoring fans out there who always agree with that statement because nobody has ever challenged the fact that I'm responsible. And thank you over there, and thank you for supporting me with all of your support. Your silence is my support. We got this new governor down there, and he's got a plan to change the name of the Reno airport. And that's it should be the Reno Airport, but if he's gonna change it, there's only one name it should be changed to, and that's me. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I flew fighters and bombers for 25 years. I was a pilot with the greatest airline, so I know about airplanes. And I'm also have done more for the good of Reno than any of those other people he might want to name. Nothing against Mr. Laxalt. Name a hospital after him or a casino. The airport should be named after Sam DNA International. Nice smiley face over there. Lord's truth, if he's going to change the name. The Reno Wacko Freak should have that on the front page of the paper. Say, what is Sam thinking? Here he is self-aggrandizing himself. No, it's not self-aggrandizement. It is a fact. That should be the name of the airport. I challenge anybody to come to this podium and tell them they have better credentials for that name for the airport. Does anybody even have a comment about that? No. Smiley face. Comment? No. Okay. Here's your chance. Time's up. Thank you. And you're welcome. And where's the mayor, by the way?
Thank you, Sam.
Gordon Gossage.
Madam Clerk.
Followed by Nettie Oliverio.
Good morning. My name is Gordon Gossage. I'm with YIMBY of Northern Nevada, and I represent the tens of thousands of people who don't come to these hearings, but who are saying yes in my backyard, who are welcoming new neighbors, as well as people who need housing. They need financially attainable quality housing here in the Reno area. And I should tell you that I spent about 4 months last year working on the assembly line at Tesla as a battery cell flipper, working the D shift, which is 4 days a week, 1 week, and then 3 days. And I work the night shift for 12 hours from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I have to tell you, there are thousands of people, 7,000 people at the Tesla plant and tens of thousands more in the Reno area who need a quality place to live, and they can't find one. So I really urge you, in particular today, to approve the Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions proposal. And what I'm hoping you do, not only approve it, but I really urge you to put it on a fast track. I mean, whatever you guys need to do, please do it to put it on a fast track. So if you have requirements of the developer and any other developers here in Reno, please make them. If you have demands, then please make them. The voters have given you both the responsibility and the authority to build housing here in Reno. So by your actions, I mean, 4 out of either the 7 or the 6 of you can decide which developments get the green light and which don't, and which need to fulfill the wishes of the voters and of the community. So again, I urge you to help give these people housing, and I urge you to welcome as many neighbors as we can to the city of Reno. Thank you very much.
All right. Always nice to see you, Mr. Gossage. Madam Clerk.
Nettie Oliverio, followed by Maddie Huntley.
Good morning. I'm Nettie Oliverio. I'm a member of the Reno Arts and Culture Commission and chair of the Public Art Committee. I wanted to, on behalf of the Commission and the Public Art Committee, thank the Downtown Reno Rotary Club for their magnificent, greatly appreciated, and substantial participation, both financially and in kind, in creating the Bicentennial Sculpture Garden. It's one of our pride and joys of the downtown area on First Street between Ralston and Arlington. It is a great gift to the city. The Arts and the Americans for the Arts and the NEA both acknowledge the role of visual art in placemaking, in creating a welcoming downtown that allows citizens to feel at home, to feel safe, and to feel bought in with what is happening in their city, to feel like it's theirs. And we so appreciate that project that has done exactly that. Anybody driving by, walking by Bicentennial Sculpture Garden, anytime, including in inclement weather, can see the effect of that with people out looking at the artwork there, taking pictures, showing their kids. So thank you to the Downtown Reno Rotary Club, and thank you to the City of Reno for your magnificent support as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nettie.
Maddie Huntley, followed by Paula McDonough.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Maddie Huntley, and I'm here on behalf of the Community Foundation of Western Nevada to wish you a happy National Mentoring Month. And I'm sure most of you recognize the Community Foundation based on the work we do with the Village on Sage Street. That's not why I'm here today, though we are very excited. I'm here to discuss with you the importance of mentoring for our community's youth. Mentorship is a very important tool we have to develop the youth in our community and get them to a better place than where they could have started. We have been working since 2014 to benefit at-risk youth in the community and potentially help prevent them from becoming homeless through mentorships with multiple organizations. We did this by launching NevadaMentors.org, and I encourage each and every person in this room to give it a gander if you've ever considered volunteering for a youth mentoring organization. Each of these organizations has agreed to collaborate to increase volunteer recruitment, and we are in dire need of volunteers. So if you feel like you could really contribute to a youth, please give it a look. Encourage someone you know to give it a look. It's life-changing, and everybody benefits. It's not just the youth. Thank you.
Quick question. Is this, we have a lot of organizations in our community that support youth, Boys and Girls Club, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, all kind of, recreation centers and so on. Is this some kind of umbrella organization, or is it a standalone?
So Nevada Mentors Network is 7 organizations, and that's Big Brothers Big Sisters, Awaken, 360 Blueprint, The First Tee, and there are a couple of others. I'm drawing a blank on them at this point in time. Oh, the Children's Cabinet recently launched a mentoring program, and every one of them are collaborating together to really bolster.
Under this umbrella?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Paula McDonough, followed by Maury Kabas.
Good morning, Council. My name is Paula McDonough, for the record. I'm a 2-year volunteer at the Overflow Shelter, which operates from December through March. Last year, the capacity was 40, with about 10 of the beds on the floor, which means on the parking lot, within the tent, excuse me. This year, the capacity is 50, accommodated by 25 bunk beds. Each has a mattress. Even then, and when I say mattress, I mean about 1.5 inches thick. Even though there are at least 10 to 15 people who cannot be accommodated, and they sleep on the floor in first floor stairwell of the men's shelter in front of the elevator, which hasn't been operating for several months. And this is a problem for physically disabled persons needing to access the second floor office to get on the list. And as it is in my nature to do so, I've engaged in conversations with many of the overnight guests. As many as 10 to 20% of our guests work full-time or are on SSI because they have a disability of some sort. And they have not been able to find affordable housing contiguous to the downtown area where they need to be to access the services they need. Due to rents going up or other things, or their income being significantly lowered when they went on to SSI, they've lost their homes, or they haven't been able to find a place to live that they could afford. So I urge you to do all in your power in a timely manner, such as approving B2 here today, and similar actions to start making a difference in this problem that we have here. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank Chief Soto and the Reno Police Department. I did call his office yesterday and leave a message, but I wanted to do it on the record as well. I was part of the Martin Luther King anniversary memorial caravan Monday morning, and I've been a part of that for probably a decade now. But I must say, the accommodation of the police department to this caravan on Monday was the best I have ever seen. They were at every turn we needed to make before we were there and had everything shut down. And I mean, they've done a fantastic job every year, but I have to say this year it was AAA plus. I just wanted to thank them.
That is super great to hear, and everything you said concerns all of us, but I want to ask our manager, just whenever I hear about broken elevators in facilities, and especially a facility that we're part of, I think we probably need to have our public works reach out to, the community assistance and see what's going on there. It's in the what? Yeah, in the men's shelter, yeah. Okay, thank you. Next, is there?
Maury Kabaz.
Good morning, member of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. You know me, you're familiar with my complaint. You've been reading the details of it for quite a while. As anticipated, there is a new development. There is a financial backer to pay for a lawyer to file the complaint. He's an MBA. We did this back in 2016, but the effort was with Attorney Kozak, but it was sabotaged by my stockholder, who happens to be a powerful occult boss, a sociopath. He sabotaged it. He was arrested at the DMV the same year. The concern right now is, again, as a matter of fact, he sabotaged and hijacked another effort involving former candidate Ozzy Shirazi. She's pregnant by him by now. The concern is if he's going to sabotage this again. This is a psychopath. He's delusional, and he thinks he owns the world. He's impossible to deal with. So that is the concern. Which brings me to the next topic. A couple of meetings ago, I left a white binder on the LED project of which this Reza was a stockholder. This was a binder with all kinds of documents, and if I'm not mistaken, there should be one original in it. It was it was trusted with the council, and it's gone missing. And I sent the fax to the mayor. Nobody has called me back. I sent the fax to the mayor to let me know today, but she's not here. So let me ask Councilwoman Duer, did you see that binder, Councilwoman Duer?
No, I didn't. Thank you.
But it was sent for everybody to see, from what I understand.
Okay.
When a follow-up is, and a letter is given to the mayor and the council, they all read it.
Right.
It was a big binder. You didn't see it?
No, sir, but I will reach out to our manager and see where it is, and it's probably
Okay.
circulating.
It'll be a big disappointment if this criminal got his hands on it. I mean, he can keep the copy. He has no use for the truth. He can keep a copy of it. He was a stockholder. But for the binder to go missing,
The binder's not missing, sir.
That's
I'm
what
just
they said?
saying. I'm just saying that we'll get our hands on it, and I'll
I
take a
would
look at
really
it.
appreciate it, and I look forward to it.
All right. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, we received online public comment from Anne Marie Grant concerned with police brutality and the treatment of officer-involved shootings. With that, I have no further general public comment today.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone, for coming to speak to us today. We always look forward to hearing your comments. The next item on our agenda is approval of the agenda. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda, and I'm also asking our manager if there are any changes to the agenda before we get to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We do have a number of changes to the agenda. First of all, we have a couple of items that are requested to be opened together, and those items are L4-1 on the redevelopment agency needs to be heard before item D3, the quit claim deed and resolution of sale of 265 Keystone. Then also item L4-2, also on the redevelopment agency agenda, needs to be opened together with item B2, public hearing on boundary line adjustment at 4th and Keystone. So those are simply items that need to be either heard in order or together. Next, I have the items that are requested to be pulled. Item C11, resolution prohibiting paying sub-minimum wages for people with disabilities on City of Reno contracts. We did receive some public input on that, and so we're requesting that that be pulled today to allow for time to get more input and to the council members.
Okay.
Item D6, release of request for interest of City Center Plaza, and also D7, short-term lease of City Center North Building. Both of those items are rescheduled for the February 13th meeting. Item D9, we have a request from Lime to delay the dockless bike sharing franchise agreement, also to February 13. And then finally, item D10, update on the 2019 city priorities. And I had requested that we delay that item as we will have a new city council person. So it makes sense to me to delay it until we have a full complement of city council members. Finally, I have one time certain request, and that is item G2, methods to fill city council vacancy, is requested for a 4 p.m. time certain to allow Mayor Shivi to call in from her location. Those are all the changes that I have.
All right, do we need to go over those again for everyone one more time, or Ms. Ruckus had a?
Yeah, I do have a question. I was going to propose in D6 and D7 that the council entertain the concept of offering the property to the University of Nevada, Reno for some of their expansion needs. I wrote a Facebook post back in the fall that critical component of Reno's downtown revitalization, consistent with our downtown policy, is getting the university to come downtown.
Okay.
And I think this is an opportunity to do that. I was going to ask Madam Manager, since we are deferring this concept, if the advertisement of this two items could be more broadly drafted so that that concept could be presented as a possible option to the council at that time, rather than just rolling it straight over to our next agenda through this action.
Okay, in that case, I would recommend that we delete, I believe, that would be actually item D6.
Okay.
And then we can reschedule it and it won't be automatically rolled over.
Okay.
And we can broaden the direction category to allow for any number of different directions from the council.
Okay.
Okay.
Then with that, I'd make the motion to all the alterations, the time certain, as outlined by the manager.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, second from Councilman Delgado. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And then we're moving on to approval of the minutes. I'm looking for a motion for approval of the minutes.
Move.
Second.
All right, also motion from Councilwoman Breckus, second from Councilman Delgado to approve the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, the next item we're going to move to is item B, which is public hearings. And the first thing I'm going to do is open the public hearing. And I want to ask the clerk if proper notice was given for this hearing.
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
All right. And I'll next turn to our attorneys and see if they want to add anything on this ordinance title. No, you're fine. Okay. So we'll open the hearing. And what I would request, I'm wondering if we have a staff presentation on this item.
Can we have the attorney introduce the bill number, please?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and read it.
Thank
This is
you.
Bill number 7074, case number TXT 18-00004, Public Meal Homeless Service Providers Ordinance, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 08, Zoning, Section 18.08.201, entitled Permitted Uses by Base Zoning District, and Section 18.08.202, entitled Additional Regulations for Principal Uses, in order to facilitate changes to standards and allowable locations for public meal and homeless services providers, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right. turn it over to our staff. I'm interested in a staff presentation. I assume several others are too, so.
Happy to do it. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, council members. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner.
Yeah,
at
and let me be clear, we have changed our process for those who haven't been here for a while. What we're doing now is doing our staff presentation. We're then taking public comments, so you can comment on that. And we actually will have questions from the council after the presentation and before public comment and before the motion. So, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
At council's initiation at their May 2018 Planning Commission hearing, Planning Commission provided recommendations on modifications to the zoning code as they relate to homeless services in expanded areas. So current Title 18 standards stem from a settlement agreement back in the early 2000s, and current code restricts homeless services to the Wells District of the downtown Reno Regional Center. That's the pink crosshatch in this graphic, as well as in the industrial zones, which the nearest is several miles away near Kitsky Lane. Current code restricts one public meal provider within the city and restricts that no more than one homeless shelter of each type for men's, women's, and the mentally ill. Council has recently been contemplating expanded homeless services, particularly near the Sage Street property. That is located within the East 4th Street Transit Corridor, and in order to facilitate that, a text amendment is required. So as the Planning Commission proposed, and in your staff report, we note that we would encourage the council to consider 2 amendments, and I'll go over that. But with the Planning Commission proposal, it will allow public meal homeless service providers in the East 4th Street Transit Corridor Zone with a special use permit. It would establish the design criteria to be done through the special use permit to allow for more creative design options, such as individual shelters that would normally be allowed in the mixed use zone. Removal of standards limiting the number of public meal and homeless service providers. A removal of standards requiring public meal providers to operate within a building with internal dining room, lobby, waiting area, and interior restrooms. Clarification of the continued prohibition of services inside the redevelopment area District 1 boundary, and removal of locational restrictions of services from child care centers and parks. In working with some downtown stakeholders following the May hearing, we believe that the council's stated directive can be met by maintaining the existing code provision limiting the 3 homeless service providers. We currently have a men's shelter, a women's shelter. We do not have one serving the mental health needs in the community, and we feel that meets the spirit and the intent of what the Planning Commission reviewed. Also, the public meal provider, limiting that to the current location would be another recommended change. So again, current standards would remain as proposed. Limit 1 within the city limits. It must have an internal lobby, must have internal bathrooms, must be associated with an on-site homeless shelter. The homeless services and public meal providers, the key changes would be allowed in the East 4th Street Transit Corridor Zone with the special use permit and establish design standards determined through the special use permits. I am available for any questions.
Okay. So if I could just summarize, what you're saying is, previous to this, this kind of service would be allowed in the Wells area, and now we would be expanding it to the 4th Street corridor.
That's correct.
Is that right?
As an option with the special use permit.
Okay, with the special use permit. That would have to come to council, or would that go to staff?
That would go to the Planning Commission and can be appealed to City Council.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any questions from our council members? Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank Nathan and everybody that's been involved with this process. This has been a long time in the works. This is a new box that we're creating. And as with any government process, creating that new box has nuances and participation, and I appreciate a number of the downtown properties participating to help us get to this point. Northern Nevada Hopes has been rock solid through this from the outset as the operator and helping to move the needle on this. And this is kind of the final step from this body, I hope, in getting this going and having the facility open by the summer. So I appreciate everybody helping us build this new box that is very much needed for our vulnerable population. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a thanks to everybody. And the special use permit process is a very good one to help in a public process and in the detail of this new thing to make sure we get it right. So I appreciate everybody's work.
All right, thank you. Any other council members have any comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Delgado.
Thank you. Just general question. I know we're currently providing a general overall regional look in terms of service providers related to homelessness and so forth with OR code. Is that at all part of the conversation in determining services or other things that may either work in support of, or did staff work with them?
know,
I
it
see
sounds like
Elaine
a
there. I was just
Staff or city manager question?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. This is a targeted code amendment.
Excuse me?
so no.
This is a targeted code amendment specifically to allow homeless services and an expanded.
Maybe this question is for Elaine. I know it's targeted, but in terms of the general services that we're trying to provide as a region, was that at all part of the conversation? Is it
Yes,
to Nate's point, just
Elaine
general?
Wiseman for the record. Thank you for your question. Yes, org code did come out and take into consideration the possibility of this happening at that location, and has looked at the basic services that are going to be provided.
When does that report come back to us?
The report will come back to us in mid-February and will be presented to the CHAB meeting in March.
Okay, in March. Is there anything is there anything that's reflected in that regarding changes or anything else that we should consider? Or is that basically, are they saying it's all good and we love the idea?
I think with this particular item in particular,
Correct.
I think that it's viewed as a step in the right direction for our community, but it's too preliminary for me to say what the results of the overall study are.
I just asked a general question. I know we're moving a few things in parallel to try and resolve a lot of the issues we're dealing with. We don't want to necessarily hold anything back to delay anything from providing services for our community. Just want to make sure everything's being considered as a general plan for what we're trying to create, so we're not having to constantly reinvent ideas or initiatives. But yeah, to Councilwoman Jordan's position, thank you for leading the charge on this and to reaching out to all the stakeholders regarding the services that we need. As we hear things moving forward, it's just always something I'm considering and thinking about. We have a million different things taking place in our community because our community cares. And so I just wanted to make sure that was part of the touch-on with our code.
Yes, it was.
All right, any other council members, comments, questions? I just had one real quick on my understanding, if a staff member could come up. My understanding is that this is needed because we have both the dorm project and the tiny village project, and neither of them have kitchen facilities, and I thought there was going to be a central kitchen. I wondered if you could just speak to that.
Sure, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. Whatever homeless service is established on the site, so they can certainly have their own kitchen facilities. A public meal provider is available for the public at large.
Got it.
And that would still be restricted under the current standards to the Wells area.
And before they started, they would need to get this special use permit.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Madam,
Yes.
I think your misunderstanding was, or the facts that you stated are inconsistent with what I understood. I just want point of clarification. The project to the west of the Hopes Tiny Village, what she called the dorm project, I thought you told me that was not this land use under the code.
That's not considered a homeless service provider.
Okay, I think she just said she thought it was, that
Right.
this code was applicable to that use, and you told me it was not
No,
yesterday.
it is not. The
Okay,
distinction
so
of a homeless
So
service
I
provider-
misspoke. Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay.
Exactly. The dorm project is not a homeless project. That's to have
more affordable.
temporary residency, some period of time, 6 months, a year and a half, whatever it ends up being. But the tiny homes village is different. Do you want to? And would fall under the category of
If that's
homeless
established on the
service.
site with a special use permit,
Yes.
yes, the intention would be to allow housing for homeless individuals for nominal
Right.
or free.
Okay. Mr. Delgado, did you
Yeah,
have more?
and sorry, maybe this is a different conversation, because I know it's land use, but is there, I assume that there's a strong connection between this project and the project to the west in terms of why they're geographically located adjacent to each other. And maybe that's a different conversation in terms of service providers and programs, but I thought that was one of the strongest reasons why we're putting them right next to each other. To me, that's a different conversation we could have, but just the sentiment I felt here is that they're totally two different projects. And that wasn't I didn't believe that was the community's intention, that they be totally separate, that there was a strong bridge and relationship between getting people in emergency shelter to a little bit more supportive services and moving forward in terms of transitioning it out. But maybe that's a general conversation we could have at the CHAB board, but that wasn't the sentiment I just got from the dais.
Well, and maybe it's a continuum, and that the part on the west, it doesn't fall under the land use category called homeless, and the category on the right, or the project on the right, may.
That's correct.
I mean, but I think it's a continuum of services, and that they are connected, and that they're serving similar populations in different ways, I think. And so I think it is, to your point, a land use designation more than a change of purpose or intent.
It's a CHAB discussion versus a land use, but just appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Is there any more comment from anyone? All right. Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion to, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking for any public comment on this issue, on this item.
Madam Vice Mayor, first public comment is from Michael Panye, followed by Sam Dene.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. Michael Panya, McDonald Crono, on behalf of the Row Properties. As we set forth in a letter to Mr. Hall, we had initially some significant concerns with the language that came out of the Planning Commission and the issues it could create in connection with some court settlements. But we raised these issues with staff, and to their credit, they have worked very hard and cooperatively with us to develop some alternate language that both addresses our legal concerns as well as achieves the city's intended objectives. That staff language is attached to your report as Exhibit A, and we do believe it achieves both of those goals. We just wanted to thank staff for their efforts and their cooperation in working with us and for making those proposed revisions. And while we remain opposed to the language that came out of the Planning Commission, we do support the staff language in Exhibit A, and to the extent you're going to take action, we would urge you to take action on the revised language in Exhibit A. Thank you.
Sam Dene.
Hashtag SamDNA, the heart and soul, body and mind of Reno government. I'm not here to speak for or against this, but as I generally watch what's going on, you're going to expand the, potentially expand the public meal and homeless services providers into more territory of the city of Reno. And like I said, I'm not speaking for or against it. I just wonder what the local residents and what the local owners have to say about it. And relative to the entire homeless situation that is ever since Volunteers of America and the previous mayor appointment of the head of the Volunteers of America and all that sort of thing. Ever since that happened 4 years ago, me being the common denominator of all these meetings, who watches these things, have noticed that massive amounts of money have been sent down to the quote-unquote homeless situation. I think last year, you can correct me if you want, it was in the order of over $3 million that we know about, and I've never seen anybody come to these podiums to give any reckoning to where that money went. We're spending more and more money on the homeless thing, and it seems like more and more homeless situations are developing. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm not speaking for or against it. I am sympathetic to the homeless and the downtrodden at least as much as anybody in this community. But I just don't know where all this money is coming from, and I certainly don't know where it's going, and I think there should be, she's nodding her head, there should be some kind of a reckoning to find out what happened to all of this money. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, you maybe get $500,000 a year dedicated to the homeless situation. Now it's expanded exponentially, and I've never heard any reckoning. What kind of salaries are they being paid over there at Volunteers of America, and where is the money going? And it only seems like it's getting a self-fulfilling prophecy and just going on and on. And again, I'm not speaking for or against it.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Dene. Is there Further public comment?
We have no further public comment on this item.
All right, I see we have some council members that would like to add some thoughts. Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I guess a couple things. I mean, first of all, question to staff is, have you amended the text as we see it today from what the Planning Commission, are you suggesting recommendations? Our process is typically that, you know, staff recommends what the Planning Commission did. Did you, as a result of some input from the public that maybe was or was not accepted or presented at the Planning Commission, then revise what the Planning Commission saw to us?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner, yes, as noted in the staff report, that would be Exhibit A, should council choose to do that.
Okay.
The ordinance
Okay.
presented is from the Planning Commission. Exhibit A is an option, should council wish to proceed that way.
Why didn't the Planning Commission, did they look at these proposals and disregard them? Were they made to the Planning Commission?
This
Well, I mean,
item
how,
was, this item was continued indefinitely by the city council and at their May hearing. If the city council wishes to remand it to the planning commission, they could. We feel that this is substantially in conformance with what the planning commission recommended.
when did they deliberate this?
That was in May of 2018.
May of 2018. So they passed up an ordinance to us, and now it's been modified. Is part of the modification the special use permit concept?
No, the special use permit was always part of the purview.
Okay. And then also, one of the amendments appears to be, and it caught my eye in my review, that there's no queuing on public property. I'm a little uncomfortable with, you know, restricting people's access to public sidewalks. Why'd you insert that there? I mean, don't people have a right to be on the sidewalk?
Again, this is for council's consideration. That is an option to consider.
I don't know. How's legal feel about an ordinance that restricts people from conjugating on the sidewalks? That's the red line in.
No, we do have queuing restrictions in front of bars.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
consistent with other code provisions.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm comfortable with this. I want to just state that my understanding, and maybe someone can correct, is that settlement agreement from the mid-90s is no longer valid. We are not bound to operate under that, the provisions of that. Is that true? I mean, that is more or less the history of this ordinance, but, you know, we're a new council. We have the ability to do our legislation on, as we, you know, see fit. Homelessness is an issue that is completely different than it was in the 1990s, and I just want to know, is that lawsuit agreement and our, put us in a box in any way in how we adopt our zoning code related to this function?
Carl Hall, no, I don't believe that settlement agreement has any impact on your ability to legislate on this issue.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And Councilwoman Jordan?
Thank you very much. And I think it's important for the public that hasn't been tracking this and what's happening here today and what this project really is and what it isn't. This is not a walk-up facility. This isn't like our shelter on Record Street. This is going to be a secured facility with individuals that are selected by Northern Nevada Hopes with a certain criteria, and it will only be accessible to those individuals and the people that are overseeing it. So when you're talking about meals, it will be meals that are for the people that are living there. This isn't a public feeding location, and this isn't somewhere where there would be queuing because it's not a walk-up facility. And again, it will be secured, and I just wanted to get that on the record because I didn't want there to be some impression that this is similar to Record Street, because it's not that kind of a facility.
Well, just to clarify, I mean, the ordinance is, I assume, more broad, and the proposal would be in the SUP, would be very specific to this operation and how it would work. So we'll see all those details when that gets submitted, if it's allowed to be submitted, if we amend this Title 18 ordinance. So, yeah.
I mean, obviously, we're redoing our zoning ordinance, and we have a lot of needs on it. But the reason I brought up my commentary is because I think, as a zoning practitioner, the way we do this is really clunky. I mean, the city's always going to have a role in these, like we have on all the others. And I think that you could do it or under a broader public facility zoning district, and then do the site plan work control under a special use permit, which we're doing anyway, and get rid of a really neck hold sort of definition that causes a lot of confusion. And that's a conversation that I would like to bring up to the experts who are going to help us redo our zoning code to make it more user-friendly. And so I just want to, bring that up, and we'll be bringing up the public facility zoning district uses when we get into the code.
And of note, next Tuesday evening, I believe it's from 4 to 7, we'll be having a public workshop that will be the city council with the planning commission specifically to talk about Title 18 and what are our top priorities and what direction do we want to give to our consultant on that. So I think those are worthwhile comments. Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. Let me turn, if we're done with comments, to Councilwoman Jordan for a motion.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to everybody that's been involved. Tremendous group participation from government, from private entity, experts in the field, and an immense number of volunteers that are making this come to fruition to help in a creative way a very substantial issue we have here. And it's housing, and it's at every level. So thank you to everybody. I'm so excited. This is a big, big deal. I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission with the modifications as noted in the staff report.
And would that reference Exhibit A?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And is there a second? All right. So we have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan, second from Councilwoman Weber. And is there any discussion? All right. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. And I have to congratulate Hopes and the folks that have been working on this, including our staff, because you're being very proactive. All of these kind of changes take time. And so it's great that the policies and ordinances would be put in place in a timely manner so that it's not a crisis. We so often engage into a crisis where something's about to happen and we realize, oh my goodness. So kudos to everyone involved here. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next item, which is also a public hearing. This is B2, and I think you said, Madam Manager, is this one we wanted to open in concert with something else?
We do need to open this item with with B2 on, B2 needs to be opened with item L42 on the
Right, so we'll
redevelopment
open-
agency.
All right, so do we have to
So we
open
need-
the redevelopment, take roll? Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
So
we-
let me just turn to that. All right, so before we get started, we're going to open the redevelopment agency board. Could you call the roll, please?
Yes, Breckus.
Here.
Dewar.
Here.
Delgado. Weber. Here. Jordan.
Here.
Shivi absent. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency.
Okay. Question for you or our attorneys, do we need to go to public comment on the redevelopment now, or can we go straight to the agenda?
We need to take public comment
Okay,
now.
is there any public comment for the redevelopment agency?
I have none signed in.
All right, thank you. Could I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Move.
All right, we have a motion by Councilwoman Breckus, second by Councilwoman Weber. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. We'll now move to the public hearing, and this was posted for after 10 o'clock. And the item that we're opening again is L41. Is that correct?
This will be item L42.
L42. All right, we're going to open L42 under the redevelopment as well as B2 is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, was public notice given?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given.
And correspondence?
No correspondence was received on this item.
All right, and would our attorneys like to read the title?
I don't need to read this title.
Okay, or
But I
bill
would-
number?
Before we get too far down the road, can I
Okay.
just clarify item B1, that the motion included referring the bill for a second reading?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yes. I don't think we need to reopen that, but I mean, that was sort of implied, but thank you for putting that on the record.
With
All
that,
right,
we would
we're-
move to staff presentation if council
Correct.
would like.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you, Lori.
Hello, Lori Miles, property agent, City of Reno, City Manager's Office. This is a kind of a two-part process. It's the public hearing on the approval of the city and the redevelopment agency co-owned property on APN 010-61007, jointly owned, to take a small strip and combine it with the city-owned parcel 010-61008 And then once those are combined, this is the public hearing to also transfer the property to the Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions to build an affordable housing project. So it's kind of a two-parter. We do have the developer here who does have a presentation, just to kind of go over it briefly.
All
what they
right.
plan on
Yeah, I'd
doing.
like to hear that. If
And
that,
then we'll answer any questions you may
thank
have.
you.
Hi, good morning, Council, Vice
So
Mayor.
now you're a developer.
Trying to be, so I'm up here. My name is Monica Dupay. I'm with Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions. I'm also with Nevada Youth Empowerment Project, and so Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions is operating under a fiscal sponsorship while it awaits its 501c3. We're here today to talk about what Truckee Meadows Housing is and what it's trying to do. So we're a Nevada domestic nonprofit that is attempting to develop affordable housing. We're aligning it with your NRS 268, which allows us to not exceed 80% of the median gross income. However, this project that we're talking about today is a 30 to 40% AMI project. So Nevada Youth Empowerment Project's been around for over 10 years, providing high accountability, housing-based programming to young women who would otherwise be homeless. And what we're running into right now is when young women are leaving our programming, they're unable to find affordable housing as like their next step into the community. And so while they're continuing to learn and earn, that next step of housing just is not there for them. And on top of that, Washoe County has a shortage of almost 11,000 units of housing that's affordable to those making less than $20,000 annually. So it's very challenging to find a product that can pencil out and provide an affordable housing solution for our most vulnerable populations. So this particular project is going to provide 4 units of permanent housing for seniors who are on fixed incomes. And the additional 5 units will be transitional housing that youth need, like our NYEP graduates, to give them the attention and support required to move forward with their learning and earning goals so that they can successfully reach making a living wage and having a quality of life. So currently, minimum wage in Nevada is $8.25. MIT says it costs $10.67, to just get by here in Reno. $12 is a skilled wage, and $17 is the living wage, according to EDON. So it's quite a big jump from $8.25 up to $17, and they need some time to get up there. And so we're proposing to build a 9-unit senior and young adult community, an intergenerational community. Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions will partner closely with Nevada Youth Empowerment Project to manage the units. Seniors will pay 30% AMI, and youth will pay 40% AMI. In exchange for reduced rent, the young adults will spend 5 hours each week with seniors, being good neighbors to them. This is the location. This is our little draft site plan. And so the location is 04 Street. We're in a mixed-use area there. And establishing a mixture of land uses within the TOD corridor allows individuals to meet their day-to-day needs by using the transit and or walking to their home, place of work, and or other services. The mix of land use will create a diverse and vital neighborhood environment, increasing transit use and pedestrian activity. This is kind of the housing that the gal that was up earlier talking about the people in downtown need. This is that kind of housing. And so the site will be fenced and gated, similar to what Councilwoman Jardin was talking about over at the one housing location. It's going to be secure. A bus stop's about 200 yards away. A grocery store is about 250 yards away. A hospital is 1.2 miles away. But there are many medical services in between, including Hope's, 1.2 miles to the Riverwalk. And in the capacity of property manager, NYEP will facilitate and maintain ongoing activities within the property that build a sense of ownership and create a sense of home, neighborhood, and community. So we'll be sure to oversight that interaction that's happening between the youth and the seniors, and that we'll also be sure to facilitate activities on the site that help bring those populations together. We'll also track the youth resident volunteer hours. And so the unit that we're planning to use is this unit. It conforms to IBC, the International Building Code. Our partner, Terra One, who is also here today to answer any questions, specializes in working with nonprofit companies like ours to provide housing solutions for low-income individuals. I know you won't believe this, but at $50 to $75 per square foot. We're going to be using 9 recycled containers. Each container will have their own kitchen, their own bathroom, and a washer and dryer. They're approximately 320 square feet. They're also fully furnished. So we've got the cost down. We think we're pretty solid on these at $61,000 a door. And we anticipate the first habitable unit on May 1st, pending the approval today, and completion in January. And we'd also like to have permission to start cleaning up the lot and get our NYEP volunteers over there and start picking up the trash and the weeds and just things that have accumulated by blowing in over there, growing in over there. So this is the authorization act that this land donation is allowed under, if anyone wants to look more deeply into it. Without a land donation, these projects are impossible to pencil out. If there's any questions, I brought some people with me in case I get a little over my skis. They know things that I just don't know yet.
I think there probably are some questions. So let me turn to our council.
I really have questions for our staff.
Okay. Anyone question for our presenter here tonight? Okay. Why don't we bring up our staff?
Only questions, comments.
Hi.
Right, that'd be good.
So I know we gave the preliminary go-ahead and work with these folks, but some questions were raised in my review this last time and with the gentleman who came. And, you know, it's great that we have these nonprofits stepping up to plug housing affordability need. And it's great and consistent with our property disposal policy to not own a property that we want it to go to some use, whether it's tax rolls or other uses. But this is tough land, these railroad right-of-way properties. And I did a field trip yesterday, looked at the dorm project and how that's coming along. And you know, I see some site dynamics that look challenging. This one, though, and it is in, you know, a completely different area, but it's along the right-of-way. The question that I asked at my briefing was the property to the west that you mentioned in the staff report. It is industrial in use. It is also, I understand, our tenant because we got that property. And I had questions about, does that business involve the you know, on-site holding or use or transfer, manipulation of hazardous materials, particularly those of flammability nature. And you were going to check with the fire department to see what the hazardous waste sheets show with their business license. Did anyone do that?
For the record, Bill Thomas is the city manager. It's my understanding that the fire marshal did go out and check, and he's comfortable that the current use of that building is compatible with this proposed use.
Okay, compatible adjacent to residential. Okay, because the code has always looked very strongly at residential adjacency to industrial uses. Here we're in a mixed use zone where it's been a while since I've looked at that zone, but I would presume that it involves the phasing out of industrial uses over time. But was that the gentleman who came and spoke earlier in the public comment? Was that the one who owns that property?
No, they're out of Sacramento. So
who was that gentleman? What property does he?
I didn't quite catch that in the public comment, so I.
Oh,
have to go back
okay,
and review, but
okay. Yeah, Flyers is like a.
It's a
Yeah.
corporation.
And did you look into their lease? Is it a month to month?
It's a retract lease that's renewable year to year.
Year to year,
It automatically
okay.
renews, but
Yeah.
they are interested in the future when the bonds come down to buy.
Oh, they are? Okay. I mean, I guess going forward with this, I want to articulate some concepts I have that we may very well be going forward with a scenario that sometime down the road, this project dictates a decision by the council to not have that activity adjacent to this. It may be incompatible, may be inconsistent. The neighbors may not really work well together. And I think that that should be at least spoken as we go forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. Councilwoman Breckus. I know that's always, compatibility is always huge in terms of just general land use, and I think we're very, very sensitive to that. I want to acknowledge the innovation of the stakeholders that came together to try again find solutions for our community. I met with them offline. We talked very in depth about what the overall scope of the work was going to be and who the community members they were going to be working with. Question I have is, I know somewhere in our documents we say we have a cap of AMI of 60%.
I think it was 80. And
Lori Miles, statute allows up to 80, but
Okay.
somewhere I thought in their original presentation, they said 30 to 40 up to 60, but
Okay.
that's why they brought that up.
Okay, so 80. The only reason I bring that up, just to get more clarity, is we want to make sure, and I think that's the goal, is to reach to our most vulnerable, to get them housing, get them resources, get them services so they're successful. But also know there are times where people fall between the cracks. They're just outside of eligibility. They fall within those cracks, and they definitely need those services. And I looked at the service providers to say, is that enough? Is that something that we can look at? Are you guys comfortable with that? I know when I worked as a welfare eligibility worker at the state, it crushed me when I had to look at a family and say, you cannot qualify for services because you're just over by like $10. Or you just they fall within those cracks. And I look at the services you guys are going to be able to provide and say, do we have enough broadness there that you guys feel, not just in the short term, but the long term, to be successful to work with those individuals in our community? And I'm looking at you, Monica. Is there anything there? Do you guys feel comfortable with what you have here before us that you guys are presenting?
Yeah, we'd like to have the flexibility like you're talking about, but our word today to you is that today we're going for 30 to 40% AMI.
Right.
Now wages change and
Right.
things change and I can't predict any of that, but my intent is to build this at 30 to 40% AMI,
Right.
but to have the flexibility with our partnership with the council.
Right. Yeah, and I don't think your intention is not to work within that. But again, for me, the broadness, and I look at staff in terms of the flexibility of what does that mean? Is it going to be too crazy and rigorous? Is it going to hold the project back? Again, the flexibility and knowing the provider is not going to really look to that, but there's always those case-by-case scenarios where you're met with a family, you're met with an individual that needs those services, but now they're not eligible because,
It's true.
and they fall in between they fall within in the cracks, and now we're possibly losing out on them. So, Lori, I don't know if you can answer that for me. Thank you, Monica.
Lori Miles, property agent. I will look to city attorneys to put that in the agreement
Okay.
to any
So
services.
right now it says 80% cap AMI.
That's what the statute allows.
Okay, and that's, I think, high enough? You guys feel cool? Okay. And I was just saying if that was, I just wanted, because I saw 60% here. I was like, 80% is, I'm fine with too, but on page 3, it says 60%.
And that, somewhere that came from is,
Okay.
like I said, the original presentation, but
So
then our
we'll align it
statutes.
with statute 80%. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Jordan, anything from Councilman Weber? All right, I had a couple questions real quick. And I guess first question is for you, Monica. You had mentioned that I think the younger students, call them students for lack of a better word, would be required to do 5 hours a week to support the seniors. And I just wondered what that looks like and who ensures that happens.
So I would ensure that it happens, but it would look like maybe grabbing something from the grocery store for them, changing a light bulb, sitting with them in their living room and visiting with them, eating dinner with them, having a meal with them, going with them to the grocery store. Just whatever kind of relationship might aspire out of some of the kind of forced volunteering that it will initially get everything launched off. But isolation is a huge killer of seniors. And so being able, especially especially in a community where we kind of are in the midst of resource scarcity, where we're kind of trying to figure out where to support things and move things around. It's just two populations that complement each other well. Youth need adults, you know, like older people, their wisdom, their patience, their an ear to listen. And older people need young people. There's just things they know how to do or can do now that they're not able to keep up with. And so it's just a very complementary relationship.
Yeah,
And
I'm really impressed with it, and I just wondered, I mean, I guess if they don't meet that criteria, you might ask them to leave. I guess that's a condition.
so it absolutely is a condition. Nevada Youth Empowerment Project had a partnership with the City of Reno for several years, running an affordable housing site on Virginia Street called Sonder House.
Right.
There is a gal here from Sonder House today. She just graduated from UNR with dual degree and would not have been possible if it weren't for the affordable housing that the city had helped us provide. And we lost those units in May, and this is an attempt to replace those units. But those girls are held at a very high accountability in this program. Every month they have to turn in their rent, but with their rent they have to turn in a productivity sheet that talks about how much money they put in their bank account, how many hours they went to school, how many hours they went to work, and how many hours they volunteer. So as long as we're supplementing them, they're having to report back what they're doing productively with that supplement. So our program is different in that way, as it's highly rigorous and highly comprehensive and highly accountable.
And I know we're not approving your project here today, but we're just trying to get a better sense of what the partnership might look like. The other thing I wanted to caution you, you know, as much as our community has embraced the Sage Street, the dorm project, you know, they've run into delays that have taken about 6 months. It's site prep, moving gas lines, doing environmental assessments, all kind of stuff, right? And so I know that this land was originally cleared for the railroad project, for the retrack project, but you still may, you know, experience some of that yourself. I think this is a first of, other than the Eddy, of using recycled containers, especially first of using it for housing, to my knowledge. And so there may be some issues there too. So just a word of caution to, I know you're saying May, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was Thanksgiving, just because of how life is.
Thank you.
And then lastly, we talked about the oversight, the enforcement, the May 1. So I really appreciate, you know, the vision and also your stick-to-itiveness. You know, you have not given up.
I'm trying not to.
You keep coming back. And, you know, I just want to clarify, I guess, last thing with our staff, if they're here. I just wanted to see a picture of the map up on the overhead. And if you could just say, I know that we had this remainder parcel from when we did our project in concert with the Maverick, and this was that little strip. Could you just show us, we have the strip, but then is there other land going into this? Could you just explain that?
Lori Miles, property agent. The blue section here, that's the boundary line adjustment that will come from 07 and be combined into 08.
Okay, so the yellow is what we own. The blue is what we own, but the blue was part of the previous parcel that we sold to Maverick?
No.
No.
No. Maverick's over here.
Right.
The blue strip is part of the leased land that's to Flyers, but is not part of their lease.
Could you say it again? I'm sorry.
The blue strip?
Yeah.
Is a part of parcel 07, which is leased to Flyers, but is not part of their lease. It's
okay.
The railroad leases were, you know, they just gave a approximate location, and
Right.
they weren't parceled at the time that they were leased.
Yeah.
No.
But the yellow,
The yellow is also from the retract portion, but when they got reparcelized, somehow
This
was
line.
somehow this was created. I don't know why.
right. And could you
Instead of
just
all-
recap the deal points, so the acreage and,
Yeah. So. Let's see, sorry. So the yellow is about 10,734 square feet, and the blue strip looks like will be,
well, altogether, is it about an acre? No, it's
No.
about a half acre? Third acre.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for.
yeah, about 15, I think.
And we're talking about $1.
Transferring it for $1, it'll be deed restricted for 50 years
Okay.
for affordable housing.
Okay.
And they'll have to pay for all the boundary line adjustments and all that.
Okay. All right. Well, given that, are there any more comments, questions from our council? All right, may I hear a motion?
I'll make a
Madam
motion.
Vice,
We do have more public
I
comment.
have
Okay.
public comment on this
Thank you.
item. Nikki Williams would like to speak, followed by Liliana Cueva.
Good morning, council members. My name is Nikki Williams, and I'm currently a resident at INYEP's Community Living Program, and I'm here to provide a comment for agenda item B2. Whew. I'm just asking to please support the program because as a young person who makes only $9 an hour and attends college full-time, I can say that it's really hard to find somewhere to live that I know I'm going to wake up and say, okay, I can afford to pay rent this month or I can afford to pay rent next month. And it's just important that we have the support, like low-income housing that we need in order to go from a minimum wage job to a living wage job, because being able to have access to things like that, it helps me, not only me, but other young people around me to overcome my past and be able to step out of poverty. And I can truly say that being in INYEP has helped me not only to maintain a job, but to also continue to pursue my college degree. So, thank you.
Thanks so much for showing up here, Nikki. Do we have further?
Liliana Cueva, followed by Sam Dene.
Hello, council members. My name is Liliana Cueva. I'm here to provide a comment for agenda item B2. Please support the Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions Project today. I am a graduate of the Nevada Youth Empowerment's Community Living Program, and I currently live in the Sonder House. It is because these programs that I was able to recently graduate from the University of Nevada, Reno. Had it not been for this program, I would not be able to afford to get a college degree. I presently make $10.50 an hour, and I am working towards paying back student loan debt. If it wasn't for ENYEP, I would be struggling just to get by. Low-income housing helps young people like me pursue a higher education, attain their career goals, and escape poverty. I need support as I go from minimum wage to living wage. This is how I can become independent and begin giving back to my community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liliana. Mr. Dene.
Hashtag SamDNA Dene, the heart and soul, body and mind of Reno government. I'm here to speak in favor of this project. I don't do that very often, but this is sort of a no-brainer. And for those who didn't quite understand the numbers, as I understand it, the city is going to deed over or give over or release over about 3,000 square feet of land that's basically absolutely totally useless anyway to this project. So they'll have enough room to build, not very many, a few little houses for people who are not extremely wealthy, like the bureaucrats up there in the towers and all. So this is for mainly the downtrodden and the lower waged personnel of our community. And I think this is a wonderful thing. I don't think how anything could go wrong. These gentlemen and these ladies are planning on dedicating their time and money to this project. And I don't know if they're going to make any money off of it. It doesn't sound like it. There are several, I didn't see how many total, but 320 square foot units, houses, whatever you want to call them, for individuals, or maybe two people can live in them. But so these little tiny things down off of the railroad tracks, and I don't want to say less desirable because I'm sure they're going to fix this up so you're thinking you're living in the bourgeoisie district by the time they're all finished with the beautiful attractions. So as I close out, I'm in favor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dene.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I would also like to note for the record that we received online public comment in support from John Graham, Nina Shapey, Janine Moreland, Cindy Allen, Meredith Tanzer, Darian Ramirez, and Maisha, no last name. They did not wish to speak, however, in support of the project.
Okay, a lot of support out there. Do we have any final comments from any council members? Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. This is just another great thing on our agenda today, with creativity helping to solve solutions with private assistance and professional oversight. I can speak to some of the operational I don't want to call it rigidity, but structure. Not only have I toured your facility and met a number of your individuals at NYEP, but when we did a neighborhood cleanup, two of your individuals came and helped with our neighborhood cleanup. I'm going to guess that was part of the thing that they had to do for their volunteerism, and they were great. So I know that this project will have great oversight, so.
Excellent, excellent. Any last comments from anyone? I'll just make a last comment. I had the pleasure of having NYEP clientele come to my house and make pies. So I was able to share with them my top secret blueberry pie and cherry pie recipe, and we had a blast. So I think you guys do an amazing job. I think you know that. You personally, Monica, have been our city superhero yourself. So, and the organization that you and the collaboration we've seen has been amazing. So with that, we're looking for two motions, I think. One is going to be for this item that's on the public hearing. Let me just turn to it, B2. And then we're going to turn to the redevelopment item. So can I get a motion for B2?
I'll make it. I move to approve a boundary line adjustment as described in the staff report and authorize the agency chair and city manager to negotiate and execute all agreements, maps, and documents to accomplish the adjustment.
And and second, say from Councilwoman Breckus and second from Councilwoman Weber. Do we need to also re-agendize this the way we did the B1? It's
So you have
not a bill.
motion- You have a motion and a second on the BLA, so why don't you go ahead and vote on that? And then there's a second motion connected with this item as well.
Right.
And that's for the sale, so.
All right,
Yeah,
so
this
all in
one's
favor?
for the agency, board, and city, this motion, yeah.
Right, so all in favor of the motion? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, this motion carries unanimously. That's fantastic. And we're going to turn to the companion motion, or a companion item over on the redevelopment agency, which is L42. And I'm looking for a motion there as well.
Yeah, let me just bring that one up, because I had the L4, 2, hold on.
So that motion was for both, just for
Yeah,
clarification?
okay.
Oh, okay, because we opened it together.
Yes.
Okay, so now, so now I'm going back to the motion for the, just the city on the sale to the Truckee Meadows Housing Solution, and it's for the city. Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions has satisfactorily demonstrated to this council that it will use the property for an affordable housing project in compliance with NRS 268.058, and I therefore move to approve the sale and direct the mayor to negotiate and execute a purchase and sale agreement substantially in the form attached to the staff report and to execute all deeds and documents necessary to accomplish the sale.
And then let me just get some clarity from our attorney. So that would be for L42 or L41?
No, this one is just for the council agenda item, B2.
Okay, for complete on B2?
So
Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to take a moment. You were amending your first motion?
No. If you go to the staff report, if you
Right.
open up item B2.
Right, I
At
have
the
it
bottom
right
of the staff report,
Had two motions.
that two motions. The
Right.
first one was for the city and the board for the boundary line adjustment.
Right.
The second one, and we acted on that. The
We did
second
that.
one that I just made is for the city
Sale.
only, for the sale to the
Right.
housing authority.
Very good. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now, I'm still looking for clarity on L42. That was included in the first part of B2? Okay. All right, so what we're going to do, just to let everyone know, procedural-wise, we're going to take L41, which is also related to this, and it's on 265 Keystone. Actually, it's not related to this.
Yeah.
And then what we're going to do, we're actually going to take a break. We have a shortage of council members here today, so I want to take a 10-minute break as soon as we hear this item. And then we'll come back and finish the redevelopment agenda. So
Wait, which one are we doing right now?
we're going to do L41, which is on the redevelopment agenda.
A whole nother item?
This is a separate item, yes. So I would recommend that we do L41, as this needs to be heard prior to D3 on our regular agenda. So
Right.
I would recommend we hear this item, take
Right.
your short recess,
Right.
close out the rest of your redevelopment agency,
Right.
and then get back in order of
Correct.
the rest of the council agenda.
Right, that's my plan. Thank you. All right.
So item L41, a
Lori
public
Miles?
hearing for 265 Keystone.
Lori Miles, property agent, City of Reno. This is the public hearing for the agency to quitclaim their interest in 265 Keystone. And an item that you'll hear later on today on D3 will be for the city to put the site out to public auction for the highest appraised value.
Okay,
So this is just the agency quit claiming their interest to the city so that we can
Right.
finish their process.
Okay. So, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah. Could you put up a map, please, Ms. Miles?
Hold on, it's in here.
You know. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure that as the conversation goes on the regular agenda, that that the approaches that we may want to take would not involve using the flexibility of this being in the agency, frankly.
Okay, so
'Cause-
you're saying maybe
yeah.
keep it within the
Yeah,
redevelopment agency.
you lose flexibility on how you can offer a property and enter into negotiations with someone for property sale or lease when you are city. Yeah, when you're city, you have more flexibility in the redevelopment. This is the mechanics of putting it from redevelopment over to city. I think we should hear the first item first.
Okay.
I frankly do. Is that okay? Sure. Okay.
That makes some sense.
Okay.
Given that, though, I am going to call for our 5-minute break right now, and we're going to come back at 5 after 12. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, so we're adjourned for about 5 to 6 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, I have it. You know what? I don't have it. I don't have it. No. Okay. D3. Yeah, I'll be right back. Bonnie, what are you going to cover in your? Okay, thanks everyone for your indulgence. We're a little short on our council staff today, so we want to be respectful of that. We're going to turn to let me ask you, Madam Clerk, do you suggest going to D3 or going back to the regular agenda and working through it?
I would recommend that we stay in order, as you do have quite a few people in the audience
Okay.
here for consent items.
Very good.
So I would recommend at this time that we go back to
the
consent agenda.
Okay. All right. With that said, we have the consent agenda, and typically we would ask anyone if they have items that they would like to remove from the consent agenda. So we'll start with Councilwoman Breckus.
I have none.
Councilwoman Jordan? Okay. Councilwoman Weber?
I need to ask that C6 be taken aside.
C6 pulled
For a disclosure.
off for disclosure.
Yes.
And is this a disclosure and recusal or just a disclosure?
Disclosure and recusal.
Okay. So we'll remove item C6 from the agenda. And I want to remind folks that we have removed item C10 earlier and C11. Is that correct? Or did we remove C10? I'm sorry.
We did not remove item C10. We have removed item C11 from
C11.
consent.
Okay, very good. And I don't want to move these off. Well, I think I will move item C12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, and maybe take them as a group. I just want to say a few words about them.
Move for the remaining items on the consent?
Okay.
Second for
Did we
discussion.
pull- Just for clarification, we pulled C6, is that right?
We pulled
pulled
item
C6.
C6,
Okay.
item C12, 13, 14, 15, and 16.
Right.
For discussion, item C11 has been withdrawn from the agenda.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so for the remainder items, we had a motion from Councilwoman Jordan,
Second.
Councilwoman Weber for second. All in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion?
Yeah, I just want to, on item C4, extend my gratitude to Roy Tuscany and the High Fives Foundation for yet again bringing more adaptive recreation equipment over to our Evelyn Mount Community Center. It's used very much by our veterans adaptive recreation programs, but anyone who has the need to use these adaptive programs, equipment is eligible to use it, and it's just, they continue to make great contributions to our recreation facilities, the High Fives Foundation, so kudos to them.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, prior
Yes.
to taking that, I do have public comment.
Thank you.
Sam Dene would like to speak on the consent agenda.
All righty. Now, we'll take it.
Sam, Dene, this is the, what they call the consent agenda, where they're gonna vote on a whole lot of things all at once, sort of housekeeping stuff, and, housekeeping stuff. And I'm speaking, I'm not for or against anything on it. It looks pretty much like housekeeping, But every time I come down here, since I was the driving force that made the privileged license of a marijuana license legal, since I was instrumental in that taking place, since the city council, not necessarily these guys, kept postponing it. Once the state made it legal, it was on the agenda to start putting out the licensing project, and I finally said, ladies and gentlemen, it's legal, people are sick and dying, let's do it. The very next week, it was on the agenda, and I followed through several months, and eventually it became legal. That was medical marijuana, and I've got nothing against recreational marijuana either. But I've taken upon myself, since I was the driving force that legalized this stuff, and I made a music album, I commemorated it with 7117, which is the new 420. 7117, that's the day that pot was made legal in Reno, Nevada, and that's registered in my name. But along with, and I don't use marijuana, I tested it one time and that was it. But along with I just said, well, it's legal, let's do it. But then in the process of honchoing this thing month after month for 2 years almost, I kept learning more and more stuff. And one of the things I learned was that the far worse than any effect that marijuana can have on anybody as far as getting stoned, the worst effect is the fact that you can bust a marijuana test. The marijuana test is diabolical. It does not tell the person what your situation is at the moment you might be pulled over for a traffic accident or tested for a job. It does. You have a couple of puffs of marijuana, and it might, you're not stoned a day later, but you might have the THC, they call it, in your system for months, for a month, and you lose your job, go to jail, pay a fine. It's all wrong. So now the latest thing is that our dear new Governor Sisolak, wants to create a medical or a marijuana board. And if there's anybody who should be on that board, I don't want, it's kind of like these pot licenses. You would see all these people who are against marijuana, they're hidden back in there and they own these pot licenses now. That's hypocritical. This board should have somebody like Tom Clark, a friend of mine, Tom Clark. He's just a regular citizen, smart guy, got some time, he should be on that board. My son, who was the challenger for mayor 6 years ago, should be on that board. And Sam Dene should be on the board. Are you listening, Governor Sisolak?
Thanks, Sam.
Madam Vice Mayor, it should be noted Marlene Olson and DB Fennell are in support of item C8, but did not wish to speak. And with that, I have no further public comment on consent.
All right, so I believe we took a vote, so we're moving on to C.
You have a motion and a second on
Yeah,
the table.
can we, excuse me?
You have a motion and a second on the table?
All
We
right,
just need a
thank you.
vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll go next to C6, and for your disclosure.
Thank you so much. Fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting on item C6. In the interest of full transparency, I am disclosing the fact that my husband is a partner at Construction Material Engineers. I've consulted with the city attorney's office and have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the significant pecuniary interest, and because this is a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I am going to abstain from voting in this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Ms. Weber, usually you would step out.
I choose not to.
Oh, you don't have to? Oh, okay.
Move to approve.
Thank you. All right, so motion to approve by Councilwoman Jordan, second by Councilwoman Breckus. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. With four
Items
present.
C12 through 16, as pulled by you, Vice Mayor Dewar.
Right, thank you. I just wanted to take these as a block vote, but I just wanted to mention, on item C12, I have been going for years to the TEDx, which is TEDx University, which is a full-day event with many speakers from our community, as well as speakers that come from outside our community, as well as a few entertainment. This year, I believe it is at the Reno Sparks Convention Center. And this would be the first year, if this is approved, that the city of Reno would be a sponsor of this event. And as part of that, we'll get some tickets. I've already bought my own tickets, but to make available to some of our boards and commissions and people that do service for our city. It's very much in the milieu of the arts and culture. It's very much a cultural event. And I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention because it's the first time that we are stepping forward to participate in it, and I think that's kind of significant. I also wanted to identify items C13 and C15 and C16. Let me make sure I got them right. Which are to our center, ENYEP, and to the Eddy House. And all of which, the timing of this is that tomorrow is the youth point in time count. And I encourage anyone, who's interested in what our homeless issue looks like in terms of our youth, which I believe goes up to 24. There's an attempt to count how many people of that age bracket are homeless. And this is a desire on my part to support that. Usually I'd also go out and count. This year we have too many conflicts, so that's not going to happen at the last minute. But they do an amazing job. We've already seen some of their participants here on earlier agenda items. So I just wanted to give a shout out. And also following the footsteps of Councilman Delgado and Councilwoman Jordan, have also my Sierra Youth Football League contribution has finally caught up as well on this agenda. So I know they did an amazing job when they went to the playoffs. So appreciate your leadership, other council members, on that. So I would move to approve these items. Okay, made a motion and seconded by Councilman Delgado. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, they're approved unanimously.
Item D1.
All right, we're moving to item D1, which is a discussion of the fiscal impact analysis submitted with large development projects. And I'd like staff to come up and give a presentation on this. I myself had a chance to meet with them. I don't know if all council members did. And I believe there was a workshop here last night, which was an effort to have this group reach out to the development community on this issue as well. So I'm hoping to hear about all of that.
All right. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. For the record, Sienna Reed, Senior Planner. You may remember in April of 2018, the Council gave staff direction to move forward with the preparation of fiscal impact analysis guidelines, really looking to provide a bit more clarity as to when the city receives fiscal impact analyses and standardize the approach that we use. So following that direction, in April, we've been working with Matt Prosser of Economic and Planning Systems, or EPS, to create those guidelines that will help the city moving forward. And today with us, we do have Matt Prosser from EPS. He's going to go ahead and walk you through a bit of the information related to fiscal conditions in the city that was prepared as part of the master plan update process, and then delve into a bit more detail in terms of the draft guidelines, the methods, the factors, and then the applicability. Do want to highlight that we did meet with the development community last night. We do have information to carry forward in terms of feedback for them, so I'll jump in at the end and be able to give you a sense of what we heard from them. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Matt.
Thank you. Again, I'm Matt Prosser. I'm a vice president with Economic and Planning Systems. Most of you remember me from our work on the master plan, so it's good to be in front of you all again. So I'm going to walk you through a quick overview of what we learned in the master plan process, just kind of a refresher of why we're here today, and then walk through the model briefly, provide an overview, and then talk through our approach, or suggested and recommended approach to the impact guidelines. And then we'll have time for questions at the end from you all. As Sienna mentioned, we also have some discussion related to some input we got from the development community yesterday. So in Reimagine Reno, as you remember, was a two-phase process. In the first phase, we created a fiscal impact model, and we did an analysis of fiscal conditions for the city and looking at the generic impact of new development by different uses. And those findings provided the basis for policy that we developed in phase two. And in phase two, as you remember, or some of you remember, we used that model to test different development scenarios, which helped inform the land use decisions that you all made within the master plan. And just as a refresher of some major findings, we've included those up here, and I have some charts that I'll walk through in a second that highlight these points. But in essence, the city has limited influence on growing their major revenue streams. As you know, property tax is controlled, has some unique aspects to it, most specifically the depreciation of the improvement value over time, which has a major impact on revenue generation for cities. And as well, C-tax, which is collected and distributed by the state and county. The city has limited influence on that as well in terms of its impact on growth. But generally what we found in the fiscal model is that when you have more people, more residents or workers, it generally increases more revenue. There's more development that has to occur to house and office these folks. But at the same time, that also means more expenditures. So most of the revenues and expenditures that we look at in the model are related to the number of people that are generated by a development project. We found that fiscal impacts vary by location in the city. Portions of the city have higher costs than others. A lot of that has to do with the availability of infrastructure and services, specifically fire. It's a big thing that's impacted by geography. We also found that more dense development patterns have a greater benefit to the city. Generally, that's really true in the street fund, in that denser development requires less streets on average, and so less cost. But I think the major finding, and the most important to consider and remember, and think of this contextual statement as you think about how to use the fiscal impact analysis tool, is that the tax structure in Nevada puts a lot of pressure on cities to grow, to maintain its fiscal health, as revenues don't support expenditures over the long term. And mainly that's due because you have a dwindling return from property tax on properties as they get older. And so some of you may remember this chart. We actually charted out the average parcel value within the city of Reno based on what year the improvement on that parcel was built, and showing how the older the improvement is, the lower amount of property tax that's generated. And so as we look at fiscal impact analysis, generally they're going to be more positive in the early years in developments, and as the depreciation really starts to set in, they're going to become more and more negative. We found that different uses have different impacts. Generally, single-family residential, office, industrial uses are generally positive. Multifamily is about neutral, depending on the value of the unit. And then retail, actually surprising to a lot of people, is a negative. And that retail development creates a lot of traffic, and it creates a lot of calls for service for police. And we're also associating the sales tax, the sales that are generated at retail stores, to the people actually making the sales, so workers and residents. Because in reality, it doesn't necessarily matter where a retail business is located in Washoe County in terms of the impact on sales tax for the city. And so if a store in Sparks is getting sales, it's ultimately going to benefit the city of Reno because of the way the distribution of C-tax occurs. We found that, I already mentioned this, that denser development, specifically for the street fund, has a greater fiscal benefit. And then lastly, the area of city has a bigger impact. And as we found is the less dense areas, the western portion of the community, the northern portion of the community, that have sort of topography issues and other natural issues that kind of impact the shape and size of fire service districts. They generally have a less positive or a greater impact in terms of the cost of providing service to the city. So with that all in mind, we developed some goals and policies that were in the master plan. First is to support a fiscally responsible growth pattern and annexation policy that will maintain and improve levels of service. And so that term levels of service was something that was new and really introduced within the master plan and provided for all services that the city provides. And also it's something that we've incorporated into the fiscal impact analysis. The second policy being annexations to be submitted concurrently when possible with a master plan amendment. And making sure that these annexations and master plans aren't creating a fiscal burden or are doing things to mitigate that fiscal burden. And so that was a shift that was made in the policy in the master plan, was to try to encourage or require annexations to come forward with the ultimate development that they're going to want to do on that. And so we're not getting rural annexations that later are coming in for more denser developments. And then last, the priority initiative, D, is to demonstrate the city's commitment to a responsible and well-managed growth. And so we had the opportunity to move these guidelines forward in the implementation plan pretty quickly after the approval of the master plan, because we had the model built. And so really all we're doing is developing the guidelines that developers and applicants for development approvals will have to follow to submit a fiscal impact analysis. And so as you see, that's one of the action items that was in the master plan. So now I'm going to give you an overview of the fiscal model, just to give you a sense of how it works and how it functions. So it's based on the most recent budget, adopted budget for revenues and expenditures. So we're recommending every year that the city update the budget numbers within the model, which is a pretty easy thing to do, and we're providing a guide for the city for how to do it. So that way, we're working with a fiscal model that's reflecting the financial conditions of the city that year. As I mentioned previously, our approach to assigning revenues and costs to new development is most often we use a peak person served factor, which that means the addition of new residents and new workers that a project would create. We do net out people that will live, work in the city of Reno based on averages for the city. And so we're not double counting or trying not to double count the creation of people. And in other instances, we use a per unit or per square foot factor, or for the street fund on expenditures, we actually calculate their expenses or their impact to the city based on the number of lane miles, or center line miles, I should say correctly, that the new project will create that the city has to maintain. We have built in some fixed and variable cost adjustments. We utilize these factors for certain revenue and expenditure items to factor them down almost completely in some cases, but most often we either use 0, 25%, or 100%, meaning we have no factoring down. And we do this for things like a city manager. The line item for the city manager, you're not gonna, that cost for having the city manager isn't gonna grow with new development. You're always gonna have one city manager, you're gonna have one city council. But there are other items that are more directly related. So most of the ones that aren't directly related, we applied that 25% variability factor. And other ones like police, fire, parks, things like that, there's 100% variability factor built in. And then for the special big revenue items and the big expenditure items, we built specific case studies to calculate those. So property tax, which is unique, as I've mentioned, we've built a model that helps model the depreciation over time. We built case studies to look at fire and police services, and then case studies for the street fund capital maintenance, which we worked with Public Works on developing. So I'll go through quickly the revenues that are in the model and how we're addressing those. For property tax, the estimated property tax is based on the submitted development program and the estimated values of the product that are being created. And then we've asked the applicants to apply a 0.5 annual growth rate to that. That captures both the appreciation of property, but also the impact of depreciation. And so we did a fair amount of analysis looking at assessor data and also tax bills from the treasurer to see how developments that occurred in the late 90s performed over 20 years. And what we found was they were generally around that 0.5%. And so it captures, and both the assessor records and the tax bill records weren't exact as you would expect because of caps on appreciation, but they were pretty close, which makes us pretty confident with that number. For C-tax, we've excluded the base distribution of C-tax, which is about 80% of your C-tax, from the revenues and also out of the expenditures. Those aren't tied to new growth. You're going to get those no matter what. It's the excess distribution that's really tied to the growth of the city, and specifically tied to the growth of population and assessed value in the community. And so we have per unit and employee factors for that. Business license fees, we've split between the number of residents created in a project, but also new businesses being created, finding that about half of the business licenses were sort of retail and service businesses that are generating sales and gross receipt tax based on new residents and a development, where the other ones, the other half, were from businesses that are providing goods and services that are exported out of the city, aren't tied to growth. So their business isn't here because there's a growing city, it's here because they want to be here. The street fund, property tax is estimated the same way as it is for the general fund. Plus we have a factor for fees, license, and permits. In terms of expenditures, I'll walk you through the 5 ones quickly. General government's majority of the expenditures utilize the 25% variability factor. For police, we generated factors based on call generation rates. So we actually used GIS to map out where your police calls were going and allocated the demand based on the land use associated with where the police call occurred. And then for parks, we have just the standard per unit or employee factor, but we have the option to reduce the factor if the parks are not maintained by the city of Reno. So if a project comes forward that has an HOA is proposing to maintain the local parks that are provided in it, they have the ability to estimate a lower cost factor. For fire service, we have variable rates based on the quadrant of the city. I mentioned this earlier. Less dense development areas and harder to serve areas like the western portion of the city result in a lot less of housing and employment that are located in a fire station area. And as a result, you're paying a lot more per unit to provide fire service to those areas that are in these kind of unique situations. And then we also provided a premium factor for if fire determines that a project's going to make a development exceed the capacity of service within that fire station that would be located in, there is a percent premium increase. I think it's 40% of the factor to account for that. So if projects are going to require fire to provide more firefighters at a station to deal with the call level, the call volume, then we have a factor to account for that. And it's based on the assumption that a fire station would add an emergency service crew to an existing fire station. And then for the street fund, we based the expenditures off of the new centerline miles that are created by the project. So any new roads that are created by a project that have to be maintained by the city, are used to factor what the cost would be. And we have both a regular maintenance cost, which is based on your annual budget, and then a major capital maintenance cost, which is based on the Public Works estimate of the 35-year replacement cost value for that road, and we annualized it so that it's an annual factor. So that was a lot of jargony data to go through. I apologize, but I wanted to give you an overview of how the model functions. So the guidelines, what are we doing here? So the purpose of the guidelines is to provide a standard set of assumptions and factors for an applicant to use when they're doing a fiscal impact development, or impact of new development to the city. Currently, applicants can provide their best guess or attempt at trying to estimate the impact analysis, and then staff has to go back and kind of review what's good and what's bad. And it's a very timely process and can be cumbersome. And so the approach here is to provide a standard approach that an applicant will have to follow, a base approach. So that way the analysis that you're getting back when you're considering development approvals are pretty standard. So you know what the factors are into them. The city staff has developed them and has blessed them, and they're changing annually to reflect conditions. And that way you don't have this issue where we're questioning whether the developer's assumptions are valid or not.
Let me ask Matt, if I could just interrupt.
Sure.
Are you coming to a close here, or?
Yep, I have like one or two more slides.
Okay,
Yep.
because I think this is the most important thing that we want to talk about when you come back. So
Okay.
if you could just wrap it up and then.
Sure.
Okay.
So, the benefit is it reduces time for both the private sector and the staff in terms of counting, reviewing this, and then gives you guys a consistent platform for making decisions. And so the approach, we estimate the impacts on both the general fund and the street fund. We want them separate. We have a series, this is the new thing that's added and that hasn't been provided with previous analysis, and that we developed through the master plan, is this idea of level of service target questions. And these are a series of pointed questions that are asked to the applicant to get at the real impacts that will occur for fire, police, parks, and public works. So these are the questions that are most often coming up and the things that you really need to know. And in a lot of ways, they're almost more important, I think, than the net fiscal number. It's really understanding teasing out the impacts that these projects will have. And so the applicability, we are suggesting that developments at generally 20 acres in size and greater are applicable when they're requesting an annexation, a master plan amendment, a zoning map amendment, a PUD, or major amendments to existing PUDs, and that's not necessarily tied to the 20-acre requirement. So we asked developers to provide a bunch of inputs, size of development, the market value, development absorption. We asked them to look at a 10 and 20-year time frame, both the annual impact at 10 and 20 years, but also the cumulative impact over that period. And I already mentioned that the fund should be separate. And so I'll let Sienna talk about the input we got from the development community.
Yeah, just to be brief, as mentioned, we held a development community meeting last night. We had the benefit of Matt being here and being able to go into the level of detail that the development community wanted to. So some of the main components or pieces of input that we heard back is potentially the acreage threshold of 20 acres is too low. And that's something, if the council would like to further discuss potential options, we went ahead and drafted up a few that take a look at, well, what would be an option if you increased the acreage threshold, or what would be an option if you added on, say, a minimum dwelling unit or minimum square footage threshold in addition, so that you would use them in conjunction with each other. So we can certainly go into that level of detail if desired. If not, just wanted to let you know that we do have it prepared. Another thing that we heard from the development community was maybe there needs to be different applicability thresholds for infill projects. And this is something that we discussed at length. And one thing to note is that most of our infill areas already have mixed-use master plan land use and zoning. And so most of those projects would not need any type of master plan amendment zone change. There are some areas in kind of generally within the McCarran Ring that may need a particular master plan amendment or zone change request, but that is going to be in a limited circumstance. And if you do have a substantive project in those types of areas, they are creating similar impacts to new development that may be on the fringe. So we think whatever approach the council goes with on thresholds, just keep it the same across the entire city so that we do see those larger types of requests coming in with a fiscal impact analysis. Another thing that we heard from the development community was maybe consider exempting out zoning map amendments if you have a zone that is in conformance with the master plan designations. And the rationale there is, if you've adopted the master plan designations and that's what your service providers are planning for, that maybe coming in with a fiscal impact analysis isn't necessary for the master, or unless you're not conforming with the master plan land use designation. And we think that that's something that definitely has merit. So we would recommend that you consider that moving forward. In terms of also another comment, expanding input options that differentiate between product types. Here the context was really in terms of those residential housing products. Should we have something that allows for lower people per household? So right now the model has multifamily and townhomes and single family detached. So would you add something kind of akin to a micro unit where you would be assuming that there's only one person there? This is something that we also discussed at length after the meeting. And at the master plan and zoning map amendment level, it's probably not necessary to go into that level of detail. One, because you really can't restrict the number of people that live in a particular type of unit. And if you apply a master plan land use designation or zoning designation and somebody comes in, even at a PUD level, you still might not know your product types that exactly. So we do think using an average in terms of the people per units is appropriate at that level for the master plan amendment, zone change, or PUD. And then another good suggestion from the development community was maybe only allow for the reduction that you get for expenditures for private parks and private streets with the planned unit development. And there the rationale is, at a master plan amendment level, you may make that commitment, but then if somebody else buys the property and they come forward with a PUD later, they might feel obligated to do that. So that we thought was a good distinction. As we move forward in terms of implementing the new master plan, what we are hoping is to see master plan amendments and annexations, as Matt discussed, come forward more typically together. They would still be separate items, but generally considered at the same general time. If there would be a planned unit development, that might very well be the time to bring that forward. So you see kind of the full request in terms of intensifying, but there might be instances where it's just that master plan amendment and annexation. So just to wrap things up here, the council has a whole host of options in terms of moving forward today. We have just kind of a couple noted on this slide. Certainly the council could provide direction on what are some of those desired modifications to the guidelines and say, integrate those in staff, do one more revision and start using those guidelines. That would mean incorporating the guidelines as kind of a technical piece of information. We would incorporate the applicability into our development application checklists. Another option for you today would be if there are particular topics that you would like additional information on, or if there's anything else that you would like us to get further feedback on, you can identify those additional topics and we can bring back additional information. So wanted to note there's certainly a range. There's other options for you as well, but wanted to note that we're happy to bring back whatever type of information in the future or make whatever revisions that you would like today. So with that, I'm available for questions, and both Matt Taylor and Matt Prosser are as well.
All right, thanks so much. I know you guys have put a lot of energy into this. I just want to, before we open for questions and comments, I just want to recap. I had an opportunity to sit with the staff at some length, and the way I understand this is, one of our findings that we need to make is a fiscal assessment. And in understanding, I just want you to recap this. It's not required to do a fiscal study, but many people do a fiscal study in order to show that they meet that finding. Is that a proper way to say this?
That is correct. Certainly with our annexation requests, our master plan amendment requests, and zone changes, they each have findings that do relate to the efficient provision of services. Some of them more directly relate, and they use the terms fiscal impact of development. But as it stands today, in terms of evaluating that fiscal impact associated with annexation, we get applicants that say, I'm going to submit a fiscal impact analysis because I think it's useful and helpful information, but we don't have any specific
Right. No requirements.
guidance in
And
terms of
then
when.
guidance, and I think that we've seen this at council where we get these studies in and everybody gets just to do it their own way, you know, and tell their story their own way without sort of a common platform. And I think what our staff are saying that they've heard from us and they'd like to provide some guidelines for a common platform. So if someone does a study, they're all using the same number for fire, police, or the same number for revenues. And so we can kind of compare them. Now, I also asked the staff, if you don't have a positive fiscal analysis, is that grounds for turning down a project? And they said no. Correct? Do you want to just speak to that?
That is correct. So in terms of the findings that are evaluated by council, those findings related to fiscal impact are one of many findings. And we don't have any policy in the master plan that says only approve projects with a positive fiscal impact. And so that is something very important to know. It's something to consider. It's often something that gets great attention in terms of council wanting to delve a little bit more deeply into what those impacts would be. And so having a standard approach to measuring those impacts and the methods to create them will let us better compare the types of projects that come forward in the future.
So we have a level playing field, and we're not comparing apples, orange, pears, and tangerines. And another point I think that was made was that not only do they not have to be positive, they could be negative, but that through the period of a project, let's say at 10 years, at 20 years, at 30 years, at 40 years, the fiscal both benefit and impact are changing. You know, as more housing units come on, and maybe they reach a peak, and they're providing the most benefits and also the most revenue, and potentially the most demand for services. But things change over time, and maybe into the 30-year time frame, that's when you have to start replacing roads, or you have to start fixing parks and maintenance and those kind of issues. So I think, you know, we're still all learning about, you know, how projects affect our community. And I think your goal is very honorable in terms of just wanting to put everything on a level playing field. But I just want to make sure that we all understand what you're doing and that we all agree. And it may take a couple shots here to kind of get there. So with that kind of preface, I wanted to open it up for questions. And Councilwoman Breckus looks like she's ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You know, city government isn't a business, not in the business of making money. We're in the business of accommodating and managing, you know, the growth that is natural to our region in the best way we can. So that'll come in, and hopefully that can even be boilerplate language regurgitated on any impact analysis so everyone, you know, is clear on that. I had a few. I'll jump to some technical questions because you got rather technical. Are you saying that the household presumption number is the same for the multifamily, the single family, and the townhome units?
No. So single-family units have a higher person per
What
unit.
is that?
It's 2.5.
Yeah.
And it's 2 for attached or multifamily.
Is it 2? Okay, yeah. I think that's about right, frankly, from my understanding of the household. I mean, I do, on the other hand, appreciate what I understood from the last census report, that single individual households are the most common household formation, you know, grouping that's growing the fastest. But I think that sounds about right, particularly, you know, are you seeing trends as we hit up to affordability of more people doubling up in household formation of roommate situations, particularly, you know, as you're seeing the only thing getting built pretty much is luxury, you know, or
Yeah, I mean, it's more anecdotal than
Yeah.
data-driven. I mean,
Okay.
generally most communities, unless they are growing rapidly, have a lot of greenfield development, are contracting somewhat in household size.
Yeah, Yeah.
So unless you're attracting a ton of single-family detached with big families, you're generally, as a mature city like Reno is kind of going down, actually.
Sure. Sure. I mean, I know we have existing neighborhoods depopulating, but
Yeah.
we're only talking about new growth here.
Right.
So, but you have it sensitive to the housing product type. So I agree with that. Could you put on the slides that you got from the discussion from folks last night?
Sure.
The 20 acres, I could probably live with, upping it. Were people suggesting acreages?
Do you want to answer?
In terms of the discussion at the development community meeting, there was a general acknowledgement that something maybe more in the range of 40 or 50 acres would be preferred. There was also discussion around, kind of tying in maybe it's 20 acres, but you're projected to have a minimum unit threshold. The idea of potentially linking it to projects of regional significance in terms of the 625 dwelling unit number was discussed. And so, I'll kind of try and go back to the very, very end, the slide that you're looking for. So there wasn't common agreement on this is the exact right applicability, but we wanted to carry forward the discussion around, maybe 20 is too low in the minds of the development community. Certainly, in terms of options, we have drafted up here, you could maintain the 20-acre threshold. You could maintain that 20-acre threshold, but add a minimum unit and square footage kind of tied to a project of regional significance. You could increase the acreage threshold for all requests to 50 acres potentially, and then even more restrictively say 50 acres, and you would have to be triggering a minimum unit or square footage threshold. And so kind of with each iteration, what you would expect is fewer and fewer requests to be submitting a fiscal impact analysis. And when we went back and looked at what have we been receiving over the past 5 years, at the 20-acre threshold, we think if things maintain about how they have been, that you may see about 5 projects a year that would come forward with a fiscal impact analysis. If we went down to, or increased to 50 acres, we think it would probably be somewhere in the range of maybe 1 or 2 projects that would start to trigger those thresholds for preparation of a fiscal impact analysis.
And just for comparison, if I could butt in here, how many do you think are submitting now? Because now it's optional. The proposal is to make it mandatory over a certain size. Do you have a sense?
I don't have exact numbers. Anecdotally, I would say we're probably in the range of 2 to 4 a year. And sometimes they're for very, very large requests, and sometimes they're submitted for smaller annexation requests. It really is up to the development community in terms of if they would like to submit one or not.
Okay. Well, we're going to rotate around. We'll come back to Councilwoman Breckus. Do you have something? Councilwoman Delgado? Okay. Do you even have any thoughts, just if this is a good idea? Or?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. It gives some stability and at least structure and for the community as they start to build out. And I think the 20 acres piece is a good view. I mean, we just know more or less the build out that we already have in the Chucky Mills. There's not large portions of land that are going to come before us, but 20 acres I think is a reasonable place for us to go and to work with. And I think it's valuable that the community, especially the development community, understands that there's impacts and what do those impacts look like, and it helps us with our conversations with our community. So I definitely think it's a good information for us to have.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. 2 items. This is obviously a pretty significant item and a process change from what we've done in the past. And there's a lot of detail to it. I'm a little nervous about making any super big directional moves without our mayor here. But I also understand that you got to start somewhere and start getting some direction so you can come to some finality. And my only thing is, and I think it's been said a couple of times, that this is another tool in the toolbox, but it's not a definitive, we're going to deny or approve something based upon the findings. It's just another tool to look at. So with that clarity, I'm fairly comfortable, but again, a little nervous on getting too much into the weeds on the details without our mayor present.
Councilwoman Weber.
I really don't have any questions or even a statement. I think that what they've presented seems reasonable. And again, I think if it's reasonable and the developers are getting their input, I think that's really important. And that we listen to the folks that do it all the time. So as far as doing this, I think we need to move forward.
So I'll just ask a question and go back if there's any further questions. So how many people came last night to the workshop?
I think it was in the range of 20 or so.
Okay, so a decent turnout, more than what might have expected.
Yeah, more than RSVP'd, yes.
Oh.
So that was nice to see. And then also a range of planning consultants, and then also builders, and certainly BAN was there as well. So we were happy with the folks that were there because they're generally in the details in terms of preparing these types of analyses when they do bring forward large project requests.
And was there support for the concept? I mean, you've said there might be difference on the details, but just the concept of putting everybody on a level playing field.
I think there was support for, if fiscal analyses are going to occur, that they be standardized and be consistent. I think there was, definitely kind of that conversation around, well, if at 20 acres, are we going to have to do these more or less frequently than we currently do? Is it too small? So that was kind of really one of the larger concerns expressed. And then also, if the tool would be used in a way not contemplated. We've tried very heavily in the guidelines to caveat that this is a tool. It's not the sole determinant for approval or disapproval of a request. But there was concern because it's a different approach. It's
There
a
is a
standard
finding
set of
that we have to make
guidelines. Yeah.
about regarding fiscal impacts, and this would be a study that would speak directly to that. So I can understand a concern there.
Right, and I think, we had a good portion of the conversation kind of after the meeting had wrapped up with EK Economics, who produces quite a few of these, and her takeaway was, well, we already use these fiscal impact analyses currently. The overall end use isn't proposed to change. It's the way that we get there, and then hopefully a more consistent approach to when we do see these types of requests.
And then one follow-up, and I think this would be a later on type question, but as I got into it with you guys, I realized that your focus on, let's say, the cost of police and fire is really on the operational costs, meaning the staffing and the time to respond and those kind of issues, not the capital and the equipment. And I just wondered, and I would like in a future discussion to understand whether it would be appropriate to include apparatus, buildings, equipment in these fiscal impacts, or if it's more appropriate just to look at operations. So I'm concerned about it just because lots of times a big project could cross a threshold where you need a new fire station. You need more apparatus. And I'm sure that would be dealt with in a different place, like in the negotiations about the permit. And this is sort of a first brush about just, is it a go, no go in terms of fiscal impact? But I just want to make sure it captures everything that is right to capture. So this is still an outstanding question in my mind.
Well, and we just, to your point, certainly capital facilities and apparatus are very important. And we do acknowledge that in the supplemental questions that go directly to that. Would a new fire station be needed to accommodate this kind of development? We can also add in apparatus. I'm looking at the questions and I see the apparatus is not there, so we could add that in. I think one of the things to note about kind of the general fiscal impact analysis approach, it is very much focused on ongoing operations, and the capital side is certainly very important, but we want to bring that forward, bring both types of those information forward. And we can have that done as part of the fiscal impact analysis, but not necessarily truly co-mingle the math in terms of the capital.
Maybe not part of the calculation,
Yeah,
but certainly
separate.
part of the
Yes,
information that we would
absolutely.
have to weigh.
Mhm.
Okay. Back to you, Councilwoman Breckus. Did you have more?
One question, while getting on that slide, the centerline miles, are those all a standard centerline width, or are they different centerline widths?
They're different right-of-way widths. And then that converts to center line miles, I think.
Yeah, Public Works provided an average. They modeled it off an average road width for a local.
So they took all the roads in local, but
Local.
it's collectors also, right?
Well, the ones you would maintain, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, there's so much variability in road width,
Mhm.
and ideally, we're going to be shrinking down road width.
Yeah,
But
mean,
I
we
was
could-
just wondering.
We could play with that. We're doing similar work for Sparks, and they are working more with the per square foot of pavement factor.
I think that's.
And so I
Yeah.
think that's a fairly easy change to make.
Yeah, okay. That's one comment. The 20 acres, when I did my initial read, did seem smaller to me. And so when you presented that there was some feedback, maybe that's, a little low. But hearing that it's only 3 or 4, it doesn't really, or 4 or 5 a year, it doesn't make that much. That's not a lot of, that's not impacting capturing a lot of folks. So that's one thing. And then what were the other ones? Maybe separate it from a zoning change or a PUD?
One of the feedback comments was potentially exempt out zone changes of currently 20 acres in size if the zoning designation conforms with the master plan land use designation. But if you're moving from a non-conforming zoning designation, or excuse me, if you have something that isn't non-conforming, then you would need to come in with one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know. Obviously, that is a good question, because if you're moving, if you're changing zoning, you're changing master plan, you're making a movement. I don't feel that we have enough experience. And I really, I'd like to talk to that person who brought that up, because I don't know what they're saying in terms of our new master plan designations in the conforming zoning districts, right? It's just a whole new system. And so we don't know how much movement and conformance there is with the way things need to go. And was that part of the conversation?
The individual that brought that particular comment forward didn't provide a concrete example, but I think working with him on a couple of other requests that he has going, I imagine that he might have been thinking of the area along North Virginia Street that's been designated industrial in the master plan, where you have your mixed use zoning currently. And so if the zone change request was, say, to industrial or industrial commercial, for example, that you wouldn't need to prepare the fiscal impact analysis because it would be moving closer into conformance.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, I don't know. I think I'd stay comfortable with all of where you have, and just, we can see how it goes. And I think we need to move forward. I was very surprised to see in the DRM, Development Review Memo, that came out this week, that we've got a 530-acre master plan amendment of unincorporated transition being 530 acres going up the hills above Half-Acre Hills. So, I mean, I think I'm following stuff closely. One comes in at 530 acres. We need to get this going, in my mind.
right, well,
And the last question, if I may, is did you follow up on the discussion of adoption? I thought we should adopt this by resolution, so it's very clear to everyone. It's the council's intent implementing.
Yes, definitely had a chance to follow up with legal counsel. The opinion provided is that the guidelines do not need to be adopted by resolution because they're a piece of technical information. They are not a policy. As part of the master plan, it's really providing guidance to the preparation of technical information that is submitted with development requests. And so we don't bring forward our development application checklists to the council for
It's more in the
adoption by
checklist.
resolution.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Let me just move on from that. I'd just like to wrap this item up. Mr. Delgado, any further comments, or Ms. Jordan? Everyone's good. I just want to say two things, ask you next steps, but before you do, I just want to make a comment that I think we've kind of missed here too. One of the proposals that you have is to start bringing annexations and master plans together. And I think this is a pretty big sea change. So many times we get the annexation in, and especially the public, they're saying, what is this for? Like, what is planned there? And they get a great anxiety. And bringing the master plan or zoning together would give both them and us much more comfort. So having an opportunity to do that, I think, is a great thing that you've put in here. What would you like for us for next steps?
So I think the first question is,
are there any particular topics that the council would like additional information on? Because if we move past today, we just want a little bit of direction in terms of what are those topics potentially of concern, or where additional information would be of benefit to bring back to you.
Wait, question to that. Can, my apologies.
No, go.
Can council members submit that to you after, via memo?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that'd be great. So you want to know what kind of things you should be looking to incorporate here? And what would you be bringing back to us next? That's really, and when are you thinking?
So depending on the nature of information identified for further information to be prepared on, we'd probably just try and be very targeted in addressing those topics, and provide additional research as needed depending on what they are, and try and come to conclusions on those last pieces of information, whether they be applicability. We definitely have heard a lot of good suggestions throughout the past couple of days, and so I think we would also like a little bit of room to bring forward and incorporate those issues that we feel are very good additions, whether it just be concrete examples or calling out fire apparatus. Those are
Let
all
me give you
very
a concrete
simple
thing. Would you
additions.
be bringing back one more briefing with your proposals, or would your next step be language? Or do we need language?
We would be looking for council to say we're comfortable on this particular issue. And so there would likely be language associated with it.
Next time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and we could provide options.
Okay, so you've heard from me. I'd like to have more detail on equipment, fire apparatus, including police officer, might be vehicles, it might be equipment, things that are in addition to just staffing. I think they should be somehow covered. And I'd like to have more definitive on how we approach fire stations and those kind of things, whether they're in or out of this analysis. You can say they're out, but reassure us where they're in. Let me just ask the council, is there any other kind of guidance and direction before we send staff off? Yes.
I just, it's that square footage on the pavement, and maybe if you're working with Sparks, where they're going. And then the other, and disclosure, my husband works for Sparks and I think is involved in that, but I have not had conversations with him on that. I didn't, you were the one who said Sparks is working on that. But I think in that manner, the 20 acres is intriguing with the either or of development intensity, because these are most useful when they're comparative. And the small acreage, if it's tied to a residential count or a square footage count, allows you to capture the urban infills. So it allows you, when we finally get a Park Lane or a Jacobs, if something like that is assembled, it allows us to get a really good one that gives us a comparative measurement to what Greenfield is. So I think that blended concept might be a good one to do.
All right. Anyone else would like to give some guidance to our staff? All right. Do we need a motion on this, formal motion? It seemed that it was for discussion and potential direction, so.
The proposed motion is to approve the staff recommendation as presented, right?
Recap for us your staff recommendation.
Yeah, so the staff recommendation was to identify modifications and move forward today. So we're definitely off the staff recommended motion. So based on the feedback we've received and additional feedback that we anticipate to come forward, we will go ahead and frame out those issues that are identified. We'll come back with another set of the guidelines that are updated and provide the background information, because some of it is probably just a little bit more framing up of that background information
I
and how it's
agree, and
addressed.
I think that would be a really comfortable place, and the mayor would be here, and potentially our new council person would be here by that point, and, we can have an additional conversation before you. Does that make sense to people? Could I hear a motion to that effect?
Your comment to not bring it back for
No,
adoption
to
next
bring
time?
it back, but they need
adoption
to,
next time.
they need to fill out the story for
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
In addition to any kind of language.
Yeah, so just, my motion is to accept the feedback that's given today and prepare the modified guidelines for council adoption.
Is there a second? Okay, any discussion on that? We good? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We look forward to your next effort. Thank you. What we're going to do now, we have initiated a process where we take a break about 1 o'clock for a bit of a respite. And so what I'd like to say is that we will come back. What do people feel comfortable with? 1:45? Sounds good to people? Okay. All right, so for those of you still waiting in the audience, I apologize, but to keep ourselves sharp, we need to do this periodically, so thank you.
Can I ask if the attorneys need an attorney-client during this time?
Apparently not, is what I heard, but.
No.
Is that a no? Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll return at 2:45.
Okay.
1:45, excuse me.
1:45.
What else is it? Well, we're gonna be here again tonight. Yes. Before it starts on the call. And so we might want to follow up once they make sure. Yeah, absolutely. And we'll also have a crew here if you want. That is not gonna happen. Oh, yeah. Already been moved to February. Yeah. No rest here. Cool. Interviewing fire. Okay, that should be pretty close. Thanks, guys. Yes. All right.
Just to confirm it quick, because the understanding of the station, even if the web story was that the money going into the election itself was the hundred and odd something $179,000 plus like $300,000 for in total. But
I think they were separate.
they are separate.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure I get that.
And we should get some more clarity too.
Okay.
During the staff presentation and those discussions and stuff. That's what we would return for different numbers. Or as, you know, as Jay was suggesting, it's actually savings for some portion of it. If they're not. So it's, yeah.
Gotcha.
I would assume the podium sound presentation.
Yeah, the word was that it was being thrown out as that if it was an election, it'd be costing over $500,000 to run
No,
the entire
we won't do
election,
that.
including mail-in plus the 300. So I want to make sure I get the right. So either or is either that bigger 300 number without the mail-in.
Yes.
And the mail-in would be the 100 and odd something thousand. I don't have the exact.
Yeah, I have it.
But they are definitely not pulled together. That
No.
mail-in plus the full election.
Yes. Yeah,
Back to order. And we are currently on item D2, if I have this correct, which is about fire apparatus replacement program. And I think we have our CFO here to lead us in song, so to speak.
I like that title. So, in December, we came before you and presented a apparatus replacement plan. There were 3 options. At that time, the council requested that we go to the Financial Advisory Board and roll the program through them and see and get their thoughts, which we did. They meet on the first Thursday of every month, so we were able to do that. Meet in their January meeting, we went through the program. The Financial Advisory Board discussed it at length. We talked about, the financing portion of it, all the various different options, how they worked, and they did provide a recommendation for the third option, which was a ramp up and delay option. Happy to go through any of the details if you'd like to rediscuss them, or we can take the questions.
I would, because it sounded like what I heard is that the Financial Advisory Board was leaning towards this ramp up and delay scenario. And I personally will just share with the body that I was leaning towards the ramp up scenario. So I'd like to, hear more about, what went into their thinking and how they came to that conclusion.
Right. So the ramp up and delay scenario, as you recall, pushed the useful life of the apparatus to being frontline 12 years as opposed to 10 years, which is kind of industry best practice. It is still significantly better than where we are today. And not to say that we can't push that up at some point in the future when we have more resources, but they felt that that particular option provided the fire department what they needed. It gave them a better replacement program than what they have now. It also reduced the life of all their apparatus on in that 10-year period of the first 10 years of the program. It reduces the useful or the life of all of their apparatus. It just takes down the age.
Do you have a chart that shows them all side by side? Because I think that would be helpful. Here's the thing. So all 3 scenarios involve borrowing $6.2 million. All 3 scenarios have a different average lifespan, of the fleet. With the ramp up and delay having the longest lifespan, 7.4 years as compared to 5.6 for the ramp up, and I think it is same 5.6 for the base case. So I just want to see the differences, and can you blow this up so we can just see the chart part? Keep going. And if you could just move that up a little, and if you could just keep going a tiny bit more. Okay, or go down now, sorry. So can you just run us through the similarities and differences?
Okay, so in the base case scenario and the ramp up scenario, they are real close. If you look, all the ages are real similar. There's very little difference. It is the initial investment where you start with $1.5 million, go to $2 million, and then we're at $3.4 million for about 7 years, and then we drop down to $3.12 million. And that's the annual budgetary needs to maintain the program. So you see the difference in the base case scenario where you're running about $3 million every year. In the ramp up and delay scenario.
Sorry, so base case is which one?
It's the first one that says base case, where you show the budget of $3.07 million.
Is that the
first column?
Yeah.
So overall, the budget is the same for each one of the ramp up and delay, or the ramp up and the base case. We just we add additional funding in that 7-year period, the 22 to 29 fiscal years, that kind of makes up for the difference in your ramp up. So essentially it's the same program, it just allows us a little bit less of the funding in the first 2 years. In the ramp up and delay scenario, we still have the same ramp up in how much funding we come up with in the first 2 years. But by delaying the, pushing out the age of the apparatus, as you see in it's the third box down, it talks about average age. This also, we don't purchase quite as many apparatus in this time period because again, we're just pushing them out a couple years. So you see that the budget is much less impacted. It's still around $3 million. It's $2.74 million after you ramp up to it. But it stays pretty steady at that $2.7 million range. And I think that's what the Financial Advisory Board was looking at. Not only do we get a better average age of our fleet, still well under that 10-year kind of best practice, but it also doesn't impact the budget as much.
To the tune of about $1 million, or to the tune of about
$250,000.
The 0.32 or the?
So you look at the $3 million annual budget in the other scenarios to the $2.7 million annual budget.
So it's about 400,000.
About that. It's, yeah, depending on which year you're looking at, it averages that. But, you know, looking at $2.7 million versus $3 million, that's what the Financial Advisory Board was looking at. That, and also that we didn't push it out to where those, while the oldest apparatus is 5 years older than in the other two scenarios, we're still not at the situation we are right now.
Mm-hmm. Could we hear from our fire chief? Just, do you have some thoughts to share?
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Dave Cochran, Fire Chief. I guess I'll start by addressing one issue that came up last time when we were here in December. The question about, you know, whether we agree or disagree on the different plans. All these plans are going to get us there, and, you know, the goal is to get that plan in place. I'm, of course, going to advocate for the best, most aggressive plan that's going to keep us the safest, going to keep the average age of those apparatus as low as possible. In the overall scheme of things, $400,000 a year on our budget, to me, I know it's taxpayer money and we have to be good stewards, but that's a reasonable price to pay to make us as safe as we can be.
So what are you advocating for?
Base.
Base, okay. And so again, at 3.07 at base, do you just want to say again, our CFO, the difference? I know you said 400,000, but what's the total? Is it?
So in the first year, the base case scenario has us budgeting $3.07 million.
Right.
The ramp up scenario is half of that. It's $1.5 million.
Right.
So you're talking next fiscal year. In the 2021 budget,
Yep.
it's $3 million versus $2 million.
Yep.
In the 22 to 29, it's $3 million versus $2.74 million.
Right.
And then in the 30 to 39 period, it's 3.15 million versus 2.71 million.
Right. Okay, let me ask questions, comments from the council. You had your hand up first, Councilwoman.
I have a question. Clearly, this could significantly impact our budget. I mean, significantly is relative to the overall budget, but I think we need to know kind of what we're projecting. Because that 400,000 may be, you know, a doable number, but I don't know what our overall budget looks like with all of our increased demands. I don't know.
If I could just jump in
Please.
here, and I think our finance director, Ms. Lochner, can speak a little bit more to budget projections, although we don't have all of that data, at least yet, for fiscal year 20. I think it's important to notice that when we're talking about the 400,000 difference, we're talking about that occurring in fiscal years 22 to 29, and then looking beyond 30 to 39. My concern, of course, is this coming fiscal year, which we're starting to look at. And if you look at the difference in the various plans at that point, it's not 400,000, it's a little over 1.5 million. The same is true then for the year after that, where the difference is over $1 million for each of those years. So I noticed in the staff report that under the base case, there was a statement made that we don't know that we have $3 million to allocate in fiscal year 20 at this juncture. So I'll kick it to Ms. Lochner for more input on that.
So at this point in time, as unfortunately on the consent agenda, we had a budget update, and we did talk a little bit about revenues in that our revenues are better than what we projected. We're still looking at, with all the needs in every single department, and some of the things that we're still trying to recover from the recession, such as we decreased our other fleet program significantly, and it's having some issues. We have to replace the whole fleet, not just fire or the rest of the city. We have to look at it, the whole picture. So there are demands and needs that we haven't really addressed in our prior budgets, that every year we try to put those in, and we look at overall, here's our revenue, here's what we should be spending, and then we have to cut some of those things that we'd like to have, such as OPEB, workers' comp, fleet, some of these other things that we feel we can get past for one more year. So at this point, we don't have rolled up numbers to even know where we are in how we're going to balance that. But I know that our revenues are coming in better than projected and should be able to cover a portion of this.
So is this something that we can sort of ramp up, ramp down? In other words, these apparatus and such are bought in increments. Like you have to buy one, not 1.5, that kind of thing. So I guess what I'm wondering is this something that we can be a little bit flexible on, where let's even just say we picked, my current favorite option, which is ramp up. And then we find in 2 years that, revenues aren't what they are right now, and there's a change case. Can we ramp down a little bit to a more delay? Or is it are we selling bonds and in what increments? So it's pay go.
So the plan is to issue medium-term notes for the first 2 years of replacement, but then collect the budgeted money to have a little fund balance to get us through the program. Not to say that this is set in stone like any plan. You're not going to necessarily run it exactly how you planned. We may have different apparatus that needs to be replaced because something catastrophic happened to it, and we have to replace it sooner than later. So yes, it's a plan, and it can move, ebb and flow as we need to. But we want to stick as best we can to the plan in order to make sure that we have safe apparatus for our firefighters.
Well, the reason I was leaning towards the ramp up was it had a lot of it looked fiscally very similar to the ramp up and delay. I mean, similar, not identical. And then on the other hand, it got us down to this lower fleet life and so on and so forth. So to me, it was sort of a balancing, but believe me, I understand about the budget. It's just, we didn't have a discussion. Your item was on consent. We didn't really get into our brains how the revenues are running. I did sit in through a presentation earlier or last week, a big financial presentation about housing and other market such scenarios. And it wasn't looking quite as dire as what I've heard from some people that were maybe facing an imminent recession and those kind of things. There seemed to be some moderating factors. And so I didn't, we have to calculate all of this. And it's hard to make this decision. I'll just talk to our manager in the absence of the budget. I mean, it seems like it'd be much easier to talk about with a fuller understanding of our picture. But Jenny wanted to say, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I mean,
you.
I was at the Financial Advisory
Right.
Board meeting, and I think staff did a fair representation, and there was a very good discussion. However, I don't believe at that time that the bigger context of the budget was presented. Could you put up that position? I did not pull the item C9 of the audit. I understood the numbers. During our strategic plan, we said we were going to be limited in when we pull things. Maybe it should have not been on consent. I don't know, but no. It's the one about revenues. This was the PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Wait, keep going. It came in, it's the slide about here, back there. No, I'm sorry. Revenues, it's your PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, let her find it. Okay, right there, right there. Revenues in the budget we just closed out. No, that's not it. We're $6.6 million more. Yeah. And expenditures were lower than budget by 5.2, and revenues, I think it's the next one, were higher than 6.5. Consolidated tax 2.2, property tax 0.6, and so on and so on. And then I asked, and it was at our desks, was a mid-year snapshot of rolled up numbers, this FY to last FY, and they're also trending well. And not to say that there's not unlimited demands upon these things, but that's what I was arguing back in December was let's do this concept aligned with the budget, because I still believe we should go pay-go. I very firmly believe that. I'm almost more thinking that. I know, and it's to some degree what our IAFF people are coming, because it's personnel and their facilities, and if we shoot it out on debt on the apparatus, we're kind of hamstrung in the out years. It may not be the out years when I'm here, city managers, 10 years, only 5 years, but I want to take the long-term view. And that was important to me. So maybe the exercise of going through the budget can help us decide where we want to be just on this FY and maybe push out medium term for another FY. But the timing, when I talked to Ms. Lochner the other day, is even if we said, okay, get ready on the medium-term notes, when would you be going to the bond house and placing those? Or you're going to private place those?
Depending on where we get the better deal, I would think on the size of medium-term note we're looking for, you're likely to get a better price with banks than you're going to get on the open market. So we would go to the banks. We would not be issuing any kind of debt until after the budget's passed.
See, so we can run a two-way budget scenario, in my view, and the difference between what he identifies he needs, which is 2 engines and 1 ladder, and the debt service is only about $400,000. I mean, any time you can delay debt, if you have to take on debt, even one FY, in my mind is a good scenario. Yeah. I mean, I don't know rate sensitivity, but it's not that big of a placement.
Mr. Delgado or Ms. Weber, any thoughts? Okay, Ms. Jordan?
Thank you very much. I kind of am tracking with what Councilmember Breckus is saying, and leads into what my first comment was where is this all fitting in with the budget? And without a clear picture of the budget in concert with all the other demands, it's tough for me to make a decision. I also don't like the instability of a pay-go. So I'm stuck in the middle on this one. But I feel like I need to see the scenario of our next fiscal year budget before I can make a decision on that in concert with all the other demands.
Right.
And maybe when we get that, then we can talk about both scenarios, the short-term go forward and the long-term go forward. I'm just a little uncomfortable without seeing the full snapshot of our budget and all the demands that are coming in with our growth and needs in concert with this ask.
Okay.
So I guess my request really is, how do you want me to develop that budget? You want me to leave this out of it entirely, or?
I think you put it in as an option. In other words, you put it in just like every department puts in kind of what their short-term fiscal year want is.
Okay, so like as an additional need.
As an additional need. And then I think we have to look at it in comparison to everything else, but I don't think we put this bigger view off the table, because I think just like we did with some of the post-employment benefit stuff with some of our employees, we started to fund that, albeit not a lot. We created that fund and we started to put a little bit of money in it, because the pay-go is a scary concept too, because of the instability of where things may flex. So I hate to say I want both options and what those scenarios look like, but I kind of want both options with what those scenarios look like.
Okay. Councilman Delgado, did you have anything?
Yeah, and everything Councilwoman Jordan says, I mean, that's ultimately a snapshot of both, and with some clarity on that end is going to give me a lot more clarity. I think we all know. I mean, it kind of rolls back to the fiscal impact conversation we were having earlier. We know we're going to need it. We know we need to prep up for it. We have these growth impacts, and but not knowing how things are looking for in the future is going to. I'd hate to set us up for something and and already saying that we're going to cut out other services that we already need. And that's ultimately what it comes down to my head is we have a pie. We know how much we're more or less. I'm going off of that. We may come in again a little bit under budget or in the hole as last time and prepare for that, versus already saying we're going to allocate funds and further reduce other department pieces where we need them. So those two aspects from what Councilwoman Jordan presented, I'm open to.
One thing is, we're not asking you to allocate funds at this point in time. We're just asking you to tell us which plan you prefer. And then we look at how we implement that plan going forward.
If I
Madam
may,
Vice Mayor,
well,
if I could.
I'm going to go to Councilman Weber, then myself, then back over here.
Thank you. Oh, was someone else going to speak?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just two clarifying items. One, looking to the budget, and I know there's been a lot of discussion of the FY20 budget, which we're about to embark on. Really, two of the plans have that budgeted for that year, the year we're looking at 1.5 million. So really, I don't think you need to decide today if you want either of those. You can just say, we'd rather go with one of the ramp-up plans, and then Ms. Lochner knows that that would be 1.5. The second issue is part of the reason, and maybe she or the chief can speak to it, that we were looking at the medium-term debt was because if you do a pay-go system, then you have to wait for those funds to catch up, and you can't necessarily make your purchases of the new apparatus until you have that in hand. So just keep that in mind. That's the purpose of the medium term, is to get that cash and start making those purchases. It does take some time for those apparatus to be constructed and customized to us. So there is a lag time for that.
Thank you. If I could just add to that second point, because that's really the key aspect, and that's what you've heard me here and in private advocating for that. We need that jump start. We need that medium-term debt to get us out of this hole that we're in, because the pay-go is scary. That's what we've been doing, cobbling together money, and we're already at a critical need. In front of the FAB, they asked, and I told them quite honestly, yes, we've had catastrophic failures. The fact that nobody was killed or died does not mean it was not a catastrophe. When an engine on a fire stops pumping because of the age and wear and tear, that is a catastrophe. And that's what we need to fix. And that medium-term debt, like I said, is really the key aspect there. I think you are going to have the flexibility to, it'll be a fluid plan. We don't know what the budget's going to look like 2, 3, 10 years from now. So there will be that ebb and flow, as Ms. Lochner said. But to jumpstart that program, I think the key aspect is the medium-term debt.
Okay. And just a question on the medium-term debt. I mean, to Ms. Lochner, are we speaking about laddering CDs, or are we talking about, 3 to 5 year
So it would
certificates of
typically-
participation, or what are we talking about?
No, we're not talking about a bond necessarily.
Right.
We're talking about a bank loan,
Yeah.
most likely because of the
Okay.
dollar amount. And we're looking at the most 10 years.
10 years, okay. At
So
most.
the estimate is about $700,000 a year. So
Okay.
of that budget that you have, whether it be $1.5 or $3 million for the first year, that includes your first year of debt payment as well.
I got you. Okay, Ms. Weber. You're good. Okay, well, I'm going to say this. I'm glad our manager said what she did, because that is what I was thinking. I was thinking that, you were too, I was thinking that we should put this in as a placeholder in the budget, and we should include it in building the budget. At a minimum, at the ramp up and delay, it's the same. I mean, it's the same fiscal impact whether we pick ramp up or ramp up and delay for next fiscal year. So I think we should have a placeholder, and if the fiscal story changes as we get through the budget, we can talk about increasing the amount, but at least we know that we're going to do something. And, we're building the budget to include that something.
That works for me.
And Madam Mayor?
Yeah, please.
And Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
And I tend to agree with that, because as you're sitting here talking, this is almost like remember the good old days when we had that surplus that came in?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? And we were looking for kind of those one-time monies, those one-time purchases, because we knew that surplus was likely never going to come again. We put money away in a rainy day fund. We did a lot of great things. This, to me, sounds like it may be setting up to be one of those scenarios where maybe it's the 3 million. Maybe it is, we fix what's been not fixed for a long time without taking on the debt, at least in the short term while we kind of evaluate what the landscape is and that sort of thing. I'm not suggesting that we don't get what's needed
Yeah.
in fiscal year 20. I'm just a little worried without seeing the bigger budget picture. But I agree. I think the placeholder's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. Well, could I get a motion to that effect?
More question. Chief, you said, I mean, if we went with, having her prepare the bank loan docs, would you have been placing this, the order, if you will, before, the bank loans or docs are signed? Is that that's what I seem to gather from you?
No, I don't think I'd be authorized to do that.
So
We-
it's
we
either
would have to have the financing in place
it's
before
either
we could
the
place that
funds
order.
allocated in next FY bond, if we go that route, as we go through our discussions, or if it's,
Bank
bank loans. Either way, I was just
Yeah.
wondering, because as we know, we just augmented the budget in December. We moved $2 million into earthquake retrofitting this building. And if he felt he wanted to place orders, pronto during this FY,
So what we've discussed, Ms. Lochner and myself, the target is July 1 or as soon thereafter as possible, with the idea that the budget concerns that you've all raised, it needs to be part of that budget.
Okay.
And that's where we want to place
Yeah.
the order so that we
So we're all
can,
good.
a year from now-ish is when, or a year from then, I should say, is when.
And if
the
we have an
apparatus-
opportunity, we can go from ramp up and delay to ramp up. And if we have even more opportunity, the sun comes out and the clouds go away, I mean, we can even do more. It isn't
Yeah.
necessarily even all the way to 3 million. It could be something in between.
Right.
Let me, before we go on, is there any public comment, Madam Clerk, on this item?
There is none, Madam
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
So I think, just to kind of move things along, we're looking for a motion, and would someone like to offer one?
I'll move. Or do you want to? Okay, I'll move that direction is given to the manager to prepare next FY budget with considerations of the needs of the department, that are understood to be 2 engine trucks and 1 ladder truck for acquisition for next fiscal year. Either with scenarios presented to the council, that be funded on a pay-go or the issuance of medium-term debt for that FY. And so we'd see the pay-go numbers, and we'd also see what the medium-term debt, debt service costs would be.
Right. Okay, is there a second for that? All right, thank you. So motion by Councilwoman Breckus, second by Councilwoman Weber, and any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Good luck, and thank you for bringing this to us. Okay. All right, we're going to move to the ever elusive item D3. And we've been there, we've left it, we came back. D3 has to do with the location of 265 Keystone Avenue, and if we could get a brief recap from the staff on this proposal.
And if I can just jump in,
Yes.
Vice Mayor, as a reminder to council, we'll hear D3, but I would ask that you take a motion on L4-1 prior to making a decision on D3.
Prior to the motion?
Correct. We have to process.
Depending what it is.
Depending on what it is, we
Yes.
need to deal with redevelopment before we deal with this one, but it
Yeah.
was requested by Councilmember Breckus to hear this first.
Right. And we may, as she said, not move it out of redevelopment, depending where we go with this. So, okay.
Good afternoon, Lori Miles, Property Agent, City Manager's Office. Today before you is, for possible thought, is resolution of intent that it's in the best interest of the city to sell 265 Keystone at public auction for the minimum price of $1,715,000 based on the highest appraised value, and get direction from you guys as to, based on your earlier comments, on what you'd like to see done.
Could you put the map up?
Yeah, I was going to say, very
Sorry.
brief. Could we see the map? That's always so helpful to us to see the picture. Okay. On this one, maybe zoom out a tiny bit so we can get a little fuller context. Okay. Okay. So could you point out the streets for us, Lori? And
So you have Keystone here.
Yep.
You got the Trench, and you got 4th Street.
Okay.
And it's a 3.26 acre parcel of land that we just did a BLA a couple months ago to make it larger for development.
Right. And then could you point out it used to be the Big Bats or whatever it was called, their building as well? Right
That's
there.
right here at 250 Chisholm.
And then we know that they had interest in that property right across from them.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so how do you guys see this playing out? Like, if we approve this item, what would happen next?
If this is approved, what we would do is we would publish and adopt the resolution and take sealed bids, come back at the March, first meeting in March, open those sealed bids and see if there's any successful bidders.
Okay. Okay, and then just go with the highest bid? Does it matter if it's commercial, housing, industrial use?
No, we didn't. Council had asked for this to go out to market rate, so that would, the best interest would be the highest appraised value, highest best use, whatever we get.
So the staff is not proposing hanging conditions on it related to affordable housing or any other thing?
No, not affordable housing. The only thing that we would request is that something's built within 18 months.
18 months, okay. Let me turn to the council and see if there's some questions. Maybe we'll start with Ms. Weber at this time. Okay, all right, moving on. Ms. Jordan? Oscar, okay.
I was informed that there are some people in the public that may have some, I'd like to hear if there's anyone in the public.
Great.
That, before.
Okay, we'll get right to you. Councilwoman Breckus, before.
Ms. Miles, what is the status, of that transfer to the adjoiner? Because that property was always associated with the other property. There's roll-up doors there, and I thought we'd given previous direction to sell that, offer that to that property first.
We got it appraised with this appraisal,
Uh-huh.
and we've reached out to him, and he is interested. We just haven't had the time to sit down and.
Oh, okay. And then let's talk about the property to the north where we just did the boundary line adjustment. We've made a decision to put that to for economic use of affordable housing. And then where's the one that the Jacobs Group that isn't a joiner? I thought that was going to be on the agenda today. I was very confused. I thought we were talking about that property today. Now where's that property?
That's 290 Keystone, and at the request of Jacobs, they've requested it at the second meeting in February. So
Okay,
we
because when our
postponed it.
last meeting in December, we said we were going to have that one on the agenda today. Okay. Well, I'm interested in the public comment also, and then.
Good, so Madam Clerk, if you could call a public comment.
Madam Vice Mayor, Gary Hill Thomas would like to speak on this item.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Hill Thomas. I'm a business owner, real estate developer, basketball coach, and a former player for the Wolfpack. My group and I are here to ask council for consideration of allowing us to partner with the city of Reno to rehab this building on 265 Keystone into a community, multi-sport, modern facility with a focus on basketball. I've been blessed with the opportunity to play in this city. I've been blessed with the opportunity to coach and work with a lot of young athletes throughout nearly 20 years, believe it or not. There's a lack of recreational facilities, but especially basketball facilities. Our city has an excitement toward sports right now, and it's based largely by the success of the Wolfpack. And I want everyone in the room to understand my passion, but also our passion. We're here representing hundreds of young men, young women, parents that are in dire need of a facility like this. I've been blessed enough to have started a program with the help of the Children's Cabinet nearly 10 years ago. I've directly influenced nearly 40 kids off to play collegiate basketball. There are also kids that, they're not necessarily collegiate athletes, but I've helped them find ways to get into the game as, managers for teams and have an influence My goal in every kid that I help is to come back and work with another kid. Had I not had facilities like this growing up, I probably wouldn't be here in front of you either. We see this building as an opportunity. The facility would be offered to the general public of all ages through our activities and our programs. Our community will have a basketball hub that could also accommodate wrestling, volleyball, pickleball, and so much more. We are proposing a partnership with the City of Reno. If agreed upon, we are asking for 60 days to work with the city on a land lease and start construction on rehabbing the building. I am not asking for the entire parcel. I am asking that we have just adequate room for parking and also the building. I have walked through it. I've taken my architect who's here. We've walked through it. My contractor, we've all seen the work that needs to be done with it. I've developed plenty of properties that are worse. Lastly, I definitely understand, being a developer and on the real estate side of things, the importance of affordable housing. I will also say that when growing a community, the amenities and the things that come along with it, such as this, are much needed also. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Did the other gentleman want to speak at all, or?
Just if there was any.
No? Okay. And you are, though, just for introduction purposes?
Hi, I'm Mark Burgess. I'm with Studio HBA. We're Gary's architecture firm.
Okay, and
Scott Shalene for the record. I've been, my passion has always been youth athletics as well, youth in general. I'm a board member at the Boys and Girls Club and also a board member at Hot August Nights, the foundation side. With the fun part of it, we get to give out money, and our mission statement there is at-risk youth. So in saying that, I found somebody that has a similar passion. If the people in the room that don't know Gary, he has, like he's already said, a wonderful tradition of introducing values and ethics through sports. There was a lot of talk today about arts, and I'm glad to see that's available in our community. I think another way to impact people, kids, youth, is through sports as well, and the
And then
facilities needed.
your
I think
role
there's
with
enough
this?
facilities in Reno. I don't know that I know for sure there's not the accessibility.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
great. And your role, I'm sorry, your partners or your financial support, or what?
I'm here. I help Gary with the current basketball program he runs. I've ran basketball programs in town, and just my love of kids and our need for the facility.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comment, Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no further public comment.
Okay. You gentlemen may sit down for a few minutes, and then I have one quick question, and then we'll come right to the council. The quick question I have is I just want to make sure we're on the right building. So this was the wrestling, but I want to make sure.
Yes.
And I've toured a number of these buildings, but they're starting to run together. So this one had the corrugated building behind, or was that a different building?
Yeah, it's 3 separate buildings. You've got the building up front and then 2 warehouses that run off of that. in
But the
back.
warehouses were not the corrugated metal. In other words, we did a deal for a while with the Habaret group. They were going to come in. We were talking about tearing down a building, and Habaret was talking about coming in and renovating it for residents. Is the same building?
Yes.
That's what I wanted to make sure. And I toured it, and I remember our staff, this is just in response, I remember our staff being very adamant that this building was not able to be rehabilitated, that it had to be torn down, that it would be unmarketable without tearing it down. And yet here we have some folks, saying, well, we could actually rehab this building and make it into something. It's a very different perspective from what we heard from the staff, I will say, 6 months to a year ago, if you guys remember, so.
Yeah, sure.
Vice Mayor Jordan, if I may, or excuse me,
Yeah.
Brewer, if I may add to that, Eric Jensen, the revitalization manager for the record. As many of you know, I've been a contractor and developer in a past life, and I think the qualifying statement is that it's not economically feasible to rehabilitate. I have yet to find a structure that could not be rehabilitated if you threw enough money at it, and so I just wanted to clarify that the staff position was that it was not economically viable to rehabilitate, that it would be cheaper to demolish and build new. And I think that was our position.
So just thinking about what we've just been asked to consider, it's a 60-day evaluation, and you're saying it's likely they might come to the same conclusion, or because they wouldn't be paying for the land, it might be more economically, have greater ability to rehab it for a public community center, whatever. Is that?
Sort of. So I think that the more accurate statement is that Haberay looked at it, and they did not come back after performing their economic analysis.
Okay.
And in my opinion, they came to the same conclusion that we did as staff.
Okay.
And so I think that is a more accurate statement.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's go to the council, and I think Councilwoman Jordan was first.
Thank you very much. I do have some questions. So there's nothing in the building now. This is where the wrestling folks were, and then they're out.
That's correct. The fire in the north building compromised.
Kind of
and they had-
compromised all that.
And then there's been a second fire up in the front building upstairs within like 2 weeks ago.
Because I think we still have some issues of people getting into the property.
what caused the
So
second
it could
fire.
be in worse shape than it was even a few months ago.
Correct.
And they may find during, if we move forward with a 60-day review, that they may come to the same conclusion. Here's my question, though. So there's been an appraisal. We went out, the city paid for an appraisal to go out and get an appraisal on this. What would be the process if we gave this, what would be the damage to the city if we had 60 days to evaluate these folks' interest and the gentleman with the baseball interest? And maybe there's a marriage made in heaven here. I don't know.
And maybe we could coincide and do them
Maybe we
together.
could be
and-
the conduit that brings these two maybe coexisting great things together. Who
Right.
knows?
The only
But I
risk-
guess my question is, what damage does it do to us to wait 60 days to explore these? I think both are great potential for the site.
The risk that we run is not getting out to, if it doesn't pan out, that we can't work a deal with them, the appraisals will expire. And we'll have to get
In 6 months.
6 months. We got them in November and in December, so.
Oh, so we're already
May.
2 months in.
Yeah, they came in, the second one came in December 5th, right before the holidays, so this was the soonest we could get it on.
Okay, but they wouldn't expire within the next
They would expire
60
May
days?
15th, but we
4
have to
months.
go out to public auction prior to them expiring.
Gotcha. So,
So, I mean, if you want, we can maybe do them both in, continue maybe.
Parallel?
Yes, thank you. Maybe not come back on the March 13th, but maybe come back at the April and give them a couple months to do some due diligence. And if anything changes, we can come back to
or
council.
even the due diligence period gets shortened to 45 days, and everybody knows you got to get it together in 45 days, or you don't get it together.
Right.
Okay.
And then if we
All right.
still have the resolution adopted with a later date, maybe we can still, we still have
I
time
got
to
it.
publish and come back with.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, it's Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And I really appreciate our community members coming forward with ideas. I think we've had them all day today. And it kind of shows the opportunity of us being that open and accessible, working with our community and knowing that we can do it all. I think one of the main purposes we went out initially to see what we can get or auction out parcels is because we're looking for that innovation. We can't necessarily do it ourselves and seeing what's out there. And now we have the opportunity for some community members that care about our community and see that there's a need in terms of accessibility for some of these structures. They saw an opportunity coming forward and saying, can you work with us? And so if it's, and I think Councilwoman Jordan's asked some really good questions about what does that mean for us? And if Mrs. Miles and if you're saying that that's doable, I'd really appreciate for us to consider that, and I support that, to work with these gentlemen to see if that's something that's of value. I was unfortunate enough to be coached by these gentlemen. I wish I could have. I probably wouldn't be here either. I'd be playing somewhere else. No, but I really appreciate, and that's something to say is, when you have some good people that have showed experience, that have showed constant support in our community, that are putting themselves out there that's comfort to me. That shows a lot of comfort to me. And so, if that's I know this is Councilwoman Brackus's ward, but we need to always consider that. And I think we're showing that today. And here's an opportunity to continue that forward. So, thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this property since October of 2016. This is probably the 7th or 8th time it's come before us. And I think we need to kind of get somewhere. I was very shocked at how high the appraisal came in. I mean, $1.7 million can just about solve our problems on fire apparatus in May. So we got to put that in the back of our mind the whole time, in my mind. Whether or not someone, if we went to auction, would be willing to go there, we don't know, but we won't know until we get there. I'm a little uncomfortable if staff says, well, you have to, build by 18 months. To me, if what they decide to build are mini storages or the car wash, that's not really a big win for our community in terms of advancing our policy goals for this part of downtown, which was really always housing. And we have a housing problem, we know that. And we're starting to see housing energy there, right? The Truckee Meadows Housing Solutions there. Jacobs represents that they're going to enter into a deal with us for that other property. Here's what I think we should do. I mean, I think these are good folks, and I think they have a record, and I understand that. But, when it was a wrestling facility, it really was, low intensity. It just isn't achieving the goals of downtown in my mind. And we're doing the Pembroke. We have some folks who, very much like these folks, see a need for flat fields, and we're giving them land to work on. I think they have a great concept, but here's what I think we should do. I think just like the city center proposal that we kind of held off on, if you read that request for interest, it's a request for interest for anyone who's interested to come in the door and plot their idea. And then when their idea is, all the ideas are vetted out before the council, then the council can choose under the redevelopment powers who to work with for the last, for 6-9 months. I think that's the way to get somewhere on this property. Maybe they'll come in and say they only want half of it, and then we'll say, well, what are we going to do with the other half? Maybe they'll find someone to partner with and do housing on the other half. Maybe someone will come in, and say, here's $1.7 million, go. And we can work with them in another capacity in another place. I think we should, that's why when it came to redevelopment, I said, let's just hold off, keep it in redevelopment, maintain that flexibility, and go out on an RFI. And they've got a little proposal here. Other people are watching. Let's go out on a very short 30-day RFI, drop your letters in some parameters, use the city center one, and let people tell us. And then we'll go into what's in the redevelopment world is called as exclusive negotiating agreement for a 6-month period. Is that an approach that we could take? I don't know how well, if you know redevelopment.
Yeah, Lori Miles. So what you're saying is to do the RFI within the 30 days?
Yeah,
and
30-day
postpone- and
RFI for
postpone
this. They can come in with a proposal, then we can decide if we want to go in with ENA or someone who's willing to offer 1.7 million and build 300 units, or no one else is around.
I think it's doable.
Okay, that's what I would suggest.
Councilwoman Weber, did you have some thoughts?
No, I like this discussion.
Okay. I just had a question. I had heard that there was a proposal to build a gym out on the Millamacaron floodlands. Is this you too?
Yes.
Oh, that's you too?
Yes. I've talked to Jay, very preliminary with our approach to things, but we did discuss that piece of property. It's a long way kind of down the road and a lot of red tape to kind of go through with that, but yeah, it was discussed.
Okay, because I met with the flood project, I don't know, a week ago, and it looks like their plan for that property is to excavate the bank, put all the fill on top of the land, and then have it ready to build fields or a gym or whatever, because it would be out of the floodplain.
That is correct.
Now, we've just started with flood, and I don't know if we're gonna say, no, you should leave all that for flooding area, not put in 2 foot of fill, let it all flood. I think the new board, they're having basically a new board come on. So I don't know, I definitely wanna develop that area for recreation. What kind of recreation, I'm wide open. And I know they told me that you were, I didn't know it was you, but planning to put on the pad of what we call the Excel building, there's already a footings and a foundation. But if they came in with 2 foot of fill, that would be, below the 2 foot of fill, so.
Like you're saying, there's so many question marks with it that I didn't know either. I don't think they know, as opposed, and also the timing of that project. I was told this could be, 10 years, 20 years. So,
Exactly.
you know, my dire need is now.
Yeah.
If it ever came to
Yeah.
a point where I could do both, I would definitely go for
Cool.
it.
The other thing, I love your idea. What I don't love is that it's on the frontage. It's right on Keystone, which is, I guess, the most valuable part of this property is having access, you know, from a main road, Keystone, that goes right to the freeway. I would have to think that that's the more valuable part if we were to subdivide this 3 acres and say, have a gym or basketball, whatever. You know, if you were to start fresh, I'd push it to the back because, you know, everybody can find it. Doesn't have to be on Main Street here. So,
Just to add to that, I will
Yeah.
say, if given the opportunity,
Yeah.
that building won't look anything like it looks now.
Right.
Going by it, and you know, I would consider the best architect in town helping me out with it, and we've done a project across the street from the university called the Towers at Pink Hill, and I think if you drive by, it will stand out to you. And again, this is me being biased. I think it's a beautiful building sitting right in the heart of campus.
got it. How cool. So anyway, and then we also have this issue with the gentleman next door who's been wanting to acquire that land for parking, and your gym would also need parking. You know, if it's this popular, it's going to need way more parking. I've toured it. It's pretty narrow on the sides, so you'd have to put the parking between the building, let's say to the west, where that aluminum building is and further. So anyway, I'm open-minded. I'm really interested to see what the council wants to do, and also I kind of like this RFI concept, to be honest with you. I hate to put. You could have somebody come in with 1.7 and you come in with 0, but we still get choices about what we want to do with our land in terms of its highest, best use for today's world. You know, housing, commercial, recreation, unknown to me. So, Ms. Jordan, you had a question.
Thank you very much. Question for Mr. Hill-Thomas. Do you think if you had 45 days that you could come back with an evaluation of the property to see if you could rehab it? I think that's something that the city tries to do, is rehab buildings. We've heard some horror stories about this building, and it may not be a possibility. I mean, if there was a 45-day, gives us a little breathing room if we wanted to pursue the RFA. And here's what I'm getting at.
Maybe.
Precisely. And here's what I'm getting at. 2 things. This piece of property we've discussed it ad nauseum, and it has sat and looked horrid for a long time. And frankly, I want something to happen there. And someone's coming before us with a something.
Right.
And I'd hate to dismiss it because we didn't want to wait 45 days to see if there's something is a real something that could benefit the community. You said 2 things that really piqued my interest in listening to the community. One, you said pickleball. I was at a Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting last night, and they talked for a very long time about pickleball and how, particularly during the cold months, they can't find anywhere to play pickleball. So there is a definite benefit to something like this, particularly in this area, with the socioeconomic parameters around it that could be a benefit to the community for our seniors. So that's very hot issue right now. And the other is when you talk about youth and accessibility to basketball courts, it's not an easy thing. I know from having a kid that played basketball, and we had the benefit of having the Somerset basketball court up at our house. How many kids don't, up near our house, so many kids don't have that option. And there's nowhere for them to go.
Absolutely.
You know, the schools don't open their gyms. There's all sorts of reasons why they don't, and there's not a place for them to go. You know, this is a core value we have in our community. And if there's a 45-day pause to see if this is a real thing that could really be done, I think we explore it. And I don't think it diminishes any of the rest. We can meet the deadlines. We can still do the RFI if we want to.
So, Ms. Jordan, would you like to give me a motion?
I would love to give them.
Well, I would like to speak one more
Oh,
time.
I'm sorry. I didn't see.
I mean, I guess my thing is you have a little bit of a term sheet here, and you're saying a long-term lease. So a long-term lease means no money on the property tax rolls because it's still on our ownership. You know, what are you thinking in terms of lease? I think the wrestlers were in there, for like $1 a year or $1 a year. When we're sitting looking at a $1.7 million sales opportunity. You know, I would think that what your nonprofit is delivering in terms of public benefit has to be pretty huge then to us on an annual basis and quantifiable. Or, we've got a parks department that can work with you on some programming. We're programming pickleball at the Boys and Girls Club, which we put a lot of money into a decade ago. So what were you thinking of lease terms?
Obviously, that'd be something to sit down and discuss. I can't give you that answer
Mhm.
right now just because,
You haven't gotten there?
No, not
So-
at all. But, I would hope it would be favorable for us coming in and kind of rehabbing the entire building and bringing the economic value to the neighborhood, almost kind of bringing some excitement to that neighborhood. But as far as to answer your question directly, I'm not sure what that looks like. That was the whole 60-day term of me
Okay.
being able to sit down
Yeah.
with the city to work through.
I mean, in that context, to me, it really is a discussion about city recreational programming, because we've got a privatization of expanding our recreational opportunities, which isn't new landscape for us. We're there, already with the Pembroke agreements and so on. It's just,
I don't know. I don't know if I can necessarily agree wholeheartedly with that. It's my understanding that they're building a lot of fields and things of that nature. But, like Councilwoman Jordan said, there's no basketball facilities. Right now I have a program, and this is just a private, smaller program that could expand, but I have 50 kids in a gym. We're playing at the kids' cottage that was built for, 20 kids to run around in. I got anything from 8th grade boys to a group of 1st grade girls.
no, and I
and
understand that.
it's-
And we have swim parents going to Carson during the week
And
with
I'm
their
trying
kids.
to,
I
and
mean,
I'm
all
trying
over.
to help the problem.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Councilman
Yeah.
Delgado.
Yeah, just lastly, before we close this up, I think Mr. Hill Thomas is underselling the cost savings overall long-term about what that's going to mean for our community. I think it's going to go way beyond what we assume we would get just from a price sale of that property. As much work as we all done with our neighborhoods, with our communities, with our kids, to keep them in a positive environment, to keep them in a well-facilitated environment. The cost savings from us to keep them out of trouble is tremendous, not just immediately, but in the long term. And knowing the work that you guys do, the club, knowing that there's also, you can't get the teenagers in the club. Y'all full of your little kids, and then you're missing out on that whole void, that dynamic. A lot of those kids end up at Jan Evans or something else, and so what are we trying to do long term? And that's where I think the key value here is your commitment of working with the Reno Parks and Rec, working with all the other nonprofits, is huge value to not only us but the overall community. And so that's what I look at. It's not the short-term sell on this, and that's where we carry the leverage as a city, is making sure we look at this globally. So I appreciate that, Mr. L.
Thank you.
All right, well, I am wide open for a motion.
Make a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. We have Lori Miles, our staff, want to just say one last thing?
Lori Miles, property agent. If we could, just so we don't lose time, is maybe adjust this and do them in parallel, and maybe come, if nothing pans out, nothing results from the RFI, that we continue with this and come back maybe in April, so that we.
Well, right, so let me just make sure what you're proposing. So we're here, and you're saying if we went with the 45-day, that's February to mid-March. And are you saying start at the same time, putting this out for?
We can work in unison, like.
In parallel?
Start the process.
Start the process on, like, we wouldn't publish and come back with the public bid until April 10th, but that still allows us between now and then to get the RFI out, get interest, possibly come back to council with all the interest depending on what we get, which may void this, but at least we're not losing both.
Okay, thoughts?
Okay, I have a question on that. So there's we're not getting haywire with anything by
I
doing
mean,
parallel tracks?
it seems like we would be sort of misadvertising. Like we're advertising, come on, come on, come
We
on.
wouldn't be able to publish the notice of adoption of the resolution until probably about mid-March.
Okay, so you could work down parallel tracks while you vet to see
And then we
if this
wouldn't
is a
publish if
viable.
something came.
Right.
Got it.
Because that's where I was
Right, no.
uncomfortable. Like, how do you
Okay.
publish when you're working with
No, I
somebody?
wouldn't.
Okay.
But that way I wouldn't have to do this step all over again.
Yes, I see.
Okay, I'm ready.
The only one I'd have to come back would be the RDA, if that, we just won't take action on that at the
Let me-
moment.
I'm unclear. So are we going to go into a period of negotiation with them, these people?
Yes, and put out an RFI.
And put out an RFI?
She's queuing up the RFI to come in at the time that negotiations would complete.
I think that's not good faith out in the world. I think that if it is the council's will today to negotiate with these people, we should give them a period of time to negotiate with us. What do you think from a redevelopment perspective?
So for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager, I think just to rephrase what Lori's asking is, if the council gives us direction today on both paths, clearly the way we would approach it is, even though it's not a negotiating agreement, the council's intent is for us to work with Mr. Hill Thomas's group to see if there's something in 45 days to bring back to the council. That gives them a chance to do the detailed analysis of the structure to see if they can really make it work, for them to do a site plan to lay out like how much of the property they're gonna need, where would the access be, all the kinds of questions we would have. And then also the terms of the deal. So then if that happens in 45 days, then we would move forward with that. But if, 30 days in, they decide it's not going to work, then we don't have to come back to council and wait for a date to get on your agenda to go out. You will have already told us, if this fails, go, Lori, forward. Now, the RFI is the question mark, because that would be, the question we'd have for you, do you want us to move to the auction if they decide they don't want to move forward, or do you want us to move to an RFI and push back the auction?
Yeah,
Those are like three different directions that you're looking for.
I think based upon the Pembroke situation where we had that one person and conversations were going on outside of an inked deal, I don't want to be in that territory again. I really thought that was unfortunate.
So how do we avoid that?
I think what we do is we don't move on this item. The next agenda comes through with going with them for like a 30-day period to have them bring forward and present an option to us. And in the back of our mind, we know that the standard of that is going out to bid. We've given up the opportunity to put a piece of property out there for $1.7 million. $1.7 million represents maybe a sixth of our annual parks budget, just so you know that. We can put it in real term dollars. I don't know, that's how I would do it, I think. And then if we can't reach, then maybe we go to an RFI.
So maybe if I can rephrase a way to get there. If you give us 45 days, actually give this group 45 days to come forward with a proposal, the expectation would be, if they think it has merit and we get to terms where we can present to council within 45 days, a deal structure for them to do what they're talking about, then we would have direction from you for an RFI, as I see it, for the balance of the property. Yes. Because the RFI, the issue that Lori's talking about is timelines for selling it. That's what's driving it. You have a public auction, you have all these procedural things you have to do. If it turns out we've worked out an arrangement with them, the RFI then would be to the public to say, what's left of this property, what are your ideas? Because the two are not necessarily equivalent. In other words, if we're selling it for the highest and best price, we probably don't get a lot of conversation on what you do with it. Because the person who's going to pay the most is the one that knows what they want to do, not what we want them to do.
Right.
But I do think if you like the RFI, that would be a direction, and we basically sit back on selling it at auction. That's how I would see it. That would be the third choice. So give them 45 days. If that doesn't pan out, then we do an RFI.
For the whole property.
Well, we'll know.
Right, for the whole property, or we do an RFI for the residual
If
piece.
it does pan out, we do it for the residual.
Right. And then what we're basically doing is pushing back the sale. That would be the thing we're doing. And we may or may not have, well, if we sell it, we can recoup the appraisal price to do new appraisals. And I think Lori's very fiscally prudent in what she's saying, is not paying again to do it.
Right.
Plus the issue of whether the price has changed, because it's fluid.
Right.
Value of land is fluid. So I think those are the decision points for you, but it sounds like where you're at, just interpreting it, is you would want to give them 45 days. You give us direction to do an RFI on either case, either the whole property, and then we'll worry about the going to sale once we get past the RFI.
If I may?
Yes.
I think that they need to make a pitch to the council as a whole of the parameters, and the council give a little bit of feedback on what that scopes out like. I mean, we need commitments from, if he winds down this nonprofit, that, we're clawing it back. We need to have some performance measures on him. He is going to be doing so many students a year. He's going to be fundraising so much. I mean, we need to make sure that, And I think that if we send you all up, the deal gets cooked and we don't have any input. So I would give him coming back to the agenda within a month's time to make a pitch, and then the council giving thoughts on that and quantifying it into, is this going to fill a gap that we need, and is this a standard for us to partner with someone?
And I'll agree with that. And also, I felt like in this 30 or 45 days, that we also need to know where's the financing coming to rehabilitate this, that we have to have confidence in this whole project. And like they have to have some understanding where this money's coming from and how real is it and what is the time frame. So I think someone else wanted to make a comment. Yes.
Well, I'm ready to.
Good.
make a
Thank you.
motion. Thank you very much. And again, I think there's an opportunity in the next 45 days. I know we're saying 30, but if we wait to the next meeting to give you 30 days, it's going to be 45 days
Yeah.
from today. So we'll
Right.
just say 45 days from today. The thing is, there may be an opportunity that they discuss with some other folks what to do with that other 2/3 of the property, and there may be an opportunity there. I mean, NYEP was before us here today with a very unique housing product. Might be a great opportunity to go there. The dorms are going to come online. That's a totally different sort of scenario. But to me, this piece of property has sat vacant for a long time. It's a rough spot, right on the train trench. And so traditional $1.7 million housing might be a tough sell.
Can I ask you
But
one?
it may not. It may not. Who knows? But I'm fine with, my motion would be to grant 45 days for staff to work with the interested party before us here today to see about rehab and what the project would be. Come back at that time with a full scoping of what that project would look like for council input, and then how we would move forward with either the remainder property or the balance of the property to still stay within the timeline, to not have to go out for reappraisal.
Second for discussion.
That was a long
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Jordan? Because I think I have different understanding. The western portion of that property, you seem to indicate that it backs up to someone who has one of the warehouses that has the baseball.
No, someone else said that they might have an interest in it or
Yeah.
something.
Could you put up the map?
No,
Isn't that what you said?
I think that's not, can you show?
There is a little intervening property, if you could just identify.
This
It's
gentleman
that
here
one.
at 250 Chisholm.
Okay.
They have the 5 roll-up doors.
Yeah.
That they have no access to.
Right.
But that property, we've already given direction to separate from this property and sell separately. I thought she meant, when Ms. Jordan's been talking about parking and all, I thought she meant that, see the other warehouse between Arletta and Gardner?
This one?
Yeah, is there
I don't
something in
park
there that has an interest
No.
in needing that property?
No.
No, but
Oh.
didn't you say the folks with the roll-up doors might have an interest in the 265? Did I, okay, my fault. I was thinking you were saying not only were they interested in the property right in front of them, but also the 265. That was my bad. I misunderstood. Okay, my motion, 45 days, come back, and then we'll vet this project as well as put out whatever's remaining for RFI or
So I have a
sale.
question on the motion, and it's to staff. What Bill was seeming to say was they also were looking for authorization to do this RFI, to not have to come back and renotice. And is that correct? Are you comfortable with that?
Well, I think, and I kind of agree with Councilwoman Breckus on this one. That seems a little weird to me. And maybe if it doesn't go out to the public, you're just working kind of behind the scenes on what it would look like. But I don't know how you're going to create the RFI when you don't know the acreage to create the RFI for.
We would have to start the process.
Yeah.
over
So you'd
and
have to kind of
probably reappraise.
Okay, then I'm going to stick with my.
Probably
motion.
reappraise?
The appraisals expire May 15th and June 5th. So we'd have to actually have a public auction prior to those dates for the appraisals to be
I
valid.
think it can work, but which part is May 15th and which part is June 5th?
Well, both appraisals came in and they both have to be within 6 months, so I would take the May 15th.
Okay, so you would have to go out with RFI or a sale by May 15th.
And have the actual, and we need time. The first step of this is to adopt the resolution, and that needs to be published in the paper once a week for 3 weeks.
That's what we didn't know.
Yeah.
And I think they're saying rather than start on mid-March with that process of 30 days, 3
That we
postings,
adopt the resolution.
which would take us to mid-April, just roughly.
That we wouldn't publish until
I still think it can work.
mid-March.
I do. Without getting another appraisal. I do.
If we did it in parallel. If we do the RFI or do the negotiations and then come back with what's left, we won't have time. Because we have to publish in the paper, we have to do this step first.
Okay.
And then do the public auction.
Okay. Can we, I guess, my only thing is legal and ethical. I just want to make sure we're not doing something that we shouldn't be doing.
So, Bill Thomas for the record, it sounds like the best approach would be, listening to all of you, is to take the 45 days, let them present the plan, and then we'll make a decision there.
Yeah.
The only risk really at the end of the day is potentially that the prices might change from the two appraisals. And if that's okay with the council, that's probably the best way, is rather than giving us pre-direction, which you're
Yeah.
uncomfortable with, until you see what they're coming back with, because I don't know how much land they're going to take. I don't know what it's going to look like.
And a
It's hard to-
potential $6,500 for reappraisal if we start running out of time.
Yeah.
But
I
if
mean,
we
that is
sell
a
it, we can't
downside.
get that back. That's the only reason I qualified that, is we would just put that in part of the cost
Yeah.
for buying the property.
Okay, so I think your motion is still standing, and we had a second for discussion, and we have Councilwoman Weber.
I just had one question. Is it not possible today to say what meeting it would come back on? So
Yes.
we would all know what the direction would be?
Yes.
And that staff can plan on that as being the discussion date? Seems like it
agree
would
with
be our
that.
third meeting.
Well, it'd be a redevelopment meeting.
It would have to be on a joint meeting since it is currently co-owned.
When's our next redevelopment meeting?
They're the second meetings of every month.
27th, February 27th?
March.
No, it'd be the 27th of February.
That'd be, what? Yeah, that'd be less.
That's like 40 days, 37 days.
Yeah. And the next one would be
till
not the
end of March.
13th, but the March 27th. And that's getting a little late for you? Is that?
For me, if we came back we could put this on at the March 27th. It might work.
Yeah. And then, Councilwoman Breckus, the question about whether it's within or without redevelopment, could you just tell us something about that?
Okay, well,
Like, we don't have to make that
I'd like
decision now.
staff to explain I think staff needs to explain redevelopment.
For the record, Bill Thomas, if you choose to go forward with Mr. Hill Thomas's group, then it would be wise for it to be owned by the redevelopment agency, because then it becomes a redevelopment project. If you choose to sell the land, it's probably better to make it city property, because then it goes to the city general fund as opposed to the RDA.
Okay.
So those are kind of the two main decision
So
points
we
for
could
you.
schedule all of that for the March 27th.
Right. I think the second item today, we would ask you to hold off on, because that was moving it to the city and away from the RDA.
Okay.
But my question is, why are we talking about March 27th? I mean, if we're waiting for him to come and pitch his concept, why can't we do it sooner than that? Why can't we do it February 27th?
We can't, I mean, or even earlier. I'm not sure why we have to wait to redevelopment. We could always, on March 27th, if the plan is to move forward with a sale, we could, schedule for that.
Yeah.
But we have a February 27th is
Yeah,
our,
Lori said she's okay with
I guess
March
the question
27th.
would be whether we can move redevelopment to the first meeting. Can you do that? Yes. So it would just be a matter of setting the agenda for the first meeting in March.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, just
March 13th.
Yeah, Madam Vice Mayor, just
Yeah.
clear, you just have a special meeting for redevelopment.
For the, I think that's what we should do.
Okay.
March 13th special meeting?
Of redevelopment.
Of redevelopment. Oh.
Yeah.
Regular meeting of the council.
It's not a different day, it's just a different type
Right.
of.
We're just shifting the redevelopment. Okay, I will modify my motion to have it be on the March 13th meeting of the redevelopment
Uh-oh.
agency as a special date for that particular, with the parameters I made the motion of previously.
Okay. And Mr. Delgado, did you have a?
I'm sorry, I just had one question. When I do come back and present, I just needed a little clarity on what you guys would want to see from me. I don't want to go off and do one thing and you guys were looking for something else. So if you could give me some kind of clarity, that would be helpful.
I can help. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Well, I think Councilwoman Breckus had already seconded the motion. for
I did
discussion.
second the motion.
So-
I think we want to know what your financing is.
Okay.
One, how much property, one, is the building viable for what you want to do? What your financing plan is to rehab it? what programmatic stuff you might be able to partner with the city on. You know, and you're going to have discussions with staff as to what our needs and demands are. You know, the standard stuff, the hours of operation, what, you know, kind of what your business plan is.
Awesome. Okay.
Right? Your parking, you're going to have to work all that stuff out.
No worries, just needed some clarity.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for everyone coming to the table, working with a new concept. We'll see where we are in 45 days and go from there. Thank you, Mr. Delgado, too, for your enthusiasm. Speaks volumes. Okay. And just so just to remind people, we have a time certain meeting at 4 on item, I think it is,
G2,
what is it?
G2.
G2, okay. Just to keep that, just to be mindful of that. Let me just circle that, G2. So we are back.
Vice Mayor,
Yes,
can I just, there's one point, Bill Thomas for the record, Assistant City Manager. We had originally had two companion item on this, which was the redevelopment agency's action.
right.
We would like that either to take that now or when it comes up later, if that's the way you want to do it.
I think we're going to continue that item.
Right, so we don't have to renotice it.
Right, we're going to continue, thank you. So I'd like a motion to continue the redevelopment item to March 13th
Thank you.
At time certain of 10 a.m., please.
for 10 a.m. was fine.
I'll second.
Well, I just said I'd like a motion. That was a good motion. Oh, I made a motion and you seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, unanimous, passed. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. We're up to D4, which is a streetscape master plan, which Mr. Jensen said really isn't a master plan, Title 18. But anyway, please explain that.
Yes, thank you. Members of the council, City Manager Newby, great to be with you again. Eric Jensen, Revitalization Manager for the record. In brief, back in August, the council reviewed this item and gave us permission to move forward. We, as staff, have been meeting with the stakeholders. We formed a technical committee. We're about 2/3 of the way down the road in terms of the process. And essentially what we did was we took the original existing quote-unquote master plan, which is really a design handbook for public works, for public improvements. And we are upgrading the standards within it because it was originally drafted 22 years ago, updated 11 years ago. And the development community has said to us that it's outdated, and we agree. Our public works staffs have gone through it and said there are things that need to be changed. Planning staff also, and so everyone's sort of in agreement that it needed to be done. So what we're requesting today is permission or direction to move through the second half of the process. We essentially divided the existing downtown redevelopment area into two parts. One is the downtown streetscape plan or handbook, which essentially runs 2 blocks east and west of Virginia, plus or minus. And we now want to do an extension that goes to the west along 4th Street. We've met with RTC approximately 6 months ago. They have moved up the BRT extension on 4th Street onto their 1 to 5 year time frame. So they are very excited and very interested in working with us to develop a new streetscape standard similar to what they did on East 4th Street and what they've done on North and South Virginia, north and south of our downtown. So we've already contacted EPA or sorry, not EPA, Federal Transit Authority. They have a grant program that we would like to apply for to receive funding to help with this planning process. So you can see we are very, very, very early in this process. We have not initiated any contact other than very basic discussions with Jacobs Entertainment, who are the largest property owner along the corridor. But this is very much a public works project in terms of planning the public right-of-way. And we were looking for our partners, again, RTC, Federal Transit Authority, and of course the city and the local community on this project.
All right, so what would you like from us today?
So what I'm asking today simply is direction. Well, first of all, this part of this is just simply to make sure the public is aware it's a public process. We already received direction from the council to move forward with updating the master plan, but we wanted to, because this is a second phase, we wanted to come back before the council, make sure the council got an update on where we are in the process, and also to make the public aware that we are now moving with this second phase, which is the West 4th Street leg of it.
Okay, and are you going to hold any public workshops, public meetings as part of the second phase?
Absolutely, yes, thank you, great question. So we're going to go through the same process we've done with the downtown. So we will form a technical committee, we'll form a public stakeholder group, and the stakeholder includes design professionals, property owners, the public at large, and other interested community persons. Our current stakeholder group is about 25 plus or minus, and again involves all the property owners, the major property owners downtown, design experts in the community, citizens, and so forth. And so we will do the same thing, and so we'll go through a very similar process. We're going to be meeting with the NAB 5 group next month to talk about the downtown area. We'll do the same thing. We'll meet with the appropriate NABs in the area. And then we will also bring it before the Planning Commission, even though they have no jurisdiction over this particular document because it's a public works right-of-way document. We're still planning to come to the Planning Commission simply for form's sake.
Okay. Very good. All right, so any comment? Yes, Ms. Breckus?
Yeah, so when this original streetscape was done, it was a really big community effort. I had moved to Reno right afterward, and they had a consultant on board, very public. I think it was in the spirit that downtown is everyone's, and certainly downtown is more so everyone's since everyone is paying for all the improvements that have been done since the streetscape was done. I mean, half the people living in Reno will probably be dead by the time the tax is paid off on the retract suppression project. So not to mention the revenue-backed bonds out of the general fund for the event center, the ballroom. So we all have been investing and paying for downtown, and we all should ensure that the downtown revitalization process is inclusive and broad as possible. And have a little bit of discomfort on the way we're progressing. When it came back in the summer, it was, no one likes the downtown streetscape. It's a little antiquated, but we have some projects coming forward. We need to rethink it. It's a very modest effort. And that was the college student housing going through. And I supported that. But I supported it, in my mind, it was just going to be a little gap thing. I haven't seen a product. I never was invited to a meeting. I never heard about this technical committee, nothing. I don't know where anything is. And then now we're moving on to the west part of downtown. And if you recall, during the budget, I said we need to do a plan for the west part of downtown. It was called out in our downtown plan, do a plan for the Northwest Quadrant. Well, the council decided not to do that. And now staff is coming forward with a one component of that plan, and I'm just not sure that the approach that is being offered is as inclusive as I'd like to see. Design charrette, opportunity for the council to know and appoint the technical committees. I mean, technically, technical committees, when they're appointed, go under the open meetings.
Right.
I don't know who the stakeholder group is. I'm very concerned that we are continuing on a process of doing downtown work that has failed us again, and that is very insular and very clubby. And I'm hearing that from folks. There's a lot of scrutiny out there on the bid. Who's on it, who's not, how public the meetings are. I had a dialogue with someone this week, downtown resident. I just feel that we need to be as broad and participatory as we can be, and set out the goals and be very open, and I'm just not seeing it.
So my question to you is just how would you like to change this? I mean, we're here to give direction and to kind of get a head nod for phase 2. So how would you like to see this changed?
Well, I mean, first of all, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, now I'm hearing, well, it's a public works project, but then I'm also hearing, well, we're going to go to a grant for the FTA. I think we need an
overall, broad, encompassing plan for this part of downtown. So that we have a vision when someone comes through and says they want some of our property, for example, down there.
Right, but are you asking the staff to put that plan together, or are you saying go forth and work with the public to develop a plan?
I would certainly, when the budget was set, we put aside, I can't remember how much, 45,000 or so
Something
for the
like that.
Northwest Quadrant. That got folded into the code. I would certainly believe that we've got 2 people in economic development. I don't know what other tools they're doing because we haven't really had a big discussion about what our economic development strategy is. But I would think, knowing, the jobs titles that they fill, that they are more than equipped to develop plans, particularly with the technology of graphics that might be available, elsewhere in the house. So an in-house plan for, come forward with us and explain what the plan product is, what the components are, and the process. Give us the opportunity to know if we're going to do a design charrette. I feel like we've gotten so far in the downtown part, and I didn't know any of this. I haven't seen any
I
products.
have a question. How far does West 4th Street go?
As currently proposed, West 4th Street would essentially be from Arlington to Keystone.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So not incredibly long length,
Yeah.
because that is the reach of the proposed BRT extension of RTC.
So it would indeed incorporate like the Jacobs project and other projects
Yes.
that are pending.
Yes, and if I may add to Councilwoman Breck to help clarify, the grant that we're requesting through FTA is exactly that. It is a planning land use grant.
Okay.
So it would complement the public works aspect of it, which is the streetscape.
Would you remind me, FTA stands for?
Federal Transit Authority.
Yes. Thank you.
So the Federal Transit Authority has a grant called the Fixed Guideway Grant, and to apply for those funds, you have to have a fixed guideway project that is part of the scope. So in other words, it's land use planning around a fixed guideway project.
I see.
And so we had contacted FTA last fall, or sorry, actually it was last spring, jointly with RTC, and we said we would like to apply for these funds. Would BRT qualify as a fixed guideway? And they said, absolutely. If BRT has its own right-of-way within the corridor, it would qualify as a fixed guideway, and you could receive these planning grant funds. So we sat down with RTC. RTC moved it up on their schedule from a 5 to 10 year to a 1 to 5 year, so that we could apply for these grants. So the intent of the staff is to apply for this land use planning grant along with the RTC plan for a fixed guideway along Fourth West.
All right,
So-
Councilwoman, let me hold and switch here.
Thank you. And to kind of give a little more context on some of the conversations we've had at the RTC, there's 2 concepts kind of that tie this all together. One is the Fourth Prater project, which, as we know, just gets to downtown, doesn't get beyond on the other side of 4th Street. But that is a BRT, bus rapid transit, that's what that stands for, project. And how do we best marry housing to transit?
Yes.
That's kind of what the concept is how are we, for a mutual benefit. Ridership is what BRT, what transit wants, and housing is what we all want. And I know in talking to some stakeholders that aren't Jacobs property, they're very eager to see improvements on the West 4th Street side. So I still want to, as Jenny said, to have this full, robust public process. But just so you kind of know what some of the background is, where that marrying of
Right.
transit with housing
Got it.
is kind of the new concept of what's happening in transit, is marrying the housing in conjunction with the transit.
Councilwoman Weber, any thoughts? Okay, Mr. Delgado, any thoughts? Okay, back to you, Ms. Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm still trying to understand what you're saying. So you're going to work with folks to come up with a streetscape design for the Public Works Manual?
Yes.
Okay. And then that's a bifurcated effort of then planning for this FTA grant, which is a land use planning program?
Yes, very cool. Again, Eric Jensen, Revitalization Manager. So it's a chicken and egg thing. So in order to apply for the land use planning grant, we have to have a fixed guideway project proposed, or at least somewhere, so that they can verify and say that you're proposing a fixed guideway project here, and so you can apply for these funds to enhance it. In other words, it's planning money to do exactly what, sorry, I was going to call you Commissioner, Councilmember Jordan said, that the FTA wants to tie land use to public improvements, specifically transit improvements. They want to build transit improvements that work with the land use and vice versa. And so our goal is to work with RTC and Jacobs to come up with a public works design corridor plan or concept that we can then go to our FTA and say, we want to build off that and we want to do land use planning around this corridor.
So today, I'm sorry
yes.
to interrupt, but I'm
Absolutely,
I'm
sorry.
being sensitive to the time.
Yes.
Do you need our authority to accept this grant at some point in near future or to apply for it?
Yes, I will have to come back to you and ask you for that.
Okay. And then I think you're hearing loud and clear from, I've heard it,
Mm-hmm.
that the council's very interested in having a robust public process.
Yes.
Whatever that looks like, we rely on you guys to come to us at some future date, not too far from now, to talk to us about what that looks like so that we can start letting the public know we're beginning this, we want you in on the front end, and it isn't just one meeting, check the box, like we want you involved. And I think a model that you might want to look at is in the day, and it wasn't during my watch, but in the flood project, they had a community coalition, and they had like 600 people get together and design the flood project. This is a smaller area. I don't think 600 people, but these people stayed together and they kind of saw the project through. So they're in the front end, they designed it in a charrette, as Ms. Brecka said, and they got to see it built and, or designed to what they thought. So I think if there's one thing you could take away, I think we're all interested in that. Okay.
Absolutely. And my commitment to you is that we will do that. I know you don't know the work I've done in other communities, but I have done multiple master plans and projects like this in other communities that are still being modeled. And so my commitment is to you that there will be a robust public process.
Okay. I think that's good.
I guess I still wanted to continue on. So the FTA grant, I mean, here's my consideration about that is, we still haven't gotten the FTA grant we were going to get on Virginia Street. That hasn't shown up. We know the federal government is shut down. We also know the transit system is running half the revenue hours per capita that they did in 1993. So we don't have a funded transit system. I mean, maybe this is part of the plan to fix it. I feel that what we should do is what was proposed during the budget is do a broad, comprehensive plan for this part of downtown rather than bifurcated. He's going to be in the room with Jacobs talking about how they'd like their streetscape to look, then FTA.
Good.
And set out a vision for that area. We know that the MPO has money for planning work and could fund that. And I think we should have RTC under the Unified Work Program do a comprehensive downtown program. Because she's saying, oh, we're going to do a charrette and a collective effort. That's not going to happen if we're not in the context of a broad collective planning process. And I don't see that sending him off to do what he wants is going to do that.
Got it. So Councilwoman Jordan.
So maybe a suggestion, a couple things, maybe three things. We can have RTC kind of focus on this at their next update to the council on all their projects and give a little more meat to, so it
Which
maybe,
is pretty soon.
I think it's February the 13th, but I'm not 100% sure on that date, but I think. It's a second meeting in February, so they can give an update, which might help answer some of the questions here. My suggestion would be, because I think going back and trying to do an overall neighborhood plan would slow down improvements to this area significantly, and slow down as in, we want to see stuff go vertical, and this could be a part of that.
Sure.
I'm fearful of this slowing things down in a massive way. But maybe we can put it on as a budget discussion item when we go into budget and see, I don't think we're going to move so quickly on this that those things may not converge at one point, but I'd hate to throw a roadblock up to the process now on some things that we'd like to see move over in that area. So I don't know.
Right. So I'm looking for a motion on how to proceed. Or do you feel like you have enough direction to go muddle, think this through, what you're hearing from us, or?
I think I do. Thank you very much. The important thing for me at this point is I have Jacobs at the table, I have RTC at the table, and I want to keep the dialogue going that I've initiated with them. And I have no issues coming back to the council in a couple months giving you an update. I'm going to be back before you in probably late March, early April with the downtown streetscape plan, at which time I could also discuss this further. But it's important for me to keep this going forward so I don't miss the next funding cycle on the grant.
Right.
If I may?
Yeah.
the more I hear, I've got Jacobs at the table and Jacobs. We're not in redevelopment doing an exclusive negotiating agreement. I think we're cooking up toward that, where maybe they can come to the table and ask for some public financing. But this is an area where we've seen about 350 residents displaced. We've seen about 24 acres slated down, bulldozed. It's not one person's area. It is a part of our downtown, and we need a downtown collective vision for this area, because frankly, I don't think Jacobsville will be around in 5 or 10 years. I hope they are. I hope they've built a lot, but I haven't seen a lot. And that's why I want us to move forward with a vision that's the city's vision for this area. And I'm not hearing that in this proposal, and I did not see a broad public effort on the first phase either.
So here's what I'd like to suggest. I really think, both you and our city manager have been hearing this conversation. And I really feel that you have to go offline and discuss this, on what is the best way forward, and come back to us and say, here's what we want to do. And here's the plan. We're applying on this date, and these are the people we're going to work with, and here's an outcome. So just to give the greater confidence so we all understand what you're doing. I'm getting
Madam
some
Vice
concern.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I think, the item that is before you today is the streetscape master plan.
Right.
And Mr. Jensen had said that he intended to do public outreach in order to accomplish that. I think we've heard you loud and clear that that is something that's a priority to you. So what I would propose is, if you're interested in going forward with this, and it seems like that's the direction we're hearing, is that that Mr. Thomas works with Mr. Jensen to develop a schedule and a list of all of those public input sessions and outreach sessions for memo to you, and then come in and update you later on as we get down that road.
That's what
and
I'm
keep you
thinking.
apprised during the process.
Yeah.
If I could,
Yes.
and Mr. Jensen, I think your intentions are good. I don't mean to be, putting you on the spot. I was in the manager's office Tuesday morning, bright and early, saying, I don't think this project is ready for prime time consideration by the council. And here are my objections. And so I don't know, do we have a motion on the table?
No, I don't think
okay.
we're really needing a motion. We're just
Okay.
to give some
Yeah.
direction, and I think we are.
Because I wouldn't like to see an effort commence until the process is identified back to the council and we understand the robust nature of what we're trying to achieve and how we're going to get there. Planning is always as important of the process as it is the product.
Right. So it does feel a little, I'll say, just squishy right now, and I think that you guys can come back with a firmer plan, timelines, milestones, and some collaboration efforts. So I think that's where we're going. I would like to just lay out a schedule for the next 30 minutes. I'd like to, moving on to, thank you so much, Eric, for all your work. I would like to move on to item D5, which we have Kaya, I think it is here. And I also want to make sure that we hit item D8. And I like to hit both of those items before we are 4 o'clock. And if we have like 5 minutes, I want to take a 5-minute break before we go into our 4 o'clock. So I just wanted to say the plan. So we might end up with 10 minutes, I don't know. But does that work for everybody? Okay. So item D5, if we have, is it Kaya Bromley? Kaya? Thank you.
Do we have my presentation?
You're all set.
Thank you. And I control it from here?
Yep, you can use the
Welcome,
arrow
Kaya.
key
Thank
or
you.
the space bar.
Pardon me?
You can use the arrow key or the space bar to advance your slides.
Got it. Okay. Hi. I'm Kaya Bromley. I'm an attorney with Community Ventures, and I started the Reno Sparks Task Force along with EDON, Opportunity Zone Task Force. And I was asked to come and speak to you today about opportunity zones. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give you a high-level explanation of what they are and what the task force is doing. And then if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. So, oh, not that button, apparently. This one. Okay, so opportunity zones are part of the federal tax bill of 2017. And what they did is it's an incentive program to incentivize investors to invest in low-income and rural communities. Some people some people call it the Trump tax bill. So if they're Democrat, they read it off. It's actually a bipartisan tax bill. It was sponsored by Scott and Booker. And so what it's really designed to do is create long-term investment into low-income and rural communities. And what we think of as low-income and rural communities are not necessarily what these zones are. So there's 8,700 of them designated across the country. And many of them are areas that are very desirable to build in. So for example, the entire Oakland Raiders Stadium is all an opportunity zone. Parts of Long Island, where Amazon is building in New York City, is an opportunity zone. So some of them are very desirable, and they're places that were going to be built anyway. But because of the designation, there's more money being pushed to these areas. So what I'm going to do, so like I said, there's 8,700 of them across the country. The entire island of Puerto Rico is an opportunity zone. So what happened was all of the governors were able to designate. In fact, Corey Hunt was here a minute ago. He was the one that from Reno that helped Nevada pick theirs. These are already done. They're not going to be changed. So some people think, can we move this? Can we move that? It's not going to change, at least for the next 10 years. It's done. It is what it is. And I have a map here of Reno Sparks, most of downtown Reno, all of Sparks, and as you probably know, all of Trick is an opportunity zone too. So really high level, the Opportunity Zone program does three things. It gives anyone that has a capital gain that they invest into one of these zones, it gives them a temporary deferral of their capital gain tax. It gives them a discount of that tax and a permanent exclusion. And I'll go into more detail of what that means. And for you guys are going to hear so much about Opportunity Zones. I'm going to walk through exactly what it's doing for the investor, so you understand why all this money is funneling around. And to go back a little bit, analysts are saying there's about $6 trillion that could come into play because of this, because there's so much money that people either have in stocks or have in real estate that they could put into this. The more realistic number that will actually come into play is in the hundreds of billions, which is nothing to shake your head at, but you'll read 6 trillion, and it's probably not that high.
And Kay,
Yeah.
before you go on, I just wanted to share too, so we usually allocate about 10 minutes for presentations, and I know that you probably have a lot to cover.
No, I
and
can cover it in 10.
It's very important to us,
Sure.
so just letting you know.
Yeah. So I've already presented this to Sparks and Washoe County too, and
Perfect.
yeah. So we can get it in really quick.
Good.
And then if you have questions, I'm available
Perfect.
for questions.
Yeah.
So the way it works is investor realizes a capital gain. So let's say you bought $1 million of Apple stock and you sold it for $3 million. You have a $2 million gain. So once you realize that capital gain, you have the option at that point to pay tax on that capital gain at the rate of somewhere between 20 and 24%, or you can invest it in an opportunity zone, right? So once you invest it, once you realize the gain, you have 180 days to invest it in an opportunity zone. That's a big deal to you guys because people are going to be coming to you saying, hey, I've got to get this project done and I've got to get it, I got to get the entitlements, I got to know I'd be able to do it within 180 days. And the reason that we created this task force, and the task force, I'll step back a minute, Bill Thomas and Jeff Limpert and Eric Jensen have been very instrumental in helping getting this going. We're bringing together public and private people to talk about how do we make sure that this trillions or billions of dollars comes to Reno. If you listen to the news, it's going to New York City, it's going to San Francisco, it's going to LA. And the point of the task force was to say, how do we bring together the private interests of what private people want to do and the public interests of what your goals already are, because all of this money's here and it's going to go somewhere. And it's just up to us if it comes here. So people are going to come to you saying, I've got this much time to place it. This is what is driving that. If they can't place it, they just don't have a choice but to go somewhere else. So that's what the policy thing is behind that. So they have 180 days to place it. They can either put it in a business or real estate. So the big thing is, okay, so they're just going to come put it in real estate and it's not going to do anything for my community. That's not true. They have to substantially improve the business. So let's say they buy a piece of real estate downtown that has a building on it, right? And the building is valued at, or the real estate plus the building is valued at $1.5 million. Let's say the real estate is valued at $500,000 and the building is valued at $500,000. They have to put an additional $500,000 in. So this money is going to grow the community. And they can put it into, like I said, real estate or a business. So this is a big deal for the Reno Sparks Trick area because there's so many companies coming over from from the Bay Area that want to grow out here. So it's a big incentive. So the first part of it, like I said, there's this discount on the original tax. So I said you had that $2 million, right, in capital gains. If you keep that project for 5 years, you get a 10% discount. If you keep it for 7 years, you get an additional 5%. So what that means is that $2 million capital gain, you only pay 85% of that in taxes if you keep it for 7 years. But that's not even the big deal. The big deal of that is if you keep it for 10 years and then you sell it, there's zero capital gains on the sale. So that, to explain to you why so many people are so excited about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a big deal. So that's just it in another depiction so that you can see it. The things to know for you guys at the end of, there's going to be a big push because for this 7-year time period, because in order to achieve that whole 7-year period, people have to invest by the end of 2019. So investors across the country are trying to place their money before the end of 2019. So there's a big push to find deals. Okay. At the end of 2026, everyone has a tax event. Mm-hmm. They're all going to be paying taxes across the country, no matter who they are, if they've done one of these deals. Okay. Then, so let's go back. So you've put that $2 million into a project. Then let's say you made another $2 million on it. After you hold it for 10 years and you sell it, you pay zero capital gains on that. So that's kind of the whole project. So those are the two big, the one big thing is that you're going to see a big push before the end of 2019 for people to place this money. The other thing is to know that this isn't going to make people come do deals that aren't good deals. The deal already has to pencil. Capital gain, the opportunity zone is just gravy on the top. So if a deal makes sense and someone holds it for a long term, for 10 years, then they get all these incentives. So people aren't going to come and do things that don't make sense. The only other thing I want to add before we open it up to questions is, I've told you a little bit about the task force. We've been meeting weekly for several months, and one of the things came out of it is we are doing a summit, Northern Nevada Summit. The date actually changed. It's March 12th and 13th, and we're doing it alongside of the governor's office. EDON is sponsoring it with us. And it is going to be 2 days, and we're bringing together speakers and putting together deals and funds, and one of the purposes of it too is to talk about best practices. So Washoe County and City of Sparks has already expressed an interest in it, and we're going to bring together people from across the country who are doing opportunity zone projects in different areas. So we know like housing specifically, affordable housing is a big deal here. So we're going to do a big focus on affordable housing and what they're doing and how it fits with the opportunity zones. So that is kind of it. And
Amazing.
if
Thank
you
you,
have,
Kaya.
if you have any questions.
Some questions. I know I've been hearing a lot about this. So council, any questions or just, yes, Ms. Breckes?
So, thank you for your presentation. So the, December 31, 2019 is when the money has to be placed?
Only to get the full 7-year. They can place that money up until after 2026. They just won't get the deferral. So if you remember this slide.
Yeah.
To get the full 15% step up in basis, they have to have placed it before the end of 2019.
Okay.
So that just, all that means to you guys is there's a big push that people want to get it placed before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all that means.
Because the Treasury, this is part of the tax package, and the tax package is showing that it's, running the U.S. Treasury a little short, but they put more or less on this component, they put an expiration date on it, a final expiration date of 26. Is that what it is?
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so by 2026, everyone has to pay tax on that capital gain.
Okay.
Correct.
You can't be placing more, the opportunity zones more or less go away by
No,
26.
no, not at all. Only the deferral goes away in 2026. So, which slide explains that? This one. So up until, you can still do an opportunity zone deal until 2030. It doesn't matter. Just, there's part of it that's the deferral of the original capital gain. And then once you have the project and you've held it for 10 years and you sell it, that's just two separate things. So, yeah, so you can still do it, you just won't get the reduction.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And then what, thank you. And then by 2019, what's the qualifying event? I don't know, that's probably a tax term. How far, do you have to have certificate of occupancy when's your in-service date?
It's the day that you close on, well, for real estate, it's the day you close on the property. And then there's a measuring period every 6 months to show that you're substantially improving the property. So that
Okay.
example I gave of if there's a building, and it's different if it's a building or vacant land.
Business.
For if there's a building, then there's a measuring period to show that you're substantially improving it, and you have a total of 30 months to deploy the entire improvement dollars.
Oh,
But they measure every 6 months to make sure that you're doing it. So you can't just sit on it and say, okay, I bought this piece of property and I'm not going to do anything until the 29th month. That won't qualify.
Who's the monitoring compliance entity for this?
A lot of it, so this is an interesting point that you make, a lot of it is self-certifying. So it's not going to be until you file your taxes at the end of the year, or someone comes back and looks at it and says you didn't do this properly. So there's a lot of lawyers out there that are figuring out how to make sure people are in compliance, because a lot of people might think that they're following the program correctly, and unless they did that 6-month thing, they're going to find out at the end of 6 years they didn't get that deferral at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we're good. I think that as long as we have your contact info with our manager, for follow-up questions, and your PowerPoint, I think we have it here, would be very helpful. We may have questions, especially as people start coming to us.
For sure.
Thank you so much for
Yeah.
coming here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to item D8, the eagerly
Madam
anticipated.
Vice Mayor,
Oh, yes.
can I just say thank you to the Opportunity Zone folks?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I got to meet with them.
Oh.
I don't know if they mentioned it, but it's a great, great program, and it requires some time to learn
It sounds like it.
exactly what it is. And so I hope that we can look forward to having maybe even another presentation. I know they were very interested in having the mayor be there,
Yeah.
be here.
I mean, I would be great with that, and I was thinking I was going to have to take a deeper dive in here myself. So it may be a one-on-one, or maybe a one-on-one with the mayor, or we
Yes.
may have him come back in a couple months as this program ramps up. So thanks for being here. I know it was
We
a
don't
long
have
day.
a couple of months, though.
I know that. I was looking at the clicking clock here.
sorry to
Click, ticking tock. Could we get the Arts and Culture Commission up? I know. You guys have been here since the beginning, if you can still walk. So just as a reminder, just as I did with the previous presenter, we have about 10 minutes for this. We have a time certain at 4, so I just want to give the floor to you. And thank you so much. I know you've been waiting eagerly to give this for months, so.
For months. We're just looking for the slideshow.
Okay.
Of course, our original greetings were good morning.
Yeah.
So we have to think on our feet. Okay. So good afternoon, Vice Mayor and the rest of City Council, and the City Manager, and also to the rest of the community that's still here and in the outside world. I am Sharon Honig-Bear, and I am Chair of the Arts and Culture Commission.
And I'm Geralda Miller, Vice Chair of the Commission.
And we're here today to talk art. We like to think we're more than another pretty face. We are part of the economic impact that the arts have on Reno. Reno's audience spent I guess I'm supposed to be changing this, huh? The arrow? Yeah. Okay. Arts impact the economy. This was a figure done for a few years ago, $89 million Reno spent in arts and culture. Our reputation as a creative economy is redefining Reno. We spent $39 million in arts and culture in 2016.
The arts are the fourth largest employer in Washoe County. That's over $50 million in nonprofit organization budgets.
And we're very appreciative for the room taxes because 76% of the visitors to Reno said that the arts were the primary purpose for their visit. The arts also create a social impact on Reno. We beautify the community.
We engage the community.
It's hard to be a duo here. We recognize the city's rich cultural heritage.
We brighten neighborhoods.
We fight blight.
And we create pride in our city.
So let's take a tour of some of the installations around town. The light chimes. We brought the light chimes with Scott Morgan's work for the third year in a row. They're currently in Wingfield Park. Definitely. It really brightens up these long, dark days, and it's a nice, welcoming presence in our park.
The Reno Star. This was one of the many Burning Man pieces that has found a new home here from the Playa. Maintenance of city art as this is an ongoing process, and we appreciate other city departments that help us.
Many of you were there when we launched Peter Hazel's Dragonfly this past year. It's a collaborative success for us because we work with the NABs to select the right art, and I think everyone's really been happy with it. And we also work with some of the students nearby at Anderson Elementary to do some of the painting. That was part of it.
The Space Well. This striking sculpture was created locally at the generator. There's been great social media response to this, including an extensive piece in the San Francisco Chronicle. And who else? Everyone loves the Space Well. Humans, canines, and even everyone wants to take a selfie just with that Space Well.
Our Signal Box program. We take art to the streets. This is one of our most popular projects. They provide unexpected encounters. Do I have another one? Yeah. Signal boxes generate buzz. They're everywhere. You turn a corner and there they are, and this has been an ongoing project.
We employ local artists, such as Tracy Turner, who's in this picture here. This is another way for us to engage and support our artists in the community.
And I just have to come in again that we're putting people to work. You know, art matters in that regard too. Arts engage the community.
We're about to engage on our third poet laureate, following Lindsay Wilson and Gail Marie Pallmeyer. We also have a special gift for all of you that we're going to give you at the end of this presentation.
Some of our most visible projects relate to our murals. This particular one, and I think both Naomi and Oscar are in this photo. Yeah. This was a community mural project down at the Neal Road Recreation Center. Here's an ongoing project. We're looking at our third painting of murals on our fire stations. And as part of this, it wasn't just us. We partnered with the Holland Project and Hug High. It was really a pretty terrific project.
The Reno flag. This one we had a lot of fun with this project, and the Reno flag has helped build social cohesion, and it serves as our civic symbol.
Our galleries. You're going to be seeing changes in our 3 city galleries if you're not familiar, and I know Bonnie is still on a learning curve here, but we do have the Metro Gallery here as well as the East and West galleries over at McKinley. So we're working on having more inclusive ways of involving the community to bring art in those gallery spaces. And one thing that's really nice about our galleries is when we have receptions, they bring people in, people who might not normally have come into City Hall or into McKinley.
The Bicentennial Park, which we've talked about a little bit earlier today, but the wonderful thing about a park like this is it helps to deter vagrancy, vandalism, while also attracting tourism and families to that center.
And while we're at it, thank you for your support this morning. I mean, there's, by the time it comes to the commission for approval and by the time it comes to you for ultimate approval, it's gone through so many smart, concerned citizens through our subcommittees and that. And so they wait for your final endorsement. It really does matter. And so it's much appreciated. Is that me? Okay. I guess I'm on the wrong page then.
The Mural Expo.
Oh, better hurry up. Mural Expo. This was done with Art Spot, which is Geralda's. There were 32 murals throughout Midtown and downtown.
The City of Dust, which was with the Nevada Museum of Art, we helped send this exhibit to the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C., which extends our reputation and our reach. It reinforces the city of Reno as a gateway to Burning Man, which is another huge economic boost in the city.
Kind of an offshoot to that was the Playa Art Park, and again, it was an undeveloped lot, just a dusty lot. So we believe it helped fight blight.
The State of the City, which was also all about the arts this past year. The notable music therapy, Sierra Nevada Ballet, Theater Works of Northern Nevada, and the Reno Jazz Orchestra all participated.
We're out there helping arts and arts organizations by funding and underwriting and providing all kinds of continuing ed. This Roadmaps is a series that we're doing in collaboration with the Reno Arts Consortium, the City of Sparks, Washoe County, and the Nevada Arts Council.
Art Town opening night, the Bandaloop. This was one of the fun events that happened. I know Naomi was there. I was standing right there with her.
I think I took this photo.
You're credited by it. It says photo by.
Oh, it is.
Yep. And we like to say that even our dogs are happy. We were asked to help select the artist that has decorated the very popular, actually, downtown dog park mural. Our grants are a significant part of how we reach the community. Arts and education, reaching youth. This is turning into a very top priority for our next round of grants.
We allocated $155,000 for this fiscal year to 43 organizations. Most were supporting free community events, and a few highlights from last year are coming.
We don't have a lot of opportunity to celebrate the literary arts, but we have been there for the literary crawl the last few years, and we get to celebrate the impressive creative writing and literature talents in the community. We bring self-expression to underserved communities. Examples are like Arts for All, The Notables. We do healing arts. We do a variety of things to non-traditional audiences. These are our new directions. We are looking ahead. This is our
team of commissioners. But we'd also at this time like to also recognize Alexis Hill, which is staff, and Megan Berner, who also are a big part of our team.
And these are our goals. I understand, got a handout on this, so I'm not going to read them all to you. And we also have a handout that I think should be given to you. These are some of the ways that we thought would be great for you to work with us, attend our openings, attend our events, be part of the arts community, direct, if anybody you know wants to support and fund the arts, we can shoulder this together. And to wrap it up, an image from one of our grantees, Arts for All, showing their appreciation, and we'd like to express our appreciation to the council for your support. And we now have a gift for you.
Yes.
Do you want to tell them what it is? As you know, our very first poet laureate, Gail Marie Palmeyer, created a poem, and Black Rock Press has made a broadside. So it's the poem put to some lovely, I think, Nevada images. And we wanted you to have a copy of it.
Wow.
And we all want one too, but you got them.
Okay. Wow, thank you. Thank you. I'll just kick off. We've only got a few minutes, but I just want to say it's been a real privilege being your liaison to the arts and culture. I have gotten to see these things with my own eyes, experience how hard you work. In particular, your strategic planning events, retreats, where you spend an enormous amount of time all day, scheduling and planning how you're going to roll out the arts, what new community you're going to engage with, what kind of a new approach, new medium you're going to support. So I know how hard you guys work, and you not only have a monthly meeting, you meet twice a month. And which is hard for me to keep up with, actually. But it's more than any other group I know. I mean, any other board, commission, or anything that I serve on, or any liaison job that I have. So you're out there, and you're obviously making a difference. So I want to hand it over to the rest of the council to see if there's any other thoughts or comments. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I think you guys do great work. Certainly, there's incredible benefits to the arts in our community, and you guys lead the charge on all things arts, and it's great. I hear so much about the murals, the expansion of the murals. People talk about them all the time, people from out of town, locals, and that sort of thing. I did want to tell a quick story, though, about the electric boxes and how you talk about how does it impact the locals beyond the artist.
Yeah.
Or for the artist in particular. A number of years ago, would always walk from where I worked previously down to the Starbucks when it was, on South Virginia or on Virginia Street, and would always walk by the electric boxes and marveled at their beauty, just at their beauty. But there was this one in particular, and it was very 3D-ish, and it was beautifully done. I pulled the artist's name off of the box. She painted 2 rooms in my house. And so it was one of those things where she got work from the box. It translated into some amazing scenes in my home. So, and they were locals, residents. Her husband was a bus driver. So it all kind of stays here. And,
wow.
But that was from an electric box.
Yeah.
Great story.
It was beautiful.
Thank you for supporting the arts.
Councilman Delgado, are you good? Words?
Yeah, of course. I don't want to duplicate everything you guys have said. I know we're on rush time, but just thank you. I hear from it now. And one thing that I want to just thank you guys more than anything is your involvement of wanting to reach out to a lot of the communities that aren't necessarily at the table. You guys do a really great job in terms of community outreach and making sure that people are impacted. And how do we impact them with art? It's not just staying centralized. It's certain locations. You guys are doing your best to make sure that's expanded throughout our community. So thank you.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you for coming here today. It's just one more opportunity for people to learn about what's happening and how they can get involved and how to make our, community a really special place. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, thanks. What we're going to do next is we are at our 4 o'clock time certain, but nevertheless, I'm going to take a 5-minute break to let us all get prepared for the next round. We'll get the mayor on the phone, and we'll be ready to roll about 5 after 4. Okay? All right, thank you. So we're adjourned for 5 minutes. Hey, Ashley. Sorry to bother you. Did you hand out the timeline? Where is that? Could you? That'd be helpful. You're going to give the presentation, right? Okay. Yeah. Right. But I mean, it's not really a compromise on dates. Right. Yeah. And then tell me when. So. We would give that to you at the.
You're just gonna give it to me.
What would you be posting? Each person's top 5? And we're assuming like if there's 6 people, and each person has a 5, if they're all different, it could be 30, but it's more likely to be 10. Yeah. Do you remember what it was last time? Yeah. Yeah. But if somebody wants, like Jenny, just wants one person, nobody else says that, we'll have them. That's my question. That's what I'm asking. Okay. Right. That's what I was wondering. We may leave it open to tell you wherever there's a natural break. So there could be like 3. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Right? Okay. So there's some discretion we're going to give you. Okay. Right. Right. Our top 5. Did you talk to her too about this idea of this meet and greet? Yeah. I think we should do it like right away, so she's not shocked. I can try to call her right this second. And then I guess we really need to, is she on the phone? Okay. So it was kind of good that she wasn't quite ready? Oh. Okay. Okay. So did she say like when they might be, like 5 or 10 minutes? Oh, fine. Okay. Because I may announce that. Okay. Well, she'll wing it. Okay, so I'm just going to tell people, yeah, that we're just waiting for the mayor. Okay, for all of you that are waiting in the audience, I just wanted to explain why we're going a little past 5 minutes. We're just waiting for the mayor and to get back to her hotel room to be able to log in. So it could be another 5 minutes. So I just wanted to put you on alert, okay? Finally restarted antibiotics. We're going to call the meeting back to order, and the mayor will be on soon, but just to be economical with our time, we have a few quicker items that are just adoption of ordinance, so we just thought we'd kind of take them till the mayor gets on the phone. The very first one is F1. And I will, here she is, I think. Can you confirm if that was the mayor? Mayor, are you on the phone?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Okay. All right. Well, we're just now, we're going to turn to item G2, which is, in fact, discussion and potential direction to staff on methods to fill a vacancy on the Reno City Council. And presenting for us is Ashley Turney, our city clerk, who's going to talk to us a little bit about process, procedures, what our charter says, and so on. Okay. Over to you, Ashley.
Good afternoon. Ashley Turney, for the record. As council is aware, you now have a vacancy. 1/7 of your policy-making body is no longer with you. Pursuant to charter, we need to move forward with the choice of how to fill that vacancy within 30 days. Council is presented two options today. Either you can move forward with a special election to fill this seat. That special election would take approximately 3 to 4 months based off of the registrar's estimates. Additionally, that term will only be for the remainder of the existing term, will not be a 4-year term, it would only be what is left. Or the other option today is council can move forward with an appointment, and then if that is council's choice, then we will talk about the process for appointment selection.
Okay. Why don't you tell us about the election process?
So council has two options for a special election at this time. You may do an all-mail ballot in which all of your residents that are registered to vote at this time will receive an all-mail ballot. They will not have to show to the polls. There is an option statutorily where they can show to one polling place, which would be at the registrar's office. The estimated cost for that at this time is between $175,000 and $200,000. The next option council may choose from for a special election is a full election in which all precincts are live, voting booths are brought in, temporary staff are brought in, and this will mimic a regular election. Cost for this is estimated at about $350,000. This is an expense that has not been budgeted for this year, so council would need to identify the funding source for that. Again, the registrar has estimated that the process for an election will take 3 to 4 months from a time in which we put in the formal request to them.
And then a question on the funds was, who gave you the estimate of the cost?
The registrar of voters, Deanna Spicula. So as it is right now, we have an interlocal agreement with the registrar to conduct the actual election. I am required by law to be the filing clerk. If council chooses to go with that, we would open up a time period in which candidates could come forward, pay their fee, and submit their candidacy forms. But the actual election booth and ballots, those are all managed by the registrar. So the cost that she encumbers for that would be sent over to us.
Okay, so we
Because
haven't calculated any cost for you, really, just her.
It's just her because we pay her to do exactly. My cost is free to the city.
Okay, good. All right, and then do you want to tell us about option 2, and then we'll open it up for questions about these options?
Option 2 would be an appointment process for council. Those of you who are here may remember that council did follow this process with an opening in the 2014 cycle after the mayor was elected into her seat. Council may do this choice. You do have the option. You can take applications and do an open interview process, which is what council did last time. You may also appoint directly without an interview process as your option. However, per charter, this does need to be done within 30 days. If council chooses to go with the appointment process, staff does have a recommended timeline that we would put forward to help guide you through that process to ensure that we are hitting our deadlines.
Okay. And tell us about the 30 days. So Councilman Bobzian's last day was on
His
Monday?
resignation was effective Monday,
Okay.
the 21st. Therefore, the seat must be filled by February 20th.
Okay. For if we follow an appointment process.
If you follow an
But
appointment
we
process,
do have the
correct.
flexibility to take the 3 months if we do the election process.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you as I hear the sound. I feel as if we might have lost the mayor. No, she's present.
Okay.
I apologize. I'm
So
hearing
on the
beeping.
election process, we have the ability to take 3 months.
I would be looking to legal to
Okay.
answer that question based off of where our guidelines fall. That is something that is beyond our control, would probably be where I would identify that, something we can't control, an outside entity running that. But I would defer to legal if they feel that they can
City Attorney,
wait.
yes, you'd have some additional time. Obviously, you can't conduct an election within 30 days,
Right.
so.
Okay, very good. So you have given us some piece of paper that would, if we went the appointment route, would lay out a timeline.
Correct.
But let me ask the council, would you like to discuss these options first, or would you like to go over the timeline idea first?
I have some questions.
Yeah, so let's go to questions. Councilwoman Breckus is up on the screen first.
Yeah. So you have a thought, I mean, the registrar gave you her best estimate. Maintaining that position vacant each month, how much is their salary savings and all of that? Did you all look at that?
I would defer
Benefits and
to
everything?
Finance director who is not present, so I would
Okay.
then ask the manager if those numbers were available.
Anyone?
I apologize, I missed that.
A vacancy of 5 or 6 months, I believe you requested for salary savings.
Yeah. I was just wondering.
I think we estimated briefly to be about $50,000.
I think that we estimated the annual cost as 100,000, so 6 months would be about $50,000.
Okay.
Yes.
And obviously, he left some travel or training that could roll into the budget, I guess. So it looks like there could be some cost savings on the vacancy. And I guess my other question is on the mail-in, and I know it's never been done in the state of Nevada, but I was up in Truckee in the fall, and they have mail-in up there, and I was talking to folks. They also, on Election Day, were able to walk in their ballot to Truckee Town Hall. Is that part of that regime where you can walk it in rather than going to the post office and paying for a stamp?
There is an NRS that identifies within the election code that there needs to be one polling station in which you can hand carry in your mail-in ballot.
Oh, okay.
That would be at the registrar's
Oh, at
office,
the registrar's.
she will be processing them.
Okay. And then I know when I've looked at my own voting history, I see that I voted at one point in a special election. I think it was a congressional special election. I think it was when Mark Amadei first became congressman. Does anyone? And do you know how long that period of a special election was? Did you research generally how long special elections take?
As far as the timing and
Yeah,
which to
from
bring
when
that forward.
from when filing closes to when that occurs.
That is not something that we researched.
Okay.
Especially as a congressional, that would be something that would be countywide and statewide.
Yeah,
And this
yeah.
is specific to just the city of Reno. So that would be something that her estimate is 3 to 4 months, and I'm assuming that encompasses everything.
Okay, so if we went that way, she needs 3 to 4 months. We could look to see. I think there was a special election in Detroit last fall to see, generally how long are special elections? It seems like 90 days, 120 days, 60 days. I don't know.
I think
But-
I'll just jump in here.
Well, if I could
I'm
just,
sorry.
you let me just finish. The council has discretion on how long they set that. The real only parameter is what the registrar is saying she needs. Is that correct?
As far as how long you want your special
Yeah,
election to run.
the campaign period would be.
That would be something that I would feel we would need to defer to the Secretary of State's office because they're very specific within election handbooks and guidelines to that.
Okay, you didn't get that,
So,
okay.
No, that's not something, until we have direction from council on
Okay.
which to proceed, then
Okay.
we'll correspond
Okay.
in more detail. I've talked to the
Okay.
Secretary of State to confirm that we do not need their authority in order to proceed with an all-mail ballot. It is unusual, as you mentioned, they don't happen very often, especially for populations over 100,000. There's different provisions.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, great,
All right,
thank you.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Just for clarification, so the full election was a 3 to 4 month process. The all-mail ballot, was that the same?
Same.
Okay. I wasn't totally
Same
clear.
3 to 4 months, and that's for her to be able to get, we have candidate filing, she'll have to get all of the lists. The lists were just recently purged, so that's something, the recontacting of registered voters is included in that.
That was very helpful. How historically has this been done in the city? Has there ever been a special election?
To fill a seat, no, not that we can find in our office. That's something that we've had Very rarely has this actually occurred, that we've had resignations. I believe we had a special election, no, even that one, someone had passed away while in office, that was also filled by appointment.
How does the state do it?
It depends on which office it is. Because if it's a partisan office, and if it covers multiple counties, then that can be something that the Board of Commissioners that touches each of those legislative bodies has to bring forward someone and then vote for a party to fill the seat.
But is it a full mail ballot process, or is it narrow down the candidates between a commission and a council?
If it's a partisan race, it can be narrowed down by the commissioners that are touching that district, essentially. Special elections can be unusual at a local level. You'll find them more with congressional districts as something that are larger and farther reaching. But typically, most of these are done by appointment.
Okay. That was
And we
helpful.
just saw at the legislature where 5 county commissions went through a process to appoint.
Correct.
But there were 5 county commissions involved.
Correct.
And they all had to agree on what that appointment was.
Correct.
So,
And it also has to be from the same party with that particular one, as that
right.
person was deceased.
And so
on the
just
ballot.
to recap, in this case, it's nonpartisan and it's citywide.
Correct.
And so your cost estimate, everyone in the city would need to be voting.
Correct.
I mean, or would be eligible to vote
Would
that's
have the
registered.
opportunity to.
And, okay, and I would speculate it would be rather like the primary process, which takes about 3 months to file, raise money, run your campaign, and get elected. I mean, that's a typical period. But like you said, it's probably laid out in statute somewhere or through the Secretary of State's office.
I would assume that there's more specifics, and we would research that if that's
Our
council's
direction. Okay. Let me ask any other council members. Councilman Delgado?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I was also intrigued about the opportunity to look at a special election, but in just reviewing in the short time that I did about its benefits and so forth, I haven't been able to find some data-driven information that suggests that it's a benefit to, especially to the entire community. I look at this seat as the at-large seat, so thinking about making sure that people all have the opportunity and access to vote and have those polling locations located throughout our city like we usually do during an election time. I know that the mail-in is an option, but it's still there's enough room in terms of what I've been able to research that there's still suggests that there's still time to gather more information about what that looks like. I know Oregon's done it, Washington's done it, California's doing it, and it'd be great for us to look at those options as something in addition to. But at this moment, I'm not suggesting that we do a special election. Outside of that, in terms of just the overall monetary budget, and then also just trying to get this done as quick as we can. I think it's no surprise that we have a lot of things that are taking place right now. It'd be great for us to start getting moving and keep moving in the way that we are. So, I mean, that's just my piece to it. And then we'll start talking about what those options look like.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Weber, did you want to opine?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I've already suggested what I think, and so I've
We'll come to
shared
that
that with
next.
you.
Okay.
And so I don't support going to a ballot.
Okay.
I just think there's other ways to do it and bring the community in and have them involved with
Okay.
this, so.
Madam Mayor, would you like to, at this time, just weigh in on just sort of some basic thoughts?
I think all of us were, at first, I think we all just assumed that we would do a special election and then kind of digging into it, the cost and so forth, and we don't have a lot of time on our hands. I really believe that, and I don't know how the rest of the council feels on this, but I really thought the process that we did for Councilman Bobzian and that whole process when we had appointed him went really well. So I don't know about, reinventing the wheel or, what you guys think, but I didn't think that I thought it went smoothly. I remember it being pretty smooth. So that's about it.
Okay, thanks. At this time, let me ask our Madam Clerk to just go over with us the basic concept, you talked about the basic concepts with an election. Could you go over, if we did do an appointment, what would that look like? What timeframe wise and?
Yes, if council would like to proceed with an appointment to fill the vacant seat, staff would recommend that you accept applications for 1 week, beginning tomorrow, ending on January 31st. Those can be done online or can be done in person. There would be no filing fee, as this is an appointment, it is not a full election. The same requirements for candidates would apply to the appointment process as it would for an election. They must be a registered voter within the city of Reno, over the age of 18, and they must be living in their residence for 30 days prior to the time in which we open up the application. That process, we would then close applications at the end of next week. Council will receive a packet essentially within the rest of your council packet scheduled for February 13th of all applications received. At the February 13th meeting, we would recommend that council bring forward each of their top 5 recommendations for finalists. That would be given to me. We would have some discussion on that. We would then upload the top 5. I'd recommend that you then hold a special meeting on February 15th to conduct interviews of your top 5, or if there's a tie from there, the top 5 receiving the most votes. And then selection will be made on February 15th, and the oath will be administered at that time.
Okay. I think something that's important to note at this point is that we are talking about the at-large position. And the way that we had structured this, we had a lot of conversation when we went to ward-only voting. And we said that the 2020 election that's coming up would be the last election for the at-large. So they would get elected in 2020, they would serve to 2024. In 2020, we'd begin the census process, and we would go through a redistricting process. And so that by in 2024, we would have created a 6th ward. So I think it's important, no matter which way we go, that people understand whether you're elected or appointed, if you were elected, you'd have to run for election again in 2020. And same for appointment, 2020. You'd have to be at large. But then redistricting would occur and you would go into a ward, at least the way we have it set up now. I mean, anything could change, but that is what's laid out in our charter that we amended. And so no matter where they lived, it could be at the southern end, it could be at the north end, it could be out in Verdi, a district would have to be drawn, my understanding is our discussion, to include them, no matter where they are, into their ward. And in other words, when I understood when we talked about this, we wouldn't be having them move somewhere.
Right.
To be a ward member, but that's how it was envisioned. So you're wrinkling your nose. So do you want to address that?
The way the law is generally interpreted is that you cannot pass a law in order to change parameters against someone already sitting in that seat.
Right.
However, in 2024, that seat doesn't exist anymore.
I gotcha.
And we wouldn't draw to favor the incumbent. So that would be something that, because we would be moving to 6 wards, but that would be identified far before that period of time, because 2021 is when we redraw.
If necessary, the person could relocate and people would know who lives in that ward well before we would have an election.
Yeah, I don't know, because maybe I'd like some clarity on that, because if they're serving in 2020 and we redraw the lines while they're in office.
We redraw the line while they're in office, but it doesn't take effect until 24
when they're out of office.
Okay, I got you.
When the seat doesn't, so it's not impacting them versus.
I'm glad we clarified this because I had I didn't recall it that way, but I'm glad you clarified that.
That's my understanding, and I will, of course, defer to legal to give formal opinions if that's different.
That's our understanding, yes.
So that would be something, for example, with the 2021 redraw, those of you who are reelected in 2020, that would not impact, we would not draw you out of your existing ward because you already are holding that seat at that time.
I think I understand.
If I may.
Okay, yes, Councilman
I think
Breckus.
this discussion on the redraw, which we all know is coming forward, is really separate and apart from what we're doing today because, whether Mr. Bob Zine was here, wherever he lives, it's all going to happen. And it's even going to happen how it's drawn because you have census redraw anyway, of growth. So let's park that. I do support an election.
Okay.
I think that the voters are always right. The voters should be given a chance. And I think if you look at the history here, this is the second time in 4 years we've gone through this exercise for the same seat. Mm-hmm. It didn't take the first time. And so let's try something new the second time.
Okay.
And I enjoyed serving with Mr. Bob Zine, but I think that
I don't want to presume that the council can do a better job than the voters, and I think they should be given a chance. I really feel that on this time, with that much time left in the term. And I think it would be a good way to let them have that chance and try to this step of progress in the mail-in votes. I think that there is information coming in from other states that this is how you increase voter participation.
Okay.
Obviously, we won't have a
I'm sorry.
benchmark, but because we haven't done that, but maybe you can extrapolate it to other special election situations that occur here or elsewhere throughout the country. So that's what I support. I also feel that, today during open comment, we heard a lot of concern about a lot of issues, where we're at on the budget, housing, a lot of serious issues. And I think that the exercise of talking to the voters is really critical for someone who takes on this responsibility. I think that there's an impression out there that, being on the council is a very public role. It's a very exciting role. It's an opportunity to impact the community. But there's also hard realities. We're a city with fewer police officers, fewer firefighters, and half the parks budget we had a decade ago. There are hard decisions to be made to our growing community. And I think that the test of running for office is very critical for this point. And chances are this person who's going to have a huge leg up in 20 is going to be the one who, if we all do the long terms, we'll be here longer than any of us. Maybe Ms. Weber because she came on, but the rest of us are over halfway through, and some of us only have, one more time to run. The majority of us only have one more time to run. So this position, I think, is one that needs to get battle tested out there with the voters.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, before I go on to Councilwoman Jordan, clarify the reason I introduced about the redrawing and the redistricting. I think it is important to have out there in the community. We live with it. We wrote the charter. We understand it. We debated it at length. Most people didn't participate in that process, and they need to know if they're signing up what the future could look like, and that this isn't planning to be an at-large position forever, and that there is a change coming. So I thought it was important to get out on the record right now. I think Councilwoman Jordan was next.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of concerns about going out to a full election. One is the cost. I don't think we beta test something when it costs $175,000 to $350,000 to the taxpayers. I think we were voted to make tough decisions, and this is one of them. I think we can do a very thorough, inclusive, collaborative process with the public to garner their input, and then we make the decision. We make a lot of tough decisions up here. But Councilwoman Breckes did make a good point about there used to be discussion out in the community that, the council job is a part-time job. And my answer to that is I've never worked so much overtime in this part-time job in my life. And it's not just the council that it mandatorily meets at least 2 times a month, but you sit on about 6 or 7 other boards that generally meet once or more time during the month. So I'm saying that because I think there's some in the public that are listening, there's potential candidates that are listening, and I want everybody to go in with eyes wide open what this job really entails. It's 10 to 12-hour council meetings, it's all the other board meetings, it is not all the glitz and glamour that some may make it out to be. It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of tough decisions, and it's a lot of pushback on the decisions that you make, because you're never going to be right 100% of the time, and you're never going to make everybody happy, and you have to be okay with that going into it, just knowing it's not a accolades sort of job all the time, and you just have to have a thick skin for this job. Now, that being said, one of the things I do worry about holding this open for too long, and tonight was an example. We have an appeal hearing tonight. We have the mayor who's at Conference of Mayors. We're down a council seat, and Mr. Bobstein is gone. We almost don't have a quorum. I worry about those sorts of situations, and frankly, you need the full body, because what do you do when there's a 3-3 tie? That's you got to have the 7th person in there to break those situations. So that's my 2 cents. I think there's a way to structure this, like I said, with some sort of community participation, and let people come in, do a meet and greet, maybe ask some questions and that sort of thing. Still meet some of those objectives. not excluding anybody, but still meeting the timeline that I think we need to.
Thanks. I think your points about the time commitment are well taken. My husband says that I work 80 hours a week. I argue with him and say, no, it's only 60 in this job. But the point is, it's a lot of hours. And you mentioned 6 or 7 boards, but I think right now I have 12. So, I mean, it is a big, and you need to be available to your constituents as well. So I want to just, I saw Councilman Delgado did you take down your bell? And then I wanted to ask the mayor, and then I know that there's a third option that Councilwoman Weber has proposed, so I want to get right to that. So before we get to that, do you have anything more?
No, I'll go ahead and hold back. It's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
Mayor, did you have anything more right now before we go to a third idea?
No.
Okay, all right. So are you going to present, or Councilwoman Weber?
I would defer to Councilmember Weber. As
Okay.
It was her
Very good.
idea that there was a memo circulated to council last night. It's also uploaded to the public record. Councilmember Weber had some ideas about an appointment process and a way in which to bring the community involved in that.
Okay.
If I may, could we take a vote on whether or not we're going to take an election or do an appointment position?
We can. Yeah, I mean, I'd just as soon hear
Oh,
like all 3
okay,
options and then
okay,
vote. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to share that, if you remember, I was part of the last election in 2014 when I lost my race, and then you opened up because of the mayor moving into her role, and you had to seat an at-large position. And I applied for that position, and I didn't think it was a very fair process, to be honest, because there was no community input. I mean, the board, it appeared that the board already had their decision made. So, and I don't know that that's the case, but I'm just saying from my perspective, I had just ran for office, and I had to run at large at the time, and I had 22,000 votes or whatever it was. And so, so I felt like, you know, I might as well put my application in, and so, and that is nothing being said. The process was a process, but I believe that a precedent was set, and I think it was a good process. I just didn't happen to come out of it very well. So anyway, the thing is that it is a matter of time. These positions, every one of us hold a vote on every project that comes before us. So every meeting that we have, we're missing a vote, no matter what. So what I thought was very important, in serving as the vice chair for 11 years on the county commission, we had some of these processes that I've mentioned in my memo, and we did it, and it was a very good process. So just really quickly, what I have suggested here is that it would be a very quick process, and it would be that the applications are submitted to the clerk in a certain amount of time, therefore having a meeting on February 1st for the board to kind of get through the application process, and it is a quick process. So on February 1st, there could be a meeting of the council. After the deadline of getting your applications in is January 28th at 5 p.m. That's saying that tomorrow morning the application process begins. And then at that special meeting, we would narrow it down to however the process would be described as, to narrow that down to a smaller group. And then also develop a stakeholder group for a meeting for every one of those finalists to go to another date where there's a bunch of different stakeholder groups asking questions, interviewing. Different stakeholder groups would be like the builders or our unions. Our City of Reno unions would be in one group. Outside stakeholders would be some other community, we could develop whatever stakeholders we wanted, but I really think it's also important that every council member from their ward would identify 2 people from our areas to serve on 2 different interview boards. And it would be held at another location, and a lot of the community members would be able to be participating in an interview process for them. We would still, my proposal is on February 15th, we would have those interviews conducted by these stakeholder groups and have an open process for the community to come into a reception on the 12th as well. And then move forward on the 15th, we would still do 1 interview question. We would have the notes or whatever the process is that these stakeholders would develop for us. And then we would have that information. And that way we may not know somebody that would be really perfect for the job, but with all these different stakeholders being able to interview these people, the finalists, that it's a really good way of having the community involved. And we've done it before. I think you all have done it with maybe your manager or some other, I know that Chief Hernandez may have gone, back in the day, may have gone through a process like this, because I went to a reception where the public was invited. But I just think it's an opportunity for people to kind of have weigh in on it. So that there's way more to it than I'm describing, but at least it's a process.
All right. Now I'd like to take some comments specifically on Councilwoman Weber's proposal. Would anybody like to comment on that? Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, back to her comments about the process last time. I did not enjoy the process. I thought that it was, I think it let out a lot of expectations to folks. I really did. I mean, yours was a perfect point. I just got how many votes? 22,000? I look like a good candidate, But so here's what I would say is I still support an election, but her process, not only do I have to find someone who I want to sit here, I have to find 2 citizens from my ward that I want to elevate as these guide people to help us in the decision. I don't want to have to think about who are these super citizens are going to be to help put these people here. I think it's a process for hiring executives and administrators, but I don't think it is one for hiring someone to take a political seat. A big consideration for me when we brought Mr. Bobzien on, because I was at the end of the day going to vote to seat him, is I wanted someone who, when he got ready in 2 years to run, I knew had the political know-how to hold that seat. Because if I'm sitting someone here who I wanted to sit, I want them to be able to hold on to what the trust I put in them. And I'm not sure that comes out of your process. So if we were going with an appointment process, I would say that each council member has the opportunity to nominate, no more than 2 or 3 people. Someone might not nominate anyone, someone might nominate 3. And then within that, we can interview them or not. And we just, at the end of the day, we turn in our ranked votes of them. I would do a ranked vote.
Okay.
Everyone gets 3 votes. Not 3, and your number 1 person gets 3, your number 2 person gets 2, and your number 3 person gets 1. You do whatever due diligence you want with those folks. You turn them in Friday, close of business, and the clerk counts them up, and whoever gets it, gets it. The ranked vote decision-making is one that maybe someone is not everyone's top person, but it's everyone's second person. So that way it's someone that everyone can live with. I think that would be a fair process to give. If we really want to take on the job, it gives us the job and keeps it very individualized to each of us to go out, create the pool ourselves collectively, and then create on the voting who we want to elevate. And ranked choice is being used across, somewhat commonly in growing numbers of communities to find, the people that have the broader support.
Okay, thank you. Looks like Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. So I have a question, Ashley. On the application process, Because I want to make sure, to Councilmember Delgado's point, that everyone from every corner of the city of Reno has the same access and opportunity through a process. So does the application process, everybody fills out the same thing with the same information?
Correct.
Are they attaching a resume or a curriculum vitae, or
They have the option if they would like
Okay.
to attach a resume. That is an option. We have an upload option so people can submit any supporting documentation that they would like council to review as part of the process.
And how would the city tomorrow get the information out to the city? I'm going to guess we're going to look to our media partners, lean on them in a massive way to help get the information out that applications are open and you have a 1-week timeline to fill out an application. And when I was getting at with the resume was someone may need to spruce up, dust off, update their resume, but I don't want them to miss the 1-week timeline. So I wanted to make sure they could just fill out the application and at least save their spot, and then maybe they augment it with a resume at a further time. Okay, so that was helpful. Could you pull up the suggested timeline? I'm going to call it option B, where it has a Thursday, February 14th public meet and greet. So Valentine's Day, that's appropriate.
Valentine's Day. Meet and greet on Valentine's Day.
So I actually kind of like this timeline because I think there's an opportunity on the Wednesday, February 13th, where we're kind of narrowing it down, is I guess we're picking our top candidates. I would say that there should be some flexibility in that and that we should be able to choose between 3 and 5. I don't know how many people we're going to get. So, I mean, I think we can probably decide that day.
That would be fine. I would just ask that whatever we decide, I would ask for a cap.
Okay.
The
I'm
lower
fine with
number
3 to
is
5.
whatever council decides, but it just,
But on the 14th, this to me is where, and I'm kind of with Councilwoman Breckus on picking stakeholders or individuals that we have deemed the worthy ones to come in. I think we open up on the 14th to whomever wants to come meet and speak with and ask questions of the narrowed down list of candidates. But there needs to be some mechanism for those that can't physically get there to watch and provide input. That's my thing. I think there's a way to maybe open up City Hall 4 to 7 p.m. for Q&A, mix and mingle, and then and questions, and then people can submit at the end of the evening what their thoughts are, suggestions, ideas, and then that kind of keeps us on a timeline. We still meet the 30-day requirement, but we're also getting community input. But there is so much that tomorrow we have to decide tonight.
yes.
Because this has to be a blast, and it has to be clear. And so anyway, that's
Okay.
my 2 cents.
And Councilman Delgado.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. And I don't know if we want to narrow it down and take a vote as to whether we're going to appoint and get into that and not do the mail-in. Was that an
I'm
option?
kind of ready at that. Do you, to go
Yeah.
A or B, and then let's talk, whatever we go with, we can get into more detail. Mayor, before we do that, do you have any other thoughts before we just discuss?
I will say, I mean, there were some comments made on, last time when we did this, but I would like to point out that, we've talked about sort of the fiscal responsibility piece, right? And if you look at David, whenever we appointed him, and then he did run for office, so you kind of get the best of both worlds in the sense of we can appoint someone and then turn around and they can run for office. So I want to say that, there's sort of that balance there, right? Because then they do end up running. The other piece of it was also remember we have public comment, and people come to public comment every single day, and I think we do get a lot of feedback from citizens. Our door is always open. And then I also do think that the process I thought it was appropriate and very beneficial to have those open public interviews that we did. If you remember that's sort of the process that we went down, that they were very public, but very open. And I think, then everyone can be part of the process because our doors are always open at City Hall, and that's why we have public comment.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thanks.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I'm looking for a motion.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I do have public comment on this item.
Yeah,
before we
absolutely.
take
Yeah,
a
let's
motion.
do that.
Tammy
Okay.
Holdstill would like to speak.
Yes, thank you.
Tammy Holdstill, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. I am not a City of Reno resident. However, the City of Reno is right on my border. What you guys do affects us unincorporated Washoe County. So I'm really concerned, and I know a lot of residents are concerned about how this is done. Right now, and I mean this very wholeheartedly, we seen what you did at the county commission, Ms. Weber. We also know where you lie, kind of. And we're concerned about not getting the right representation that needs to be done for the North Valleys because of how you guys are coming in. So there's got to be a mechanism that lets the people that you're affecting have some say in this also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others for public comment at this point?
None registered.
All right, thank you. So what I'm looking for now is a motion, one way or the other, that we can vote up or down. Pick your preference, having an election or having an appointment. We can vote that up or down, and then we can talk details then. Maybe I will turn to my colleague on the right. I don't know, any one of you.
My motion would be to adopt the appointment process.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to adopt an appointment process by Councilwoman Jordan, seconded by Councilman Delgado. Is there any discussion on that before we go into that vote? All right, seeing none, everyone in favor of that, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, it looks like, and Mayor, did you vote too?
Yes.
Okay, for the appointment process. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like we have.
Wait, just really, sorry, I apologize. Really quickly, I couldn't hear, what did Madam Clerk say the cost of a special election was?
The cost of a special election, Madam Mayor, is $175,000 for a mail-in and $350,000 for an full election.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
those,
that would be a couple police officers.
right, and those
Right.
figures come from the clerk,
I was just,
the city,
Okay.
the county.
all right.
The elections.
But again, I think this process, if this next person runs, you get, then the people decide, so they end up voting. So, I think, okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So let me just recap. So the vote was 5-1 to do an appointment process. And now what I'd like to do is just discuss what that appointment process should look like, both in terms of timeframes and any kind of details about that. So who would like to start on that? Mr. Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I think Councilwoman Jordan was getting into this as well. Between the suggested, the one with, that gives us the option for the public meet and greet with the finalists, I see as a positive. I think that incorporates a small piece of what the Councilwoman Weber has suggested. I think that might have been one piece that we might have missed out on the last time with the last appointments. But outside of that, I think the suggested time frame is a pretty efficient, effective way to go about appointing somebody. The last process that we had with Councilman Bobzian, it was a test to us, of course, having this tough role to choose a colleague to work with us for the next 2 years. And I think that was a very clean and transparent process. I think it showed pretty heavily that we did a good job because he was reelected pretty heavily 2 years after that. And so I think it showed a solid process that worked. In terms of this suggested time frame, I'd also move away from us having to choose stakeholders or people, because then as Councilwoman Brackes has stated, then I feel like we're elevating certain people to choose on behalf of us or to choose on behalf of them, and they weren't necessarily elected by the overall populace to do that. So I would suggest is to look at this the suggested timeline that you provided for us, give the option for anyone in the community to apply if they want to, and then we come back with those top 5 candidates And then the following day, they have the meet and greet with the community, because they'll know then. It'll be filtered down. And we would make the tough decision on February 15th. I think that's appropriate. It's an at-large seat, so anybody across the city of Reno can apply to join us. And that's just my suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to weigh in on that? Let's see, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Breckus was next.
Yeah, the application that we have, are we asking people if they've run before for public office? Does it ask that?
This would be when I would be looking for that direction from council. Right now, we had anticipated using, just for ease and access for everyone, we can create an additional application off of our online boards and commissions module, which will allow the update and submission of resume and other necessary documentation. For example, people will need to be able to provide photograph evidence of themselves, driver's license, something of that sort. So that would be the time today. If there are additional questions council would like on the application, I would be looking for that direction from you today so we can include that information.
Yeah, I mean, typically when you have a campaign, there's an opponent poking at people and, clarifying things, about them. And in this process, because we're the deciders in a compressed time frame, I would be of interest to me if anyone's run before and if they can identify any conflicts of interest that they might have in serving in this role. I think that's very important to me is conflicts come up. They're not disqualifying, but I want to know someone to sketch out. Do they have a relative who's, a city employee? Something like that. Does their line of work, involve, business before the council? Just leave them able to outline that. I think that would be important. And what concerns me about the meet and greet is, let's not fool ourselves. There's a campaign run for this appointment. It's just directed at us. There's already been Facebook posts about me doing this and that, and there will be a campaign run. And I just wonder how much, if we've got a bunch of people, kind of running down other people, I think that's a danger. Obviously we're pretty sophisticated because we've gotten through the process of elections and can maybe read through some of that. But those are kind of some of the concerns. I don't know how we would go about that. That's why I really would like the council to consider this nomination process. No one comes into the fold who doesn't have one of us or multiple of us saying, I want to throw this person's name in the ring.
Oh, you want to nominate someone?
I would like the consideration of a nomination committee.
But I mean, don't they, they would still have to fill out their application with
Of
all
course, but it would only be coming through one of us to say, I want, maybe the same person reaches out to five of us and all five of us want to throw that person's name in the ring. Then we're in a good place. We know that person has, to some degree, some support of five of us. I just, maybe one of us will say, I don't know anyone. I'll just see what others say.
Well, I'll just share with you from my perspective. I want people to be able to apply, and I don't want them to, maybe six of you love that person, but I don't think they should have to get nominated. I'm just giving you a gut check on that for me. I think if they're interested in running, being out there, they're interested and they don't need my approval, to do that. But that's just my thought to that. But I appreciate the rest of your commentary. I think next up was Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to clarify back to the one that I had talked about, that the stakeholders were not anybody, they would be able to be in their different groups asking questions. So it would be like a vetting process. It would just be that they could pass that information on to us, what the questions that they asked, and they would write down comments, and it would be something that we could look at for homework about each of the candidates, because you read their resumes, but you don't know a lot of the people. I don't, I should say that. So I just think it was just helpful, plus you're using the community to help vet those people, giving us the information. I never thought that we should take it away from any of us. So I just wanted to clarify that, because that process would still include all of the community, but it would also, some of our the different boards that we serve on, we would all have that opportunity to find somebody. It wouldn't make any difference who it was, but it would be somebody from the Arts Foundation maybe that sat at the board for stakeholders. So I just felt like it gives the public much more input to the process. And all we would be doing is just selecting people to sit at that table. So I just wanted to share that. But I like the other idea. I think just as long as we have an opportunity for the public to come and see those people. But my concern is under this process, it seems to me that, let me just take a step back and say, on the Wednesday, the 13th, we would all have to have gone through the names ourselves, and that's a time that we may not have a lot of information about. Maybe a good candidate falls through the cracks. Yeah, thank you. So, and then we would be having this Wednesday, the next day, we would be having this other open house process, interviews or whatever. So it just seems to me, and somebody can step up and kind of explain that a little bit better, but it seems like we would be taking people out of the pot before there was that process.
So I'm going to weigh in here too. I mean, what it reminds me of a lot is interviewing a person for any job.
Yes.
Often you have to narrow down your pool based on paper, the resume, their application, maybe who they listed as a reference, and without meeting them. I mean, they could be from anywhere across the country applying for a job. You haven't met them. You've got it down to your top 5 based on paper, references, resume. Now you're into your top 5. Now you're meeting them. And I kind of think that's a situation that we've been proposed to replicate here. I just wanted to weigh in on this public meeting. I think it's kind of an interesting idea. We did it for the manager. One of the challenges I felt in that public meeting was that we had 2 candidates, and they were sort of swarming around this relatively small room, about the size of this room. And they were meeting and greeting, and then people were coming to me to give me their feedback. The members of the public were giving me their feedback on either candidate. If we ended up with like 5 to 7, 8 candidates, that's a lot of people milling. And if we do it, a couple changes I would recommend a larger room. I would recommend a non-echoey room. Like McKinley is a very echoey room, so you put 10 people in there and it sounds like 25. You put 25 people in there and it sounds like 250. So I'd recommend we carefully pick the room. If we did this public meeting, I would recommend that we have some meet and greet. Then maybe in the middle, they get a 2-minute. We're only talking about 5 to 6 people or something like that to say a piece. That piece might be videoed, to your point, or someone made a point about the public being able to participate. Even I think it was Mr. Delgado, even if they can't come, that piece might be videoed right then or live streamed or something, so that a little piece in the middle, maybe around 5:30, they could all say a 2-minute thing. It's separate from the interview, but it gives another data point. And then we continue on meeting to 7 per your schedule. People can send us emails, they can call us, they can talk to us, meet us one-on-one to give us feedback. The very next day, we have about almost 24 hours, well, about 20 hours from the end of that workshop or meet and greet to when we're meeting. So there'd be, a time for people to at least communicate with us some thoughts. So, I'm fine with this process, and I with some refinements, and I would leave the details of what the public meeting looks like, both to our manager and to our clerk, about how to structure that and how to get the best use out of it. Those are my thoughts right now. But I think Councilwoman Jordan, but before I go to you, let me ask the mayor, who hasn't had a chance to speak. Do you have some thoughts about this idea of a public workshop, and process and?
Well, timing is, kind of the critical issue. And then I am out of town, so we have to do this in 30 days, am I right?
Right.
So it doesn't leave a lot of window. Like I said, I mean, maybe I know that Jenny wasn't a fan of it, but I didn't mind how we selected Bobzian. Matter of fact, I want to say Bobzian did a phenomenal job. I thought we were lucky to have him.
Right.
And I thought the council did a really good job in the whole process.
So you're saying the proof is in the pudding. I mean, we did a process, whatever it was, and we got a good result.
We did, and we had applications. I really like the idea that she mentions about, there's just certain things, have you run for office? I mean, that would be one thing to know, hey, would you plan to run for office? I think, Jenny made some really good valid points about running for office, and because that's what's interesting is, think about how many people applied last time. I don't remember. Maybe it was 70. Maybe
Right.
I don't remember. It was a lot of people that applied. And then when it comes time to running for office, you get one or two candidates. It's hard to run for office. I get why people, get discouraged from it. It is challenging. It is hard. It's hard work, and it's rejection too. And Councilwoman Jordan made some really valid points about the time commitment, and you've got to have thick skin, and it's, there are times it's incredibly stressful, and, Councilwoman Breckes made similar comments in the sense that it's a really serious job. The city is, it's not easy. The city faces, lots of debt. That's one of the reasons I don't want to do a special election. I want to do a, appointed process, and then this person, hopefully they'll run for office. Like I said, I think we did a phenomenal job with getting Bob Zian and his qualifications and his background, and he just was very committed and served his boards and the public really well. And so I think there's a lot that goes into it. I just think it's interesting how, when it comes to getting appointments, we'll have a lot of people apply, but then when it comes to really running for office and being committed, then people don't get involved. So it's just interesting.
All right, thank you. That was excellent. I really appreciate that input. I think we're kind of honing in to potential motion here. And I don't know, you look eager to make a motion, Councilwoman Jordan.
I am, because
Okay.
I'm going to be looking for people that are succinct and will move things along. So I'm going to make a motion.
Live the dream.
I'm going to live the dream. I did send this, what's up on our screen. I just sent it to the mayor so she can, she didn't have the benefit of this timeline in front of her. So I kind of sent it to her. I like this with just 2 modifications. Modifications are on the, 3. If there's an opportunity, because you're going to have some time tonight to put it together, or make any modifications that we're making today and get it out and get our media partners to help us in this. Can it go from Friday the 25th to Friday the 1st? Okay, that would be my suggestion there. So it would be a Friday to Friday instead of a Thursday to Thursday. So they have a full, gives you a little breathing room and helps us get the word out.
Thank you.
On the Wednesday, February 13th, I think it should say each council member will choose up to 5 candidates. And if we so choose to only choose 3 on the day of the narrowing it down, we make that decision. On the Thursday, February 14th meeting, I think you just expand it from 4 to 8 p.m. We don't know how many people will come or how many questions they'll have. I think you just pad in another hour, and staff will work out the structure of what that will look like. And that's it. That's my motion.
Second.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, second by Councilwoman.
Madam Vice Mayor, just real quick, just for clarification on the motion for the Thursday, February 14th meeting for the public meet and greet. I just want to confirm that the concept is that council members would not be at that meeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Is
just
that
want to
correct?
make sure. Okay.
I think we
Open
would.
meeting laws.
Yes, because that's the issue, the open meeting law piece, and we just wanted to make sure that that was
Well,
not a public
I'm
meeting in
gonna,
that sense.
I'm gonna have a difference of opinion. So the ones of these that I've participated in, the council members were there and they posted it as a public meeting with no decisions being made. And how else can the council meet these folks?
How they interact.
Yeah, I don't think it's a requirement to be there, but I do think it's a good opportunity. And when I've gone through a similar process and council members came, so.
And maybe we can think it out a little bit further. The concern is if there's a quorum there.
Yeah.
You've got to have, the meeting has to be recorded. There has to be an agenda. There has to be minutes. It's going to have to be a much more structured meeting than probably a meet and greet, and that's the concern. And we just don't want this, we don't want there to be a cloud over the nomination process or the appointment process is the
Well,
concern.
and Mr. Attorney, just to let you know, I mean, often we'll have council members or commissioners or whoever take a tour and they notice a possible quorum and they say no action will be taken. It's not a formal meeting, but there is a possible quorum. And I don't know that 4 of us will attend, but I think some of us will attend.
Yeah.
Would you just work with our staff to kind of figure that out and advise us on how that might work?
Recommend that you stagger your hours in which you plan
Well, that's a
to
great
arrive.
idea
Yeah,
too.
Would be my
there's
Maybe we
certain-
stagger our
You
hours.
certainly can stagger. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was on the same page, that you can't have a quorum there at the same time talking to each other.
Right.
Because it's the deliberation that triggers it. You can certainly be there to get the information. You can certainly be there to talk to people.
Yeah.
But as soon as you talk to each other, then you're in a different game.
Well-
And we just don't want to, again, we just don't want you in a position where somebody's going to come forth at a later date and say, this was a bad process because you violated the open meeting law.
The way I
I'll
look
just-
at it is like when we're at any other event
Right.
in town, a small community, that we're not gonna get together, 4 of us, and talk. And then we're very much in the public, and we understand that. I mean, I
And we did
understand
it
your-
at the managers as well. They had a public open forum. I went, several people, mayor went. I mean, we had a number of people. We didn't converse, but we attended. We met the candidates. I mean, we already did this already, so I guess I'm saying. Did you have something?
And mine is not so much in that vein. Mine is, I get a little nervous when I think that the public might be tempered or influenced by our presence in the questions or the interaction they may have with the candidates. And I don't want to have any part of that.
Okay.
I will tell you right now, I've had my phone blowing up with potential candidates, and I have told them all, I'm not meeting with anybody.
Okay.
And I won't participate in this because I will watch it online. I hope it's here, so I think we talked about it being video streamed. But I don't want to influence somebody's level of comfort because of my presence.
Yeah.
And I'm fearful of that. It's not the open meeting law thing. So you may not have to worry about a quorum because I'm
My question, though, is I'm a little confused. I appreciate the quorum concern and the walking quorum of one person conveying this information to me, and then we all have some information but so the meet and greet is for anyone from the public who shows up?
Right.
What does that give to them in terms of they're not the ones who are making the decision or voting on the candidates? How does that then, I mean, I don't understand what we are giving those folks in terms of they don't get a vote, so what are they?
No, but what they do get is a chance to meet the candidates. They get a chance to call, send us an email, register a preference, all of those things, and they have about 20 hours to do that after they meet the candidates. It's exactly what we did with the managers, really.
Public comment the following
Yeah.
day,
Yeah.
support zone.
Come in public comment the
Madam
following
Vice
day.
Mayor, I can speak from
Yeah,
experience. People came up to me and asked me questions about arts, about my thoughts on fire service, about many different things. And it was kind of rapid fire, but I did get to speak one-on-one with whoever wanted to talk to me and ask me a question. I don't know what they did with that information or if they contacted you afterwards. I assume they
They
did.
did, by the way.
But that's what it was like.
Well, I guess, I mean, people are going to be running campaigns anyway. They're going to send their friends there. They're going to have this friends send the letters. We had received a lot of letters from people on her behalf by the time we got to that point. I just, it's going to be a campaign. It's a structure for that campaign. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's just, it's a different type of campaign, and the council's will is that we do it that way. But so it'd be 20 hours after this meet and greet. Whoever wants to show up, whoever can get their people there, and then do we, when we make the decision, is that all on the spur of the moment, or do we get to send in our vote, or how do we do that?
I think we would be interviewing on Friday, February 15th, the candidates.
And then making our
And you'll
decision
be
right there.
agendized.
That was the hardest one for me last
Okay.
time, was we had all the folks come through and then we kind of round robined it. I would prefer to have some time to sit on that. To me, that's the bigger thing that I
That's
want
true.
input from. I mean, frankly, someone's canned 3-minute speech in front of the council is really and I don't take text messages from anyone when I'm sitting at the council dais. I don't think it's consistent with open meeting law, frankly. So, I wouldn't mind, if you're going to do a process of input, I'd have people come in and make their speech about why they're wanting to do it, give a sit on that, and then let the council either send in their votes to her or reconvene.
Well, let me ask the attorneys, because I think there is some merit to that, because often after I interview somebody, I want to mull on it a little bit, to be honest with you. I mean, is there a process where we could register, our thoughts? I mean, is there another even public meeting where we could share our thoughts? I mean, I'll just share this. I think it's, let's see, we're up to February, the end of February, right?
Monday, the 18th is a holiday.
Right.
That leaves you the 19th and the 20th.
And then I understand the mayor won't even be in town those days. But I mean, what you're really saying is we vote and we just send it in. Is that what you're saying, Councilwoman Breckus?
Maybe that's the way to do it, because then people who are watching from home can give us their thoughts on that. That person really hit a chord that I think you guys need at the table. And then we can sit back over 24 hours and kind of think,
Okay.
My top person is this. And
Okay. I will tell you that I do benefit from listening to my colleagues' thoughts and, their evaluation at the meeting, but we could give evaluation without making a final vote. But let me just get some input on that issue from anyone. Do we make a decision right on Friday, the February 15th, or do we mull on it and either mail in or make it on a different day? Do you have some thoughts?
I guess my question would be, I don't know that we can mail anything in. We got to be here at a public meeting.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, from an open meeting law perspective, I mean, we recommend that you have a meeting and you vote at the meeting.
Okay.
You can't have an appointment by mailing votes in. That would not be consistent with the open meeting law, even though the votes were public. There has to be public action in a public meeting. So the recommendation would be is meet and appoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I actually think, having done interviews for 20 years, you're gonna know, you're gonna get the application and potential resume first, and you're gonna draw some conclusions from that. Then you're gonna have the meet and greet, and you're gonna get some feedback, and you're gonna further refine that. And then you're gonna come to the Friday meeting, and you're going to either affirm what you already believed, or it's gonna get shifted a little bit, but you're gonna know at the end of that day who you believe is the best candidate. And I don't think sitting on it for any further period of time, because you're already going to have the public input,
Right.
at least through the meet and greet process. I don't think that's going to influence your change at all. And I kind of feel like
That's true.
let's just, even if it takes a little bit longer, I mean, you have 5 people, it's 15-minute
Yeah.
interview each time. I think by Friday evening, we're done.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we've explored almost every option. Does anyone have any final comments? I'm going to call for a motion. We've already had a motion in a second, so we're in the kind of final deliberation, and I don't know if it's appropriate to call for a second round of public comment now that we've decided on kind of what direction generally we're headed, but we've already had public comment. Is there anyone out there that is feeling like there is? Okay.
Will Adler appears
Okay,
as if
I'm
he
willing
would
to
like give
take one more public
comment.
comment. So- What's that? You can't make a public comment from the last row of the city council.
There appears to be a concern from the audience that the public meet and greet is scheduled on Valentine's Day for the romantics in the room.
Right,
What a better way to spend your day.
right.
I mean, really,
Bring
nothing
your
says
down
love
for it.
like a public meeting.
Your
It'll
public
show
duty.
dedication.
Yeah,
That's why I won't be there.
you will not be there, right? The meet and greet.
Madam Vice
So it's
Mayor.
another reason to not be at the meet and greet. So anyway, we've had a motion and a second. It's basically to adopt the suggested timeline that's up on the screen, with a change of the applications would be open from January 25th, Friday, to Friday, February 1. You could nominate up to 5 candidates based on the number we receive. If we only have 5 candidates, you may only nominate 2. And that there's a proposal to extend the time 4 to 8. I am going to say that's advisory, and I'm going to leave it to the staff to kind of refine the hours, that it isn't must be from 4 to 8, but somewhere in there. And that we'll make the final decision on Friday after the interviews and discussion.
I'm fine with those modifications.
Okay. All right, so everyone in support of that motion, aye?
Aye.
All right.
I'm still not in support.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable. I think we
Okay.
need to do the election.
So it looks like we have a 5-1 vote.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. It looks like we,
It's still the same.
yep,
Anyway,
5-1
I'm
vote.
sorry, I gotta run to this session.
Okay.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
All right, you
Okay,
bet.
bye.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, so we've established a process. I feel good about it. It seems like we've kind of taken some, thank you so much, Councilwoman Weber, for introducing this public process concept. I think it's really good, even though some people may not attend. You and I will probably be attending. Anyway, thank you I do, but I'll have to defer to Ashley. Thanks for putting this together so quickly. You have some time tomorrow to kind of think about the application process. And I would encourage any council members, if there's some more things you think should be on there, better get them to Ashley tomorrow. I think the one about have you ever served, have you ever run, do you plan to run are all good, really good questions.
And the conflict question also will include in there. If council has any other recommended questions or anything else, please feel free to reach out
On
to
the
me
conflict
tomorrow.
question, I wanted to ask our attorneys, I mean, it's impossible to envision every conflict that you could potentially have. Is there, would you work with Ashley to kind of see how it is best, if there even should be a question and how to structure it? Okay, because
Absolutely.
we cover so much stuff, anybody could be in conflict at any one moment. But, you know, if there's some major things that a person does, I think probably would be good to know about.
Madam
All right,
Vice Mayor?
yes.
Also, your comments from earlier about whether they, the running part, but what the timeline is for election,
Right. About
doing the
what's to happen
census.
with the at-large.
Yes. What's
I
gonna
think that
happen
would
with
be
the
a good
at-large.
informational page to have with the application.
Okay.
You know, some background information.
We can
What
submit
it
some language
pays,
with
when their
charter.
dates are, how it's scheduled to change. I think all of that would be good to put into the application. So people are fully informed before they apply.
Okay.
Thank you. That was a great idea. All right, well, we are going to move on. We only have a few more items here today, and we have a 6 p.m. hearing. We're going to, let me just check where we are. I believe that we are on F1. And we're going to go through this rather quickly, again, to allow a brief break before our 6 p.m. hearing. On F1, looks like we have a bill number already established. It's a ordinance final adoption. I don't know where our clerk went, but,
She's over there, but I can go ahead and start
okay,
reading.
thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
So this is
Make it take over.
ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6495. Ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 16, Fire, Chapter 16.01, Fire Administration and Codes by repealing Section 16.01.011 relating to the 2012 International File Code and adopting Section 16.01.012 relating to the 2018 International Fire Code and appendices B, C, D, and L,
Okay.
as amended together with other matters properly related
Thanks for
to.
using WebEx. Visit our website at www.webex.com.
Okay. All right. In terms of this, I will turn to you, Mr. Attorney, since I don't have a script right here right now. I will just ask you, do we need to open a hearing? Do we need to? No.
No.
Okay, so do I have a motion to adopt this ordinance?
Public comment?
From Councilman Delgado?
Yeah, move to adopt.
Second from Councilwoman Breckus.
Sorry,
All-
Vice Mayor Dort, I just want to put on the record that we did have public comment from Michael Pani, but I do not see him in the audience.
Okay.
He did submit that he is in opposition at this time.
I had a
Does-
question on this one.
Okay, did he say who he's representing?
The row.
Okay,
The row.
okay, thank you. Councilwoman Jordan.
So here's my question. I think we've always tried to, with all these ordinances, we have tried to be very, very thorough in understanding what the impacts would be. And when anybody comes and registers a concern, if there's an opportunity to vet what that concern is before full adoption, because it's easier to fix it before you adopt it than to have to go back. I mean, is there any, for kicking this one meeting, to better understand what the concerns were, and maybe they're not wholly, maybe the concerns can be abated by some conversation, but I don't know that. Do we have time? Can we move this to the next meeting?
So for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager, there would be no consequence to delaying this for 2 weeks in terms of the end goal of getting this building code adopted.
Okay.
There's a fairly long transition period, even after you adopt it, that allows us to, people to get their plans up to date. Obviously, with new codes, things change, and we don't know, unfortunately, talking here to you this afternoon, exactly what the concern is, but our advice would be let us find out what it is. So then, when you do have your second reading, either it wasn't an issue, or if it was, we can tell you what it was, and you can make a decision on whether you want to do something differently.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's my thing. I mean, the row has some really big structures, and it's in my ward, and I'd like to better understand what their concerns were. And again, maybe they get resolved through a collaborative conversation, maybe not. But if there's no harm, I don't know why we wouldn't wait.
I don't know. I mean, we've two-stepped this a long time ago. I mean, they've had stakeholder meetings. It's gone on and on. We're at adoption. And so, and adoption has a certain day threshold. And we did the introduction. We're going to have to go out and public notice it again. He's not even here to explain what the objection is. It's
Not
just.
if we continue to a time certain to my
But if we continue to a time certain, we don't have to go out and publish it again, right?
Yeah, you have to, between the introduction and the adoption, you only have so many days to adopt, and we're within that. So we need to run a whole new legal ad.
No, I think we need to ask our staff if a delay of 2 weeks will keep us within the time frame, because I think we have 45 days.
Is what I understand.
When did we introduce this?
Last meeting.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
What was the
January
date of
9th.
that?
January 9th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Well,
So-
my motion would be to continue this to the next meeting.
Okay, and do we need time certain or just the day? Question. Okay, so there's a motion to continue this to the February 13th meeting. Is there a second? I'm sorry, thank you, Councilwoman Weber. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Item F2, this is a final adoption on penalties and arrest procedure. The mandatory functions of the municipal court. I'll turn to our city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6495. Ordinance to amend Title 1, Chapter 1.04, Section 1.04.090 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Penalties and Arrest Procedure relating to the mandatory functions of the municipal court, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Okay. Mr. Attorney, I just want to make sure something. This says bill number 7070, but you said it is ordinance number, I think, 6495. So I just want to make sure
Yeah, it
which one
changes.
is which. It's both?
So there's bill numbers when we introduce them,
Right.
and then it changes to an ordinance number when we.
Okay. So it's
adopt
6495. All right, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
We have none at this time.
All righty, may I get a motion? Second. All right, motion by Councilwoman Jordan, second by Councilwoman Weber. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item F3, which is again on penalties and arrest procedures, but this, and relating to the functions of the municipal court, but different section. So is there any public comment?
None at this time.
Was the bill number, do you want to share with us?
Sure, this
Or,
is.
excuse me, the ordinance number?
Ordinance number 6496, ordinance to amend Title 1, Chapter 1.04 of Section 1.04.090 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Penalties and Arrest Procedure relating to the mandatory functions of the municipal court, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, may I get a motion? All right, we have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan, second from Councilwoman Weber. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item F4, again, penalties and procedures on arrest. This time, a different section. I'll turn to our attorney for the ordinance number.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6497, ordinance to amend Title 6, Chapter 6.20, Section 6.20.060 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Penalties and Procedure on Arrest relating to the mandatory functions of the municipal court, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment?
None at this time.
All right, may I get a motion? All right, motion by Councilwoman Jordan, second by Councilwoman Weber. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to F5. This is the 2019 Capital Improvement Revenue Refunding Bond Ordinance, and I'll turn to our city attorney.
Madam Vice Mayor, ordinance adoption ordinance number 6498. Ordinance designated as the 2019 Capital Improvement Revenue Refunding Bond Ordinance authorizing the issuance of the City of Reno, Nevada Capital Improvement Revenue Refunding Bonds, Series 2019 A-1, tax exempt, the City of Reno, Nevada Capital Improvement Revenue Refunding Bonds, Series 2019 A-2, taxable, City of Reno, Nevada Capital Improvement Revenue Refunding Capital Appreciation Bonds, Series 2019 B-1, tax exempt, and the City of Reno, Nevada Capital Improvement Revenue Refunding Capital Appreciation Bond Series 2019 B-2, taxable for the purpose of refunding certain outstanding obligations, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds, the method of their payment, and the security therefore, and other details in connection therewith, and providing the effective date hereof.
Okay, and as I recall, we went through some detail on what this would mean in terms of cash flow, bond, spreadsheet at our previous meeting. So I think we're well informed on this. Can I get a motion?
Madam Vice Mayor?
Excuse me. Yes, thank you.
I think we do have some good news to share
Oh,
on
good
this item.
news.
So,
Before we get a motion.
Deborah Lochner, Finance Director, for the record. Today, we received rating upgrades from both Moody's and Standard & Poor's.
No way.
Based on our refunding work that we're
Tell
doing
us
right
about
now.
it. What are they now?
So Standard & Poor's raised our rating 2 notches from BBB+ to A with a stable outlook. Moody's has upgraded the city's general obligation limited tax bonds from stable to positive. They've also raised our rating on the 2005 bonds, the 2019 that we're refunding. Those went from Baa2 to Baa1, so that's 1 notch greater. And we're really, really close to getting up 1 more. It's just the revenues that are pledged are volatile and they have concerns. But there's areas where we can continue to work on our financial stability and get our ratings upgraded more.
Well, this is fantastic news and great work. Thank you for bringing this to us. I mean, this is the kind of thing we love to see. I mean, it makes smart sense, financial sense, and the rest of the world happens to agree. And that is awesome. So with that, is there any public comment?
There's none at this time.
All right, may I get a motion? All right, I think I heard from, I heard from Councilman Delgado, a motion, and a second from Councilwoman Weber. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're on to G11. This is an appointment to the Reno Housing Authority. I did a little research on this, and I found out it's actually the manager's recommendation to us on who should serve, and then our voting to accept that. So would you like to so advise us?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, I would like to nominate Mayor Hillary Sheevy for the reappointment to the Reno Housing Authority.
Okay, so can I get a motion to that effect to, would the word be endorse or accept or adopt the manager's recommendation?
Move to support the manager's recommendation.
Okay. All right, from Councilwoman Jordan, second by Councilwoman Weber. Is there any public comment?
We have none.
Okay, is there any board discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, we're closing in on, towards the end of this meeting. G12 is appointments to the Financial Advisory Board. We have listed several people who have applied, and I'm going to turn to Councilwoman Breckus as she serves as the liaison if she is ready to recommend someone. And I don't know, this is up to 2.
Yeah, the Financial Advisory Board likes to interview folks.
Right.
And then recommend to me, and they recommended 1 appointment today.
Okay.
Rachel Lemu.
Rachel Lemu. Okay, let me find her. Okay. Is that who you would like to?
That's my motion.
Motion from Councilwoman Breckus.
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Jordan. Any public comment?
We have none.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Item G13, this is a appointment to our Youth City Council, and I'm going to turn to Councilman Delgado. We purposefully continued this from our last meeting, so you would be here to make a recommendation to us.
Appreciate that. Madam Vice Mayor, I'd like to recommend and appoint Camden Duane Leach to the Youth City Council.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? All right, so there's a motion from Councilman Delgado, second from Councilwoman Weber. Is there any public comment?
We have none.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. We have already covered G2 and length. We are up to H1, City Council comments and announcements on boards, commissions, activities, charitable organizations, upcoming local community events. We'll start with Councilwoman Breckus. Anything?
I have none.
None. Mr. Delgado? No.
None at the moment.
Ms. Jordan? No. I already made a comment about the TEDx, at which I encourage all of you to consider attending if you have a free Saturday. So I'm moving on to Councilwoman Weber.
Quickly, I just wanted to share that I had my first coffee and conversation with your councilwoman out in Ward 4. And it was a pretty well-attended event, and I just like this opportunity to speak with constituents. So it is great, and we'll continue to do this. This is the first of every third Saturday going forward.
Wow, very impressive. Councilwoman
you.
Weber, you're a trendsetter. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while, so you are inspiring me for sure.
Once you make the commitment, you kind of got to be there.
Yeah, for sure. I think what we want to do is turn back to the Redevelopment Agency Board, and we have just a few items there. One is L5, and this is on the Reno Parking Gallery. The recommendation is to go to a flash parking system, which would still, as I understood, and maybe you want to address it from Public Works. Thank you.
Carrie Koski, Capital Projects. Yes, the item before you today is the approval of the joinder and contract with Flash Parking. It's for the replacement of the parking controls at the Reno Parking Gallery. We have been working diligently to look for a product that will replace the current equipment that's around 25 years old, the original equipment. And we found that Flash Parking has probably the best product for us. We are joining the contract with the City of Las Vegas. We've done some research, reached out to the City of Las Vegas and looked at some of the places where they were using this particular equipment, and that's why we're bringing this recommendation today.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions for our staff? All right. Is there any public comment?
We have none.
All right. Is there a motion to support the recommendation?
I'll move.
Okay, from Councilwoman Breckus to support the staff recommendation.
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Jordan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Good job. It seems like this will be a big improvement over there. The last one is the Redevelopment Agency Board comments, including announcements. Does anyone have anything for the Redevelopment Board in terms of announcements, comments? No. I'm also going to take the final public comment so we can close out this agenda. So is there any final public comment on this redevelopment agenda?
We have none registered.
Okay. Could I get a motion for adjournment for this board, Redevelopment Agency Board?
Move to adjourn.
All right, from Councilwoman
Second.
Weber, and second from Councilman Delgado. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. What we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we are going to come back at 6 o'clock to hear two appeals, and we'll have a final public comment at that time and adjournment. And after that, and I just want to, at this moment, thank the council for their indulgence in helping me get through this meeting. I really appreciate all the coaching and the help. And, we did some hard stuff today and some not so hard stuff and some fun stuff. So we'll see you back here at 6 o'clock. All right? We are adjourned. Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Any of these, yeah. Well, I took all my stuff out of the book and it's not all out. And I gave it back. I have that.
Oh, good. Are we good, or you wait? You good? Okay. We're going to call the Reno City Council meeting back to order. We've just been on a recess for a few minutes, and we're going to enter our public hearing phase. We've been here since 10 this morning, so just bear that in mind. The first public hearing is scheduled is an appeal by John Jackson Hogan of the hearing officer's decision regarding a building permit issued for a two-story addition to a single-family dwelling located at 110 Mark Twain Avenue. And I'm going to ask our clerk, could you just give us the order in terms of how much time each side has to present their case and what we need to do?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, first process is the appellant will be granted 10 minutes to present their case. Staff will be able to then present any questions, answer questions for council at that time, also contained at 10 minutes. We will then take public comment, and then council may choose to proceed with the motion or have additional questions.
Okay, so the appellant, 10 minutes.
Correct.
The respondent, 10 minutes?
Staff will have 10 minutes after.
Staff, and then questions from council, then comments.
And then public comment.
Then
and
we'll make a
motion.
decision. Okay. All right, so is Mr. Hogan here? Yes, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Why don't you join us at the podium?
Do we have to do a binding standing first?
We probably do. I mean, I'll ask our attorneys.
Guess you have to make a determination of finding first, and so I can have Mr. McKean address that issue for you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Hogan, for the false alarm.
Council members, Bill McKean for the record. This appeal is a building permit that was issued under Title 14, and the threshold question for you is whether the owner of a neighboring property has a right to appeal a building permit where there's no allegation that the permit was issued in violation of a zoning code or of a building code, but instead would affect the neighbor's view or shade. The applicable law is in Title 14, which also reflects the same language in NRS, which is a person needs to be an aggrieved person to be able to appeal a building permit. And what that does is strike a balance. A person applying for a building permit, if the zoning is satisfied and the building code is satisfied, has a right to a building permit. And on the other side, there are third persons who might have an interest in appealing, but if that's unlimited in scope and duration, a person's right to get a building permit could be infringed. So here we have a building permit that was issued 4 months ago in September of 2018. The permit authorizes the addition of an attached garage and second story to an existing single-family residence. Community Development reviewed the permit before it issued and determined it was in compliance with zoning and building codes before it was issued. Mr. Hogan appealed in September. His request, the appeal was continued to October, into November. And at the conclusion of the hearing officer ordered that the permit would be affirmed because she found that it was in compliance with zoning and building codes. Today's appeal was continued from January 9th at Mr. Hogan's request. And in his appeal before you tonight, he alleges that he's aggrieved by the destruction of public property, which are some trees that he alleges were destroyed. And he says that they were previously provided shade to his property. The appeal of a building permit, as I stated, is governed by Nevada statute and Reno code. Only an aggrieved person is entitled to appeal a building permit. A person's aggrieved under two conditions. First, that they've been unable to obtain a building permit, which doesn't apply here. And secondly, if the decision violates a zoning code or a building code. This is the process that is due to an applicant, and it balances the process that's due to a third party because it recognizes that an applicant for building code has a right to that building code if zoning and building is satisfied. Here, Mr. Hogan has not alleged a zoning or building code violation. He's alleged that that some trees were taken down. destruction of trees is not approved by or part of this building permit. This building permit approves the addition of a garage and a second story on an existing single-family residence. I would add as a kind of a footnote or side note that it appears that there's a request to actually revoke the building permit that was issued 4 months ago. And that isn't properly brought forward in this appeal. The appeal is presented as an appeal of an issuance of the building permit, but the idea that a building permit could be revoked 4 months after it's issued, I think raises another host of due process concerns. So with that, the city attorney's position is that the applicant has not stated a basis to have standing as an aggrieved person to appeal this building permit.
Okay. Before you leave, I want to ask the council if there's any questions for our attorney on this issue. I have one or two, so.
Sure, thank you.
My question is that, my understanding, and I'm sure they'll get into this, is that there were 3 permits. There was a building permit, an encroachment permit, and a tree cutting permit removal. And my understanding is that it's kind of a but-for argument. If they weren't building this garage, which is a building permit, then they wouldn't need a driveway. Then they wouldn't need the encroachment permit because they wouldn't be crossing our right-of-way, and the tree wouldn't be in their way, which we own. And so I guess, to me, it is related. This is just me, because, they got separate permits, but if they weren't doing the building permit, they wouldn't have needed these other permits. And so I think, if we have a process that you can appeal a building permit, which I haven't heard you say we don't, I mean, they have to make their argument, and I'm confident, I think I know what your position is, but nevertheless, the question here is whether they have an opportunity to make the argument. And so the next question I have for you, or question, that was more of a statement to make sure I understand the basic facts. Now, they live nearby, and the appellant lives near the house?
Apparently, Mr. Hogan is a neighbor across the street.
Okay, so nearby or across the street. At this council, we've had a lot of questions about who has standing, and I would say 9 times out of 10, or almost 99 out of 100, we've said that if you live in Reno, Nevada, or live nearby, or got notice, or were somehow potentially affected, we're going to err on the side of that you have standing. We have made at least one decision the opposite way that I recall. I didn't agree with that one. My general attitude is if you live nearby and you're potentially affected, you at least get your day in, what would we call this? An administrative proceeding to make your case. So that's just my perspective. I don't know that it's shared by anyone else, but. So I just wanted to make sure they live across the street 20 feet away or something.
I wouldn't say
40
feet away. And if we do get into the merits, I think that discussion or it could be made more clear.
Okay,
Apparently,
within 50 feet, probably?
I don't believe it's I think it's farther than that, across the street and down a little ways. So
Yeah.
but
think the streets,
I would say
you'll be next.
We don't have to speculate.
yeah. Well.
Yeah.
But Councilmember Dorr, I think those are very good points. I think I don't know if you've had a building permit appealed before. My understanding, and this is probably one of the first or only building permits that's been appealed. I think it's a rare occurrence.
We've had a grading permit appealed.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and encroachment permits are under Title VI, building permits are under Title 14, and the tree permits under Title 8. So they each have their own regulatory provisions. The building permit standard is an aggrieved party. And for example, a person cannot appeal a permit after 14 days. That's a limitation on third parties appealing, right? It's a duration. Similarly, there's a limitation on the amount of persons could appeal. If you want to remodel your bathroom and all of us intervene in your building permit application, that could be an impingement on your due process rights to remodel your home if it's in compliance with zoning and if it's in compliance with the building code. And that's what we're saying here, is that once that determination's been made, the universe shrinks down to only the applicant because we've already satisfied the rights of third parties. The right to shade or the right to be able to view trees does not stem from or originate out of Title 14 or Title 18. Okay?
Well, I'm going to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Sure, please.
We do have a process to appeal a building permit, right?
Correct, and that's the
there's
process
a
I
time
decided.
frame?
Absolutely.
Right, and were they within the time frame?
There's a time frame, a duration, and there's a universe, an aggrieved person, and the person needs to be aggrieved by a violation of zoning or a violation of the building code.
But I mean, we can't decide that until we hear the case. I can't
think
pre-decide
yes,
that.
I think they are certainly, they are bound up, but the face of the appeal that Mr. Hogan filed said that he was aggrieved by the destruction of public property in the form of trees. And that is not approved by the building permit. And as you noted earlier, that's actually a separate permit that's not this agenda item. So the issue of the tree permit is a secondary issue for you to hear. And I would, with respect to the issue of whether they're bound together, they're absolutely not. The building permit could have been approved, maybe entertained, maybe used, maybe not used. The tree permit, as you'll hear later tonight, is a completely separate permit and was not actually driven by the building permit as directly as was driven by the encroachment permit, because the gutters and sidewalks needed to be removed, independent of this building permit, which would have then caused the need to replace the trees.
All right, well, I'll just say my final thought on this. If you didn't apply for a garage and you didn't need a driveway, then you wouldn't need to cross the city's right of way. And so even though they're separate permitting processes, I still see that there's a connection there. I mean, they could have routed their garage a different way, right? I mean, or their driveway to exit somewhere else or an alley. I don't know the setup, so I don't know the details of that, but it seems like they took an action and it ended up affecting. But anyway, let me ask this. Does the applicant or the appellant get a chance to say why they do have standing? Is that, okay. Before we go there, is there any more questions for our attorney? Okay. All right. Thank you on that
Thank you,
point.
Commissioner.
So, Mr. Hogan, if you'd like to come up and say why you think you do have standing. This isn't, fully about your case. This is why you get to bring your case.
I appreciate that. Keep in mind that we were basically, and we're still being, blocked out of a process that we don't feel that we should be ignored in. To put it in very personal terms, I spend a couple of hours every day in the blooming months of this wonderful climate we have in Reno to improve my property, and now I'm faced with a building which looms over it. I never looked a neighbor in the eye in their bedroom and my bedroom before to say that this is not an encroachment on my space or my life. The encroachment already exists. I don't have to wait for this to be fulfilled to know that there's an encroachment on the quality of life where we live. And I'm sorry that I didn't realize that protesting one thing and not another when they've been broken up in other bundles, when they're obviously conjoined. You cannot possibly have these two things in some fantasy world where they're not connected. Just simply because I'm ignorant of the process, because I'm trying to get in the process. I'm a citizen trying to find my way in to say what is going on here, because I do not feel that in all instances this particular site meets code, that I believe that the site is in fact too small for the size of the structure, that they have never adequately measured the distance between the garage and either the boundary line or the sidewalk, and the removal of the trees were clearly done at public expense for private gain.
The trees were cut by the public?
No, they were at public expense. In other words,
I mean, we
the
paid
public,
for it.
because they belong to us.
Right, but you said they were cut at, okay, not
At
the
the
cutting
expense,
of.
no.
The
exactly.
impact of. I have it. I'm sorry. Okay.
Pardon me my flowery use
Okay.
of elusive language.
Okay. So in terms of standing, could you summarize that for
No,
us?
I feel it's hard to imagine. I mean, what you're looking at there is what I'm looking at that house from my living room.
Okay.
Those are my trees that you see in the foreground. No impact?
Okay, so your argument is that you are potentially impacted by this building permit in a variety of ways that you're going to tell us about later if you get a chance to speak.
By the way, the difference between allowing me to speak with a member of standing and just allowing me to speak as someone at this hearing is a
Right.
difference of 1 minute in your time.
Got it. Well, okay, speaking is 3 minutes. The appellant actually gets 10 minutes, so it's more than 1 minute. Any comments or questions for the appellant on standing?
I have questions of staff, actually.
Okay. So could we bring our staff back up? Thank you, Mr. Hogan.
The attorney. So my question here, always sympathetic when someone who entered a process didn't understand maybe the process and what their intention was versus what maybe they filled out incorrectly or whatever. Was there ever, do we have a process whereby you kind of know what the individual's concerns are? Do we ever go and talk to these individuals that file an appeal to say, hey, I'd like to have a discussion. I think I know what your intention is. I'm not sure you filled the form out right, Because I'll tell you what, I'm really uncomfortable to change the rules of the game here today, because I think there could be impacts to the next step in the process. But I want to know that we try to help people get it right.
Sure, and Councilmember, I think I understand your concern. I think there were a number of meetings with the neighbors regarding this property by community development and frankly by the attorney's office as well. I think during the process, a lot of issues have been raised, but the applicants have not claimed a violation of a zoning or building code. And again, I would cite you to section 1403.080, which specifies in Title 14 who can appeal a building permit. And it's sort of a pyramid, right? You have zoning, big public policy issues where lots of people can participate. But once we decide that a two-story residence is allowed in this neighborhood and the building code is satisfied, that person now begins to have a vested right in developing their property consistent with zoning and building. And if we start violating the Reno code to allow people who are not aggrieved, who haven't stated a basis to appeal the building permit, I think that starts to open a little bit of a very large Pandora's box. And I think that's the concern we have.
Okay, and that's what I was trying to get at, was kind of knowing, having had these meetings, was there a way in which the individual could have filled it out differently that would have given them standing?
Well, I think there was a letter that you received, I think, on Friday from Commissioner Breckus that identifies what she perceives to be a zoning violation. So had that been stated, that would have been stated a basis for aggrievement. I think our review of that is that is not actually a real zoning violation that Ms. Breckus has identified. It's not a bona fide one, so that would get to the merits.
So your position is, regardless of how they filled the paperwork out or how Ms. Breckus believed was augmenting that, your position is still they don't have standing?
And I would agree that standing and the merits are intertwined. And if the council if the pleasure is to hear the merits of the case and then look at that together, because the merits of the case are a building permit shall be issued if zoning is satisfied and the building code is satisfied. So they are, I think, those two issues of standing and the merits of a claim are kind of related, if that makes sense.
It does, and what I'm trying to get at, in law, people point to what action was by a governing body as this becomes a process in which we're going to entertain or adopt. I'm wondering, by opening, as you said, Pandora's box, are we opening Pandora's box? If there's a process change, we need to talk about that. And this is not the forum in which I think we do that.
If the council wants to hear additional facts to make the determination whether there's a basis to deny the building permit and whether that also equates to a lack of standing, I think that's appropriate. Courts do that all the time, where they decide whether or not they have jurisdiction by looking at the claims that are raised. So I think that's the Pandora's box would be for the council to say, even though Title 14 says a person needs to be aggrieved, we're going to let anyone appeal a building permit.
And that's what I was trying to get at. Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? I'll just go on the record as saying this, that we have said within our code that you can appeal a building permit. And I'm not going to know whether or not this is an appropriate appeal till I hear it. And so they live nearby, across the street. So, my inclination is to defer to the broadest interpretation until I hear the case, and then see if they have found a violation of permitting or conditions or a way that, remember this, and I want to make sure it is a discretionary permit. Like we don't have to give the building permit, right? We can condition the building permit. We can say you can only build a one-story garage, but you could have a two-story building, or you can have an ADU, or you can't have an ADU. There's a lot of things that we can say about that, condition it, right?
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. If the application meets code, we do have to issue the permit.
Okay. Right, but we're not perfect, and sometimes we make mistakes. That's why there
Correct.
is this whole process,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So, everything we do, as much as I trust you, of course, but occasionally we do make mistakes. And so I think that's why we have an opportunity for an appeal process too. Okay, well, I think enough said. I'm looking for a motion one way or the other. And just for the audience sake, we have just 4 council members here. That is a quorum. To pass a motion, we need all 4, just so people understand. So, and as chair, I'm looking to someone else to make a motion. No motions? Either yes or no, I mean. Okay. Okay, I am allowed to make a motion, so I will go ahead and make a motion that the appellant does have standing. And we'll see if I get a second. Okay. Well, I'm not hearing any second. Is there any motion to say they don't have standing? Or if my motion dies for lack of a second, you know, we're not going to hear the case, bottom line. So, going once for a second, going twice. Okay. Well, Mr. Hogan, I am not hearing a second. Therefore, I would deduce from that the council has decided that you don't have standing in this case.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes.
for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. Procedurally, you can't have an affirmative action by a non-vote. So what the recommendation would be is if you don't have a motion on standing that the group can agree on, then I'd recommend that you'd hear the merits and then take a motion on the merits. And if you don't have a motion on the merits at the end of the day, then you do have a technical denial of the appeal at the end of the day. But at this point, yeah, you do need to hear the merits.
Okay.
Just do this.
Okay. That's fine, and make a decision on standing later, sort of what our attorney recommended or offered as an alternative.
Just to be clear, you, because of circumstance, because we have a vacant office, because we have an appealing council member, you need 4 votes to carry any affirmative action. So this is an appeal. If the council decides to overturn the planning commission, it needs 4 votes. Overturn the hearing officer. If there are not 4 votes to overturn the hearing officer's decision stands.
Right.
So just wanted to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Right.
So, yeah, and just along those lines, in terms of the motion you'd attempted to make, Councilwoman Dura or Vice Mayor, can I propose a motion that's recommended to us on our, as something that's, as a guideline, as an attempt?
So at this point.
So the one that, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just to be clear, at this point, what's in order is a motion potentially on just the standing issue. You haven't heard the merits, neither side has had their 10 minutes to present their evidence on the merits at this point. So you can't dispose of the case until at least you give the parties.
Okay. So, Mr. Hogan, you do have an opportunity to speak to us about the merits. You have 10 minutes to explain, and then looks like we'll take 2 votes, one on standing and one on merits. So.
Would it be all right if I were to make my presentation and then cede my remaining time to Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I mean, you can handle this any way you want, and you can have anyone to speak for you.
Please, no, I'm just kidding. Members of the City Council, thank you for granting me a provisional standing in this matter. I'm before you tonight because the transparent impact of the massive remodel going on across the street from where my wife and I live was deemed insufficient to justify our notification. How anyone involved in city planning can arrive at the conclusion that this hopelessly inappropriate property renovation would have no impact on its neighbors defies imagination. Trust me when I tell you that the impact of the decisions that have led us here this evening is already being felt. The quality of our lives has already been diminished. Both the construction and encroachment permits were granted in error. A renovation on this scale ought to have triggered the requirement for a special use permit, which would have brought the matter before you much earlier in this process. Deviations of this magnitude ought also to trigger a requirement to inform those impacted, which is not currently the case. When my appeal was originally heard, my standing was questioned because I wasn't part of the process and the planning department had no requirement to inform even adjacent neighbors. The hearing officer volunteered the supposition that the planning department was very busy with a great many projects under its purview and couldn't possibly be expected to inform neighbors about every little thing that might peripherally concern them. I find this a particularly galling example of a stacked deck. The planning department is busy, I get it. So is the police department, but it's still its job to enforce the law. So is the fire department, but it's still charged with putting out every fire. And if your job is to oversee city planning and its appropriate execution, then you should do that job. If the planning department needs more resources, it should petition for them. As for the errors that ought to return this renovation to ground zero, I will limit myself to 3. First, the lot size is insufficient to qualify for a structure of this magnitude and impact. Second, the garage is not adequately set back from the sidewalk property line to meet code and will not accommodate even one of the 2 vehicles it is expected to absorb. Note that the structure qualifies for 7 vehicles on a property that previously is associated with 1. The failure to meet code will turn this once lovely street into a parking lot. Third, city property in the form of 4 trees that provided much needed cover and aesthetic appeal were destroyed so the new property could be built out. Since when is it kosher to destroy public property for private gain? I understand some consideration was paid and new trees will be planted, but that is hardly the point. The entire history of the destroyed trees and granting the encroachment permit, which includes the current owner's multiple attempts to destroy the trees before being granted the right to do so, is enough to red flag this project until a more thorough investigation can be completed. For these reasons, I believe both the construction permit and encroachment permits were issued in error, and all rights and privileges that they have been deemed to allow should be revoked. My primary concern, and the point not to be lost in these proceedings, is that the responsible parties representing the City of Reno believe that every action taken in this instance has been correct and proper, including the total lack of transparency and inability to provide documents as requested. If that is indeed the case, then all the homeowners of the Old Southwest should realize that we have essentially no protection against similar expansion throughout our neighborhood. In this instance, lot size limitations were overlooked. In other instances, the abuse of discretion may take other forms. If no action is taken to further prevent abuses of this sort, citizens will again find themselves virtually locked out of a process that could not possibly have more effect on their quality of life. The sound you hear is the ball landing in your court. Thank you for your time and consideration. I cede the remainder of my time to Councilwoman Breckus.
Just to add on a little bit of specifics here is, first of all, many of these points would have been brought up at the hearing officer if he had been granted the opportunity to go into those. And you are here listening to this case de novo. So all facts, everything new can be brought into your deliberation on this. There was an error, a violation of the zoning code. It was not upheld to my analysis. And I'm asking you to ask your staff to demonstrate to you that the proper procedure was followed in issuing this building permit. My analysis is that this was not followed, that the issuance of the building permit for this property, for this expansion and enlargement of the structure should have only been after a special use permit was issued by the city council. So in a way, your authority was taken away from you. A role that I have also was taken away from me. And that's why I'm here to help them navigate a very difficult, cumbersome process because a procedural error occurred. That procedural error is that this property is in this SF6 zoning district. And I might add, this is a very unique situation because you rarely have properties that don't meet the minimum size, square footage size, the lot of the zoning district. This property is 5,271 square feet, whereas it should be 6,000. Under the nonconformities section of the code that I sent to all of you and you've looked to, and it's a complicated section, but no structure may be enlarged until on a non-conforming lot unless the city council makes the decision. So I cannot, for the life of me, figure out how this was issued, and I believe it was issued in error. I think that, I'll just introduce here the residential building permit checklist on some of the dimensions, the setbacks were not shown adequately. It went through a set of complicated revisions. I cannot figure out how this happened, but let me just tell you that this property was 17 feet in height. It is now 27 feet in height. It was about 1,600 feet, and now it's about 2,600 feet. It overshadows the adjacent property in a tremendous way, causing impact. It's oversized, overmassed, too big for the area and the context. And that's why the zoning code realizes when you have a property and a structure that's not meeting all these parameters of the code, we're going to take a special look at it. And the special look at it is through the special use permit process. And that's what did not occur here. And I think that we need to understand that in addition, the setbacks were not clearly called out. And I think what happened here, and actually let me just show you what I think, staff needs to explain. And let me just say is, I sent them in, the residents who are reaching out to me, for several meetings with staff to understand this building permit, and I did not want to get involved because I did not want to bias myself on this case if it came forward to us. So I was rather troubled that I had to step out of my role and come here and represent them basically on a technical level. But what happened here was, this is all up into a certain amount of this property is really city right-of-way. And that's now being reflected in what is going on. This was taken Monday night. The curb is generally in the same place it was on that previous photo. So we've got 10 feet in here of city right-of-way. So the setback starts right here. And by our analysis, and they've become experts in the SF6 zoning district, that should be 20 feet setback from that garage from the public right-of-way. And it is not. Likewise, the dimensions to the adjoining property, because there's supposed to be dimensional standards there, also were not demonstrated adequately. Finally, it is a complex lot. With respect to setbacks, and the setback on the building permit checklist of what the setback is should have been shown. And it's a property that has, and this might be a little hard to see, but I'm asking you to ask your staff to come up and go through this on this property. Go through this site plan. But this is a property that, to my analysis, has two front yards right here, a front because there's a street here and a front because there's a street here, and those setbacks should have been shown up. In addition to, there's an extra setback for the garage of 20 feet. And none of these were called out on the site plan adequately, in addition to the adjacency of the setback to the adjoining property of Ms. Reeser, who's here. And she was deprived of her opportunity to come before you and tell you what she thought about the overmassing of this. Through the special use permit process, she might have said something along the lines of, I wouldn't mind seeing this set back or something. It would have been an opportunity for these neighbors to provide some input on how this lot that doesn't meet the zoning districts should be expanded, if it should have been expanded at all. Okay? You see the context here that it is now, interestingly, it is, and this is looking from the Hogan's property, which is a little bit up the grade, it is now the largest structure within this view, and I'm going to disclose that if we'd gone through the special use permit process, I'm not sure, but I may very well have been a noticed neighbor, so, I'll leave that forward, hopefully. I just want to disclose that it's now the largest structure in the neighborhood on the smallest lot. Issued in air, and not only that, it involved the demolition of several healthy trees, and these were the trees that were taken down, that offered shade on a routine basis to this long-term neighbor. Now, new trees will be planted, but they are not going to replace those, and those were not dead trees. So I'll answer any questions, and I'm asking you respectfully to ask your staff to walk through all of the points made on the special use permit procedure, on the setbacks, on the garage, and the adjacency to the neighbor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so council, this is your opportunity to ask either Mr. Hogan or Councilwoman Breckus any questions about their presentation before we go on to the next presentation. And is the next presentation being made by our staff? Okay, so I don't know whether this is the time or later, but I did think Councilwoman Breckus brought up a good point, and I'm hoping you'll address it, about the non-conforming lot. You know, she said that this is SF6, which means 6,000 square foot lot. This particular lot is non-conforming in that it's smaller than the other lots. And perhaps that should have triggered, if I'm understanding this right, triggered an SUP, you know, because it was non-conforming. So I don't, do you want to address
I'll
that one
jump right
point?
into it, sure. Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager, once again, for the record. So to...
She's still here.
Okay, she's still, didn't know if I needed to pause. Okay. Okay, so Councilwoman Breckus brought up the point of, oops.
She said there's a
Of
rule that says
non-conforming
no
lots.
structure can be enlarged on a non-conforming lot.
That's close. So in our non-conforming section of code, which is 1808, Article 5, we have a number of situations that are defined here. So we have non-conforming uses and non-conforming lots.
Okay.
The use is not non-conforming. They're proposing a single-family home in a single-family zoning district.
Okay.
It's not a non-conforming use.
Okay.
It is a non-conforming lot.
Okay.
So it's just over 5,000 square feet. It is SF6, which typically would be a minimum of 6,000 square feet. However, it actually isn't, if it was new development, it would be required to be 6,000 square feet. As Councilman Breckus, it would actually be 7,000 square feet for a corner lot. But this is an existing lot. It's very old. And so it's pre-existing at the 5,000 and some change.
Okay. Well, just to follow up to that, so on other times, I understand the distinction with the lot versus the use, but other times, we've talked about non-conforming property, I thought, and also similar to this. I know we've talked about non-conforming use in a certain zoning district.
Correct.
Like your SO, you know, single family.
Right. So non-conforming uses have their own review process. Excuse my notes. I made a copy of this, and these are just my scribbles that I put in my book that I keep with me all the time. So expansion of non-conforming uses.
Maybe
right
you
here.
guys can blow it up just a little for this. Okay.
So we've got change, not quite that much. Change a use to let's see. So continuance of non-conforming use of land or building. They're not a non-conforming use. Single family, they're not proposing an ADU or multifamily or anything. So if we're doing an expansion of a non-conforming use, then that's when the special use permit gets triggered. And that's you've seen some of those in the past come before you.
Expansion of a non-conforming use.
So say they had a duplex on the property and they wanted, or it was a duplex and they were adding a third unit. That would be a non-conforming
single family
use.
and they wanted to make it a duplex.
That would be the creation of a non-conforming use. So that's
okay. Sorry,
it's like technical change or technical difference. But they. So if there was, or if there was an office there, or something that was not single family, because that's the only use that's allowed, and they wanted to expand that, then the special use permit would be triggered.
So that's a great example. So if they had this house and it was being used as an office in a single family zone, if they wanted to expand their house to use as an office, that would have triggered a special
That
use
would be
permit.
the expansion of a
There would have been
non-conforming
noticing-
use.
Okay.
So that's how they're using the land.
Okay.
The situation that Councilman Breckus brought up is a non-conforming lot, which is covered under 1808-503 at the top of the page here. So non-conforming lot may be used for use permitted in the zoning district in which the lot is located. No non-conforming lot shall be further subdivided or shall have its boundaries altered in any manner that would compound, expand, or extend the non-conforming characteristics of the lot. They did not propose or apply for any change to the boundaries. There was no boundary line adjustment, no parcel map, no reversion, they did not touch the property lines at all. So this is the only section of 1808 under nonconformities that comes into play in regards to a nonconforming lot.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I have one more question, but I want to see if anyone else in council has one more question. You know, another point that was brought up was about this massing. And this has come up in a lot of permits. You know, I can think of one in my ward where they were going to build a building that I felt was too large, you know, too big, too close in terms of the setbacks as compared to other buildings nearby. So when does the building building department or you approve? Like, what if they wanted? You know, this is about square footage, but I presume they weren't allowed to like go to 3 stories. that probably
Correct.
wasn't allowed in this
Correct,
area.
yeah. So front setbacks are 10 to the primary structure, 20 to a garage. There was she mentioned also the garage or driveway distance. It was a non-conforming driveway distance already. It's always been less than 20. I can get into that in just a moment. But on a new construction, garages should be 20 feet back so that you can have a parking space in front of that. Their garage or their driveway is not being used as a parking space. It's not long enough and they don't need it for their conforming parking space.
Okay.
These side setbacks are 5. So again, on a corner lot, you've got 2 fronts and 2 sides.
Okay.
So the side to the east and the north are side setbacks, which
Well, the
needs to be
sides
5.
that go to the street are
Those
both
are
called
front.
fronts?
Those are both called
Okay.
fronts. Correct. And actually, I can throw this.
So
up
their
there.
setback's 10?
It is 10.
Not
to the,
5?
To the
And
primary
so her
structure.
point was that the setback was calculated incorrectly. It should have been calculated from the public right-of-way, not from the curb. So could you just address that?
Sure. So this setback, the closest point of the primary structure, it's actually this point back here. This corner here is not structure, it's pavement or pavers or something like that, concrete. So this point did not get extended beyond its original distance, and that does meet the 10-foot setback.
Okay,
On
so
pre-existing and
you've
proposed.
drawn a line across here, and it looks like it hits each corner. Is that the 10-foot setback?
This line? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
10-foot setback.
Okay, so it does meet the 10-foot setback
Correct.
from the public right-of-way, in
Yes.
your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And then on height, there was discussion on the height of it. The zoning district does allow 2.5 stories or 35 feet, and it
Okay.
does meet those requirements.
Okay, and then the last point was the massing. So there's a height, and there's just a mass, in terms of compatibility with the neighborhood, and we have this in the master plan as well.
Correct.
Could you just address that? I saw all the houses behind were much smaller, kind of 1-story.
On that, and I'm sorry, I didn't bring the photographs from the other directions. There is a 2-story house to the south across, I'm sorry, John Fremont. There's a 2-story house to the south, and there's one to the west and north is also 2 stories. And actually, I think your house is 2 stories, right? Yeah. And so
Right.
I think both houses to the west are also 2 stories.
Yeah, I think that the point is not whether it's 2-story or 2.5 or 35 feet. I think that sounds like that was met. But I think it's more of a qualitative statement about it probably goes right to the 10-foot setback in almost all directions, or the 5-foot setback.
They do go close to the limits, but it is allowed that
Okay.
way. There are requirements for infill development where you have to match style. So if
That's what
this
I was
came
trying to
in as a flat roof, modern home, we would not have approved that because that does not match the characteristics
Style.
of the neighborhood. So they do have the pitched roof. They maintained part of the older portion of the home. The window placement is all in same characteristic as the surrounding area.
Great. I think you've answered most of my questions. I mean, maybe we've took up your whole presentation already. I don't know, but
That's okay. I was just going to go straight into that, what you asked.
Okay. Is there anything else, since you're standing up there, that in your time limit that you would like to address to us?
Looking at my partners over here, no, I believe that was all we needed to cover.
Yep. Please.
Thank you. One question that I did have is, Mr. Hogan talked about possibly 7 vehicles parked not on the property, obviously, but on the streets. Is that something that's been addressed, or?
Well, the streets are public, so anybody can
Right.
park there. The Hogans can
Right.
park there. Any of the neighbors can park on the street. So they can, let me see, they could probably get 3 or 4 in this area here, probably only 1 on John Fremont, so maybe 4 on-street parking spaces. Again, those are that's open to the public. Anybody could park there. In infill areas like this, we do allow for half of the required parking to be provided on site or on street. So they're requiring 4 spaces, 2 in the garage, 2 on the street, but they're not dedicated to the applicant.
Right.
But you can count half of the ones in front of your property towards your required parking, and that's citywide.
Okay. So I have a process question for you.
Sure.
I don't know if anyone else. Excuse me. So we're just on the building permit. Excuse me. Let me just grab it. you or the building department issues a building permit.
Yes.
And can the people start building the very next day, or do they have to wait to 10 days? Because we apparently have a process that says you can appeal a building permit.
They can start building as soon as they have picked up their permit and paid their fees.
So I guess this is a later conversation. I'll put it in the parking lot, but I guess I do have a question about that. How could, let's say a whole different fact pattern, or even this fact pattern, someone appeals something, they think that a process has been violated, setbacks aren't followed, whatever the issue is. How do we make it so that the applicant doesn't expend funds when they may have had an appeal and it may be upheld? Why wouldn't they be required to not build for 10 days if it's an appealable permit under our process?
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chris Pingree, acting building official. The process that we have in place is, as you all know, they pay for their permit, they go through the due process of making sure that the planning, zoning, and building codes have been met. That process is the process to determine whether they met the requirements of the code and of the planning code. So basically, we do have a checks and balances system with our building inspectors who do go out at an early phase for a first inspection that would come out for their underground plumbing, their foundation, footing inspection, that they would come out to determine whether or not it was per plan, what we did approve inside the office, and also what will be put in, in the next 6, 7, sequential inspections that they are going to have, they will be met along that same pattern. So we do have a checks and balances system for that, but what is permitted is approved, and that's what our people are there to do to make sure that it does meet those.
Okay. I would call that not so much a checks and balances, but a compliance.
Correct.
Like you've established a standard that they have to meet, and then you're going out to ensure compliance with the permit that you issued. But I don't think it's really a checks and balances. So I would just disagree with you there. But my question really is, and maybe it's something for our attorneys, but if we have a appeal process and if no one can appeal, like they get to build starting tomorrow, once a building permit's issued, why do we even have an appeal process? This is for later, but it's bringing the issue up right in front of us here today, and it's making me question the process. If no one can appeal, any legitimate appeal, like you've issued it and you're saying it's done, that's the end. All that matters is whether they put the wiring in right and the foundation in and so and so. Then if that's the argument, then we probably shouldn't have an appeal process, in my opinion. But, I don't really understand. So to me, same thing I'm going to mention, I think the next one is about a tree. If you give a permit to cut a tree, if there's an appeal process there and it's a public tree, my assertion would be that you don't cut the tree until the 10 days has run. Because after you cut the tree, there's no going back. And in this case, after you pour the foundation, it's very difficult for people to incur costs that could then be appealed. It's very difficult for all parties. So it's more of a commentary than a question. I just wanted to understand.
Well, and moving forward, the only way to prevent that from happening would be to change Title 14, Title 18, and the building code. Basically, they all three address that process of how it is done and how it is planned out in the process that we have in place now.
Right. Okay. Really appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay. Could the attorneys advise us up to the next step? Oh, we have a hand up. I don't know where you fit. You're the property owner. I'm going to look to our attorneys for process.
The next piece would be public comment for the public hearing component.
So would he speak under public comment? Or?
Yeah, for the.
Okay, we didn't really have the clock on our staff, but I'm assuming you roughly used your 10 minutes. Okay, so the next step is public comment. Sir, would you like to join us? Yes. And if you could fill out a card afterwards, so we've got all your info. And you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
And you can say anything.
Okay, I'm Jeff Frankovich. I'm the property owner. As far as I can see, the people that are opposing me are my next door neighbor who thinks that house is too big next to her house.
Sir, if you would make your comments towards us and not turn to the audience. Okay. Look at us.
My neighbor that says my house is too big because he can't look down on it anymore. And the neighbors behind him because the trees are gone and they love those elm trees. So if you look at the first picture with the fence across the property, that when I possessed the property, it was abandoned, it was neglected, it was in terrible shape. if I wish you'd put that picture up here, but you would realize that the city-owned property has been encroached on by over 10.5 feet. And the lady that lived there built, planted trees, didn't ask anybody, planted elms right on the curb line, 1 foot from the curb line. She planted elms. And they've grown to love them for some reason. But they were destroying the street. They were destroying my property. I had 6-inch roots under my garage. I've got a 6-inch root under my foundation. My foundation's cracked all over. So the house had to be rebuilt. That's one reason, one thing. And then the neighbor, Reese's property, is completely destroyed by those same roots. They crossed my property into her property, and her driveway is completely destroyed. Now, as far as looking down on the neighbors, and this guy wants to look down on my house, I don't look down on his house. I look up at his house, even in the 2nd story. So I don't see the complaint there. So, and as far as, I don't know, I haven't heard anything that was bad. My house is going to be a great improvement on the neighborhood. It's 4-bedroom, 4-bath. It's the way my wife and I want to live. It's 2-car garage with 2 spaces in front. We meet all requirements. I hired an architect who made sure of that. And we've done a good thing. We've gotten rid of these damn elms, and we're going to put in some nice trees, and we put in sidewalks, and we've given the city back its what do you call it? It's the 10.5-foot setback. I don't know what it's called. Right away. I've given the city back the right of way. The street's fixed. Everything's going to look good. They're going to look at a beautiful home. I just don't see the problem. So thank you.
You bet.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes.
would you like to hear the rest of our public comment?
That's
at
what I
this
was
time?
just going to ask for.
Susan Hoffman, followed by Stephanie Hogan.
Hello, my name is Susan Hoffman, and I'm a neighbor on Mark Twain. And I thank you for listening to me tonight and allowing me to talk. I have owned property on Mark Twain for 34 years, and for the past several months, I have been watching with dismay about this large house being built on this very small lot. The building is entirely too tall, and it dwarfs all the houses in the neighborhood, as you saw in the photograph that was displayed earlier. Most of the houses in the neighborhood are 1-story houses, and now you have this house that is just huge looking down on them, especially the house directly to the east on John Fremont, as well as the house to the north of this house, as well as the house to the north of the house, to the north of this building. And if you were to look at the photo right here, if you see it, the main part of the house is the part to the left there. That is how tall that house was in the beginning. That's the living room. And now the rest of it is the add-on of this property. So as I'm driving, or anybody drives southbound on Nixon, looking to the west, this looks like a high-rise on Mark Twain because it just looms over all the other houses, as you can see on John Fremont. That's Miss Reeser's house just to the east of this one. I feel that we as the neighbors in this neighborhood should have been notified of this project because of the way it looks. Initially, we thought it was just going to be a little add-on to the garage, some kind of a workout room, but this is what has happened. However, we've received no notice. I think had we received a notice, many people would have objected to this. And Mr. Frankovich talked about the 4 trees being cut down, being just nasty elms. They were 4 beautiful city trees. They were deemed healthy by urban forestry, and they were over 50 feet tall. They'd been there for a long time. I'm not sure that Miss Brown, who owned this house before, planted those trees, but they were where all of the city trees are parked on the easement section of the where all of the trees in the old Southwest are parked. As a matter of fact, the city is going around and planting and replenishing the ones that have gotten old and are dying. So I feel that this particular project changes the character of our entire historic Newlands neighborhood. It also greatly affects the quality of life for some of the neighbors, and even people that don't live close by. When I've been outside, they've said to me, "What is this?" Because they're shocked at the size of it. I do remember hearing somebody say somewhere in the city during all of this that it doesn't matter if one gets sunlight through their windows during the day. I think it does matter, and this is going to greatly affect the house, especially to the east. It doesn't matter unless you, it would matter, I would imagine, if it were you that had this right next door to you. And thank you very much for hearing me.
Stephanie Hogan, followed by Nancy Reeser.
My name is Stephanie Hogan. I live at 115 Mark Twain Avenue, across from 110 Mark Twain Avenue. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. McMansions is an expression being used all over the U.S. as people are moving into the cities from the suburbs. They are building huge houses on tiny lots, changing the dynamics of old neighborhoods. As the master plan is under review, its possible zoning regulations may change, but as the law is being applied today, there's supposedly nothing improper about the built-out of the property, 110 Mark Twain Avenue, that really makes the ADU issues seem pointless in comparison. One of the city planners said, if you want restrictive zoning, move into a gated community. Sorry. I found this insulting and hurtful. I feel owners' property rights need to be protected. There was no proper notifications to neighborhood when the permits were granted. After repeated tries to get the plans, I had to come down here and stand on a chair and photograph the plans because they said, oh, our, up at city planning, well, our whatever machines were broken. And I said, well, what about Kinko's? Can you go there and get us a plan? So we didn't even have the plans for our appeal. So anyway, how many more times are projects and permits going to be twisted and distorted in such a fashion for personal gain? This has caused a lot of anxiety and been heart-wrenching. I hope you can find it in your hearts and souls to do the right thing. Thank you for your time and service.
Nancy Reeser, followed by Rose Helian.
Hi, I'm Nancy Reeser. I own property to the, at 649 John Fremont Drive. This is one of the pictures. The whole entire side of my west side of my house, I will see nothing but wall and windows and no sunlight, anything else. I have a view like above, and this is all that I see. First, I think it is important to note that the property owners at 110 Mark Twain are also the contractors and are doing all of the remodel and addition themselves. I received an email from the city manager at 4:57 on Friday before the appeal hearing stating I would not be allowed to discuss the trees or the sidewalk at the hearing. I have been robbed by my due process to bring my information before the appeal hearing. One such incident of indiscretion is that the Mark Twain property plans were misrepresented by the property owners as they showed no city trees where there were 4 and a sidewalk that didn't exist. The owners were measuring setbacks from that non-existing sidewalk. Code states that setback from the property line to the garage door must be 20 feet. It was not. A new set of plans were submitted by the owners. However, the new plans show that the city has allowed a 10-foot encroachment onto city property where a new sidewalk will jut out and around the driveway, then back and run into a fence. With such waivers and special treatment, a second story could not have been built. It clearly states in Land Development Code Section 1806-411 that even minor deviations shall, and I quote, at a minimum, be initiated by application of the property owner, and application shall at a minimum include written consent from adjoining property owners. The property owners have presented me with no such application to sign. I love the Old Southwest. I have lived in my little cottage for 26 years. I was a single mother with a little 3-year-old daughter when I bought the home. I work 2, sometimes 3 jobs. I love my neighbors and friends. To have only 3 minutes to present information to you that I should have been allowed at the hearing to speak freely and without time constraint is absolutely awful. I have put an immense amount of time and effort and have researched relentlessly and brought all of this and much more to the attention of the city on many, many occasions, along with the other appellants. The second story was brought to I believe that this and more was brought to the city's attention in August pardon me, I believe all of this was brought to the city's attention in August. Construction should have been stopped immediately at 110 Mark Twain at that time. I thank you for your time.
Rose Helian, followed by Peter Newman.
Hi, I'm a resident of the Old Southwest and have been for 35 years. I didn't really plan on speaking tonight, so if I ramble, please forgive me. I wasn't planning on speaking until I heard Mr. Frankovich's comments that the only people opposing were people across the street who wouldn't want to be looked down on, or however he phrased it, and I have to say I object to that. That description. I'm opposed to it because I live in this neighborhood. I have, like I said, for 35 years. My husband and I have worked tirelessly to preserve our property. We have another property in the Old Southwest because we love the history of the neighborhood. It is one of the oldest neighborhoods in Nevada, and we think that it needs to be preserved and protected. Mr. Frankovich said that he thought that this beautiful house that he'd built, you know, that we should be glad that it's there. I don't know quite how he phrased it, but I think that if you took a vote, like if you walked door to door and took a vote, you'd find more people objecting to that hideous structure than people who would embrace it and say, great, we're so glad that somebody is building this monstrosity in our neighborhood. I also would like to, you know, I've seen Claudia at how many thousands of these meetings because we feel like our neighborhood is constantly under attack. And what we say is the people who preserved this neighborhood and worked to preserve this neighborhood for 35 years, the property values have held. People want to live in the Old Southwest because it is that magical place. And when it's constantly under attack, it's not going to be the place that has attracted people. Just, I don't know if I'm articulating it correctly or very well, but you know, when you take something great and then you start chipping at it because, oh, what a great idea, chip, 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 it's suddenly not that great thing anymore. You know, and if you want to live in a huge house, there are beautiful neighborhoods in Reno you can live. You can live in Summit Ridge. You can live in Arrow Creek. These are beautiful neighborhoods. But the fact that our poor little Sweet Shire is constantly under attack, it's so discouraging to those of us who have tirelessly worked to preserve our properties. Let me see what else I wanted to talk about. Oh, the scourge of these McMansions. Portland, Oregon. You know, I just, as the city council, this is something to be aware of. Denver, Colorado. I have relatives and friends in both those places who say, you know, this is what's happening. These big, huge people with whatever reason, they need a huge house on a small lot in a darling neighborhood. They're ruining the characteristics and the character of these neighborhoods. And I just think, man, this is all we've got. Once it's changed forever. You know what I mean? Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Hilliard.
Peter Newman, followed by Renate Newman.
We're not speaking. We're supporting the appellant, but we're not going to speak.
They are in favor of the appellant, do not wish to speak. With that, Madam Vice Mayor, I have no further public comment.
Okay.
I want to provide public comment, please. I want to counter some things that Ms. Hanson said because I think they're fine details, and at this point, we're talking about regulations, administration of the regulations. And she said, and countered a point that I made, that that the setback for the garage is only when it's being used for parking. Okay, here you have minimum garage setback from front setback to the face of the garage. SF6, 20 feet. There's no exception for that. There's no reference that that is only when it is being used, that driveway pad, as a parking calculation. She did not provide any testimony that that's been an administrative interpretation. It is just an interpretation of straight code, and I don't believe that it stands. Furthermore, I would encourage you to ask the council, ask your attorneys to brief this whole non-conforming provision to you in the context. She's kind of saying it's lots or use, but I think you need to look at the provision of a non-conforming use of restoration after damage. And you were given this whole provision, and that is that under exceptions. So basically, you can't expand any non-conforming use. It gets so specific that it says when you have a damage you can maybe, under some limited circumstances, expand the single-family use. It does tighten down single-family uses and wants those non-conforming uses to expire. It's very limited. She is making a claim, contrary to the special use permit argument that I presented, that essentially on these lots, non-conforming, you can build to the maximum height and build out. And that is not an accurate request. I mean, think about it. What if this lot was 2,000 square feet? Could you go 35 feet? Because that's how big the building height lets you go. Could you put setbacks 5 and 5 and 10 and 10? No. I would encourage you to consider this section in whole and ask your attorneys to brief it to you in this context with case law related to non-conforming uses. Because the only avenue that these people have is to bring in, if you go against them, is to bring in this provision and the other setback issue in for a judicial review. And I want to also mention, and I want to be careful here because I don't want to mention the staff, show the staff review. I think it was junior staff who approved this. This is the planning review, SF6. No mention, no acknowledgement that they were dealing with an undersized lot. They did not know it. They did not calculate it. They did not know they were working on an exceptionally extraordinary situation. I think the only time staff realized that is when I presented that information that I was not able to present it to the hearing officer last week. So I think that I would very much ask staff, was this lot reviewed as a non-conforming lot? That would provide you evidence with whether or not how they were looking at that and when they knew that and understood that. And I will sign up for public comment for 3 minutes over with the clerk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, is there any other public comment?
We have none registered, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I'm looking for guidance from our attorneys on process here. I mean, we've heard from the two parties, we've had council comments, we've questioned both
I
parties.
stand by, just to be clear, I stand by my planners and the decisions they made, and so I'm going to defend their presentation.
Right,
So,
well, I think your attorney is, I was just looking for a process, like.
So we're looking for a vote, I guess,
Okay.
on this issue.
Okay, so it sounds like we need a vote, though, I mean, according to Mr. Shipman, on 2 issues? I mean, this one, I'm just looking for guidance.
Yeah, I mean, since you've heard the merits, you don't necessarily need a vote on standing.
Oh,
The record
okay.
is clear on the standing issue, so if and when this goes to court, we can argue the standing issue. So it really just goes to the merits at this point.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask each council member to weigh in. I just have a couple comments, so I'm going to start with Mr. Delgado.
Thank you, Councilwoman, Vice Mayor Dewar. I think it was great to hear the full scope from both our staff and those that appeal the case. I think our staff made clear to us the process. And here's the tough part is very much sympathize with our residents, but I believe that the process that we had before them, they followed the residents of whom they are remodeling the home followed the process according to what we have. And so I think to your questions earlier is that's opportunity room for us to come back in the future to start talking about what that may look like. But at this moment in time, I can't see that things weren't followed according to what we have set in place. And that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jordan?
Thank you very much. Always appreciate when neighbors advocate for things and they bring forward things that they have a concern with. We always want to encourage and welcome that. But I too, given what staff has outlined here and the process in which they followed, there doesn't appear to have been any deviation from the process that is in place. If we want to revisit that process and talk about the go forward, then that's a separate conversation off at a different time and not what we're deciding here at this moment. So,
Okay, thanks. Councilwoman Weber?
I agree with the previous comments by the council members. I sympathize with all of you, but our staff clearly, in my opinion, did what was needed to do, and the process was followed. And I do believe that our staff was correct in their process. And unfortunately, this happened. And I mean, I do sympathize with you. I've seen this happen in other neighborhoods, in other cities. But this is the process. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll comment as well. I'm incredibly sympathetic with all parties, and that may sound ridiculous, but I think that the applicant that built this house, was following the rules in place at the time. I don't think the rules resulted in a good result in terms of once you see the built environment, it does appear to the layperson to be out of scale. And there are other issues as well. And I am going to just hit on a few things that I think going forward, just to let people know, where I think some things are broken, even though that's not the point of this hearing. It was brought up about the Newlands and what a unique and special place it is. And I know that our city has adopted various plans, overlays, historic overlays, and so on. But I do think that it's worth another dive. We saw a lot of Newlands people come here for the ADUs conversation. And there was the comment made like, well, you should live in a gated community if you want everything controlled. Well, that's not exactly right. There are gated communities, which have HOAs and very, very strict rules. There are also neighborhoods in our city that have neighborhood plans. And the plans allow things like setbacks that are unique, separate from city code, unique to that place. Okay, unique to that place. The setbacks, the heights, it could even go as far as solar, whether you can have ADUs, and so on and so forth. So that is possible to achieve without living in a gated community and an HOA. If you don't have an HOA and you don't have these special rules, you basically are following the city code. And I think you've identified an issue here, which is that this neighborhood is a special, unique neighborhood, but it doesn't have a lot of special and unique protections. That's number one. Number two, there was a lot of commentary about notice. I've run into this a lot in my own ward where things happen, all kind of things. People buy apartments and suddenly, or a house, suddenly apartments going up next to them. They didn't know, they're very upset. They're wanting to appeal that builder's PUD or whatever. I do believe that under certain circumstances, and this might apply just to Newlands or could apply citywide, that if you're going to put in a special something, let's say increase the size of a house 25%, maybe that triggers the need for a special use permit. And that's something we can talk about at the council so that it's really, really clear. And we don't get into a whole conversation about conforming lots, unconforming uses. You have something that's existing, you're going to grow it so big, you're going to give notice to other people. And that is one of the issues I've heard of time and time and time again for my 4 years on council. People feel like they don't have notice of what's going on. The issue of massing was brought up. So I've heard our staff talk about a design review committee, and they've said that they talked about it in context of an ADU, that, there should probably be some design standards regardless of where you live. That there should be contacts, massing, roof heights, roof pitch, materials. They brought up all those issues, but I don't really see them, we don't have a design review committee. And maybe if we did, this would have gone to one and they might have said this isn't consistent or it's out of context or something, but we don't. So two more things. One, I believe permits like this should be bundled. If there's a preliminary permit, such as a building permit, and there are ancillary permits like encroachment permits and tree permits, I think they all attach to the initial permit. And so to that point, I think if you're issued a permit and you can appeal it per our process, you should be waiting the 10 days or whatever to start building until that time frame is run. And then lastly, on public tree cutting, which I guess is our next one, I think I'll hold my comments on that because I think we have a separate hearing on that. So bottom line, in my world, I'm very distressed for all parties here. Someone has put good faith and attempted to build what they thought was a beautiful thing. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Those that have lived there so long find it completely out of context and outrageous, even to use some of your words. Yet I am looking at our rules, and I've quizzed our staff, and it did meet the setbacks, and they did seem to follow the process. And we may not like the process,
And I would say this, if we don't find for you, this is a immediate petition to change process. But I would have a difficult time saying that anybody violated anything, whether I liked it or didn't like it. So that's basically where I am. So we've all kind of explained where we are. What I'd like to do now is ask for a motion to either uphold the hearing officer's decision, which is that the process is fine, move forward, or to renege or turn down the hearing officer's decision. So I'm looking for a motion from the council.
Move to affirm the hearing officer's decision.
Okay? Second? Okay, so we have a motion by Councilwoman Jordan, second by Councilwoman Weber to affirm the hearing officer's decision. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All any opposed? None. It's 4-0 in favor of the hearing officer. And I don't know that it makes anybody particularly happy here, but that, I'm not going to speak for anybody on their opinions and feelings. But that's our decision for this evening on that one. Is there any further comment or thing process-wise that we have to deal with here today on
Madam
this?
Vice Mayor, if I can also add,
Yes.
just for the record, that proper notice was given on this hearing and we did not receive correspondence.
Okay.
Just so it's noted in the record.
All right, thank you.
And Madam
Yes.
Vice Mayor, just the only other thing is the appeal rights.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have those?
No, I don't at
Okay,
hand, so if you could share those with us.
Any person who is aggrieved by the decision of this city council tonight may apply for judicial review of the decision within 25 days of the date that a notice of this decision is filed with the city clerk.
Okay. Okay, so the appellant, I hope you heard that, 25 days to appeal this. Okay, and I don't know, this was a de novo hearing where you could present almost any kind of evidence. I don't know what kind of hearing that is. I have a feeling it's about this hearing. So with that, I think we're going to close out this item and move on to the next item. The next item is a 5-minute break? Okay. Well, we're just going to take a 5-minute break to 7:30. We'll be right back. Okay. Bringing the Reno City Council back to order. Thanks for your indulgence while we took a few minute break there. And we're moving on to the appeal. Excuse me, item I-2, which is a appeal by Councilmember Jenny Breckus of the hearing officer's decision regarding tree work permit 201-81109 for the removal of 4 elm trees located at 110 Mark Twain Avenue.
Yeah.
And my understanding now is you have 10 minutes. We could ask you questions. You have 10 minutes. We could ask you questions. The public can comment and we'll make a decision.
Yeah, so.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I can just note for the record that proper notice was given on this hearing and no public comment was received.
Thank
no
you.
correspondence.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just, members of the council, want to let you know that I did everything I possibly could in my role as a council member as this permit wound its way through the administrative process to not be here today in an appellant role. I had a history with this property, with this permit, because when it first came in, it came to my attention through some constituents that the people who filed the permit initially were not the owners. That was validated, verified. They were not the owners. It was a woman who had disappeared and was reportedly mentally ill. She was found, and during the process that the permit was applied for, property transferred through a ruling of district court to Mr. Frankovich. He used a statute of squatters' rights to obtain the property through some legal avenues that Nevada law provides for. Now, in light of that, and that my involvement on that question of ownership on the initial permit, when the neighbors started talking to me about the building design, I asked them to meet with staff to express their concerns. I really, in my wildest mind, did not believe that permits would be issued in air. And I just wanted to keep an arm's length in case they did want to appeal and come up to the council, and I didn't want to show any bias against Mr. Frankovich's ownership that he obtained over this permit. And staff met with him over a period of weeks and months, went up to the manager's level. She was aware of the issue. And so I finally came in as appellant when I, to great, tremendous surprise, realized that the appellants did have a point. To my understanding, the permit was issued in air, the building permit, on a non-conforming lot. I gasped when I realized that we were talking about a 5,200 square foot lot in a 6,000 square foot zoning district. And that's when I realized there was some there. It wasn't just neighbors who were disgruntled about a building design that they didn't like, but yet was allowed within the parameters of the ordinances. There was reasonable belief in my mind that the building permit was issued in air. And then coming along, the building permit also involved the destruction of 4 healthy trees, for which there was a mechanism, and the tree urban forester used his administrative processes. At that point, the building permit had already been appealed. I knew it was the city attorney's practice of telling the council that people don't have standing, more or less, so the merits can never be brought. But the code is very specific that a council member has standing. And so I did appeal, and even though the city argued at the hearing officer level I didn't have standing, the hearing officer said I did, so then I was able to come forward today. However, in light of the fact that you heard the merits for Mr. Jackson, I don't agree. I don't believe that the testimony that was provided to you took you to the right conclusions. Maybe if these people, like the Frankoviches, who had an attorney through this building permit process and met with staff, they had an attorney who was able to articulate the nuances of the code and raise the questions, maybe they would have gotten a little bit further, but they did not do that, and now a ruling's been issued. So with that, I am the appellant, and I am withdrawing my appeal. Thank you.
Withdrawing.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I will just look at our city attorney for some guidance on process.
Yeah, so just procedurally where you are, I mean, this item is done, and so next item, item J, public comment.
Okay. I am going to, though, make a comment. I guess Vice Mayor's prerogative at this point.
Madam Vice Mayor, I have comments as well, but
Oh,
whenever
okay.
you're ready.
And, I mean, do we take public comment since it's been withdrawn, or what? Could
You
advise
have a
me?
choice, I mean, you could take well, I mean, the appeal is withdrawn, and you have a public comment period is,
Okay.
so, yeah.
Well, I'm going to make a comment. The manager wants to make a comment. I don't know if anybody else out here wants to make a comment, but you are welcome to. And in fact, I think I'll start with the public comments. So before I make my comment or the manager's comment. So is there someone who wants to make a public comment out there? Yes,
Peter
please.
Newman.
Please come up.
For the record, my name is Peter Newman. I live in at 1 Elm Court, Reno. On the tree issue, I feel a little more comfortable talking about this. I don't know much about real estate law, but let me just give you a actual example of what happened to me with 5 trees that I owned, or that the city owned on adjacent to my property when I had a large Victorian house on the corner of Lee on Hill and Wood Street, which was part of next to my law building when I was practicing law. And I maintained those trees. There were 5 large elm trees that were this big around. They were beautiful trees. They really helped my building because the building was built in 1910. It didn't have central air or it had no air conditioning at all. It just had room air conditioner. So the trees were very important to my building to keep the tenants in the building cool in the summertime. And they were very important in the winter because they kept the west winds, they were on the west side of the building, from cooling the building off so much in the wintertime. Plus, they were beautiful. In fact, a few months before this incident I'm going to tell you about, I had actually stopped and taken about 20 minutes to take some photographs of these trees, which were in full bloom in late September, early October, and they were just beautiful gold. And there were 5 of them, and they were extended for half a block. And so one day about January, I came to work, and I saw these city people out there getting ready to do something that I had no idea what they were going to do. So I said, what are you doing? They said, well, we're going to cut these trees down. And I said, what, you're going to cut these beautiful trees down? And they said, well, yeah, we want to widen the street a few inches, and it's part of our plan to cut them down. I said, well, you didn't give anybody notice. And they explained to me that, we own the trees, you don't own the trees. So, get lost. Well, so I prevailed on them to delay for an hour so I could call the city attorney's office. And I tried to do that, but it was early and they weren't in yet. So instead I prepared, because I was a lawyer, I prepared a petition for a temporary restraining order, an injunction against the city. And I went over to the courthouse and I got Judge Brent Adams to sign a TRO. And the basis of his ruling that I had standing to do that, because he said, well, you don't own the trees, do you? I said, no, I don't own the trees, Judge. But guess what? I've been maintaining those trees for 35 years. I water them every day in the summer. I fertilize them. I hire a bug control outfit to spray them every year, which costs me several $100s a year to keep the bugs off. And I think I have an equitable interest in these trees. And the one thing I do remember about the one course in law school that I took in equity was the phrase, equity loves trees. Well, so the judge liked that, and he signed a TRO. And I then came back, and I talked to the firm, and I presented him with the TRO. And so he had to halt. And then, as it later turned out, I worked it out with the city attorney's office, where the city agreed to plant mature trees there in their place. But the point of the story was there needs to be a mechanism to give notice to people if the city's trees on their property are going to be cut down. And we don't have the mechanism right now, and it's unfair.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that wanted to speak in public comment? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Okay, I'm Jeff Frankovich again. And I just want to make a few points. Some people keep saying that they've been here for 35 years, this and that. I'm a fifth generation Nevadan. I was raised at 1495 Mark Twain for 17 years, went to Jesse Beck, Reno High, Billinghurst Junior High, graduated University of Nevada. I lived at 390 John Fremont for 5 years, had my marriage there, had my first child there. That's at the other end of John Fremont, the same street that we're talking about today, just 9 houses away. 2-story, 3,600 square feet, a smaller lot than this lot. I just think the facts are wrong. What's being presented is wrong. There's a lot of small lots, and they're not unconforming, they're nothing. They're just wonderful lots in that neighborhood that make it wonderful. My house is going to add to that. It's not unusual, it's not weird. And the fact that there's small houses next to me, there were small houses next to me at the other end of the block. But my house was 3,600 square feet, 2 stories. It's, I live there, it's wonderful. There's big houses all over that neighborhood, and there's small houses. It's just a mixture. There's houses built in the 70s. There are houses built that are historic, but some aren't. Mine's going to be in between. I just want to point that out. As far as the trees go, the problem with the trees is they didn't maintain them. So the roots ran shallow. There was no trunks on those trees. When I dug them up, there was no trunks on those trees. They ran shallow under the street, under the driveway, under my foundation, into my garage. Those trees were not well maintained and had to go. And they were going to start falling on people. They were that bad. So you look at the picture they showed you, and you'll see that there's nothing wonderful about those elms.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else in the public? Okay. I'm going to call on our city manager, and then I'll say something.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to staff because, again, I find myself in a position where we've just had a couple of items that are very difficult for staff to present, particularly in answering comments of a sitting council person. And I just want to acknowledge their work and and I acknowledge that while the city council members are certainly not happy with the decision tonight, that we all acknowledge that staff did follow what is set out for them. They did their job. And they did it well. And furthermore, they had to come here tonight and argue to support what they had done professionally. And I just want to acknowledge them, thank them for their service, for their hard work, and for sticking it through. That's all.
All right, thank you. Very, very well said, because our staff do have a pretty unglamorous job, often unthanked and unrewarded, and often criticized. And so I appreciate you making those comments, and I think they're probably shared by most of us. I just want to say a couple things specifically about trees. I already made the comment about holding a building permit in abeyance for 10 days if there's going to be an appeal process. I think the same thing should attach to trees. I think if the urban forester issues a permit to cut a tree, unless it's an emergency, like it's about to fall on somebody's house or there's been a storm, that should be held in abeyance for 10 days to let the appeal process run. So that's something we can consider. I do want to thank the applicant because they did work with our urban forester we have a methodology to do a tree appraisal. And that tree appraisal methodology was followed, and the applicant paid, as far as I understand, about $10,000, $9,000, something like that, into our tree fund, and has replaced the trees, which I very much appreciate. So that at least could be used to plant on more public right-of-way, even in Southwest Reno, although you're very treed up as compared to many parts of Reno. The other thing is I just want us all to be careful in talking about trees. In my opinion, there really aren't bad trees and good trees unless we're dealing with invasive species. The elms have been on and off our city list, but I just want to remind people that everybody reveres the quad at UNR, and those trees are elm trees. And so, we can love elm trees, we can hate them if we have them in our yard. They put out sprouts and they're growing, and they could be very, very annoying, but they also grow very big and make a lot of shade. So there's good and bad to everything. I just wanted to get that out there. And then to the point about the injunction that you discussed with us, I've heard similar stories. In fact, the first contributor to Relief Reno apparently did something similar. They were widening California. He owned a house on the corner of California and Sierra, and there were two big trees there. The city was going to cut them down to widen the street. He actually also got an injunction. Those trees were not cut down. All the others were. Those trees are still standing there today, and so they managed to figure out a way to widen the street and keep the trees. So that's just a note to everyone. And so, again, this is one of these complicated stories, and I would rather see the but-for thing where you have multiple permits and they bundled, and let's deal with the first permit first, and everything else ensues from there. And that would be a recommendation I'd probably have to our staff. But appreciate Councilwoman Brecka's pulling this, because, we've been here probably long enough today, and these are complicated issues. And again, I appreciate all the parties coming here tonight and sharing with us your viewpoints, and I encourage you to remain involved, both in tree issues, building permit issues, Title 18, all of it's happening, coming to a neighborhood near you soon. So I think with that, we'll draw this one to a close. And the only other thing, we do have general public comment. So I don't know, Madam Clerk, if there's any other public comment.
I included all of
Oh, thank you.
that.
And then last item is for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
All right, we have a motion by Councilwoman Weber, second by Councilwoman Jordan to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. We passed unanimously, and we're adjourned for this evening. Thank you for joining us.